The mayor's office, the National Guard and our military was unbelievable.
Ye never lose.
Restaurants were closing. Nobody wanted to eat at restaurants. It was a disaster. When I first came, it was a really...
I love all of you very much.
I'll
be back tomorrow a.m. in the morning.
Can you imagine 150 people?
What is he talking about?
And I said, wow.
I said, wow.
And we really put it into gear. And now we don't have murders. I mean, you have, I guess, but not much.
Not many.
And people are safe. And restaurants are thriving. You can't get, if you're an entrepreneur or restaurateur, you can't get
Why is it not hosting?
There's nothing available. The restaurants are packed. They used to go in and rob the restaurants.
Oh, my God, bro.
You'd feel safe in a restaurant. It was like the old Wild West. They'd say, stick them up, give me your money. The whole restaurant is handing them money. And now if that ever happened, those people would be in deep trouble, deep. We hit them very hard. And we have tremendous military.
I'm not gone.
Really? Prove it.
I'm talking to you.
Okay, whatever, dude.
Proved. Taco Cat, thank you for subbing to Destiny. Ew, why could I hear myself? Let's see. Oh, you gotta watch that V44 clip.
V44?
B44.
Oh, I found that last night. Somebody DM'd me, and they were like, Justical is defending the Saba thing on stream or whatever. You should check his VOD out. And I open his VOD, and I just, like, go forward, like, 6 hours. And then I and then I wind up on him looking at that Reddit post, and he's like, oh, I know that you posted this. I recognize you in chat. But, like, he's basically saying, like, if you're going to post stuff like this, talk to me first, and don't post it on your main account name. I'm like, what the fuck? Oh, my God. Good memes.
He doesn't give a shit, man.
Based? King? Graham Platner cancels multiple scheduled town hall events as progressive allies tease another scandal. It's about to hit his campaign.
If this motherfucker had, like, 20 scandals and didn't drop out, and he knew of them, I mean, what do you want me to say?
Oh, boy. Progressives are about to learn. It's like Lib Left hit piece from the New York Times. 20 years ago, we think that Graham Platner got mad at his girlfriend and pushed her into a room and closed the door. Like, oh, he won the primary? Republican pieces. So he was raping young boys in Afghanistan with dogs as part of the Blackwater operation. And we just want to clarify for the people listening, it was white boys, so it was bad, okay? Just don't get the wrong idea, okay? We're all pro murdering Afghanistan people here on the conservative side. Oh, my God. So what'd you do this morning?
Talked to Kafka about the BDS, anti-BDS laws, talked to Dan, hung out, watched HaSLOP, watched more World War I. Learned about the Armenian genocide a small amount.
Bro, you should learn, like, Turkish history from, like, the year 1900 to, like, 1930.
Yeah. It's total Turkish retardation.
Well, what do you mean? It's total Turkish victory. What do you mean?
Well, what do you mean? In World War I, they were literally just going and sending their people to die in the mountains, like climbing over it.
That's called dead weight. They got to shed all the worthless Arabs, okay? And then they got to make their own country. They got to genocide everybody that they didn't like in it, And they got to pick
Yeah,
all
they
their
did do that,
people.
yeah.
They shipped them out, they killed them, or they marched them into the fucking ocean. They didn't give a fuck.
No, they didn't care. Everybody was too busy. Fuck, what was it? I think that they marched like 100,000 troops through the mountains, and I think 70,000 of them succumbed to the weather. It was something absolutely crazy.
Oh no. Oh fuck. I gotta make sure my door is locked.
Why?
West Coast girl in Kick Chat just said that Connor got some additional karma. Apparently his new girlfriend broke up with him over the weekend.
Nah.
This guy's coming to kill me.
Yeah, you might.
This guy is 100% coming to kill me. It's all over for me.
Every episode's been like, and then they marched into certain death and 40,000 people froze. Yeah, that has been pretty much the Ottoman Empire for all of World War One.
Really?
Yeah, I'm looking for it. Where do we learn? Where is he?
It does kind of feel like one of the rhythms of history is like somebody does something really, really, really well, and then they like just dominate the fuck out of everything. But then after that, they kind of rest on their laurels. Is that a word? Laurels?
Yeah.
And then they get dominated by the next thing.
Yeah.
Isn't that kind of cringe?
Yeah, I would agree.
What if people like just didn't
Do that.
Yeah, you know?
Yeah, shrimp las.
Shrimp las. I would say shrimp las.
Enver Pasha campaign was a complete disaster. Estimates of 10% of the army made it back to the starting position after a 3-week campaign. Pasha then blamed the Armenians.
Well, did he have a point?
Well, I don't know. They went and genocided him afterwards, so... How many people did he take?
What was the name of the group? The mini party or whatever that led that?
The Young Turks?
Kings.
Isn't that Hasan's uncle's organization?
Nah, bruh. That would be wacky and wild, no?
That'd be pretty wacky.
Oh, maybe it was an FF7 reference. Have you read Benny Morris's
How many
book on Yemen and
Ottomans did
genocide?
this motherfucker go?
Why would I read books on genocide? That shit is sad. Do you ever watch Slavery Slop?
No.
Have you ever seen the movie 12 Years a Slave?
I think I started watching it and then I never finished it. Or it was on my list. I don't remember exactly.
I just feel like some movies are like, they're just like downers. It's like, okay, I
Yeah.
get it. It's slavery. It sucked.
Come on. It was
Jesus.
bad. What do you want me to say?
I feel like I'm starting to hear things in too many places because I was like, damn, this movie, they went above and beyond for the racism because like it sounded like the grasshoppers were saying it. Am I crazy?
Yeah, you're losing it.
Are you sure?
What are you talking about? Grasshoppers?
Somebody link some grasshopper noises. Hold on. No, he didn't say
Just
it.
grasshoppers, man.
Well, yeah, hold on.
Oh, you're schizoing out on reels.
No. Oh, not that guy.
No,
Some
that
grasshoppers,
grasshopper's not racist.
some grasshoppers are saying it, bro. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of crickets. Right? Do you hear it?
I mean, if I want to hear it, I can hear it, I guess.
Just saying.
I bought a Bloomberg subscription today.
Yikes.
I think Bloomberg might be the best news organization, and I don't even think it's close.
Why?
All of their YouTube videos are fucking awesome. All of their reports are actually fucking awesome. It's total Bloomberg victory. They actually link to the cases if they're talking about one.
Whoa! That's a big one if that's true.
Which no one ever does. Ever does. It's either Bloomberg or Financial Times who does that.
The Financial Times, I think, is like considered a, like if you want to read about financial stuff, it's like the Reuters or the AP of that world. It's just like a gold standard
really
publication, yeah. But it can be a little dry.
You turn up the... Oh, never mind. I can turn it up.
No, it's quiet for a reason.
I turned it up.
This is our talk time, Mootin.
Talk to her? Are we doing a talk to episode?
Is she still
Spit on
streaming?
that thing. I don't think so.
What? Did she stop?
I'm pretty sure. After she scammed everybody.
How did she scam? She took a sponsor as a
What, we can't do a rug pull?
Oh, wait, that happened. Yeah, never mind. Well, listen. Okay, what do you want me to say?
What do you want me to say?
She's a Midwestern girl. She's got to make some money, bruh.
What, she can't get a bag anymore?
Yeah, you're not allowed to get a bag anymore?
I mean, I don't feel bad for the people who got rug pulled, though, because you invested in fucking
Talk to a coin?
I just don't care. I don't care. If anything, you probably needed to be departed
Yeah,
with your
that's
money.
a fool and his money are easily parted, they say.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Oh, I needed that. Is Tennessee the fucking Midwest for you? If fucking Ohio is the Midwest, then
Ohio's the Midwest. Yeah.
then Tennessee is
I would
the
say
Midwest.
Tennessee's the South.
Shut the fuck up. You little bitch.
Bitch ass. Bit on that thing.
Really? How old was she when
She was spitting on it?
Jesus, Moot? Throw shuriken plus windstorm. Why does throwing it make the windstorm stronger? Ugh, I don't even know where to, whatever, don't care.
Unit calibration complete. Initiating combat data collection sequence.
Spit on that thing. It triggers where the shuriken is. Create a gust of wind that damages enemies. Okay. I don't even know if that worked. It probably didn't. Don't care. That was way too early. What are you loading up the rift? Oh, I keep telling him we should play, but he won't game with me.
Let's play. That's what I thought. Come on, let's load it up right now. I got it downloaded and everything.
I'm working towards that. Please don't shoot me.
You're just gonna leave me like this?
Wait, did you beat the thing offline?
Oh yeah, I played a little last night. I'm out of here.
Oh my god, bruh.
I've 2 or 3 achievements left in this game, okay? Did you see this last night? Oh, the Taylor Lorenz thing? Yeah. Dumb.
Why did I ever think for a second she'd be nice to us? She knows damn well it's gonna be a pain in the ass getting up there.
Tell Moon to eat a Yasuo sword. Wow.
What's going on with our stocks right now? I feel like we haven't been moving.
Oh yeah, how are we doing? Let me check.
See, Trump rang the bell this morning to launch the Trump accounts, and to the surprise of nobody, instead of only being able to buy index funds in those accounts, they're going to let you buy SpaceX. Oh, that's not rigged at all. Damn. God, look at my money grow. I'm so fucking rich. Oh, God, I got a yacht on layaway. I'm so happy. I'm going to be... You know what they call me? Because I'm a short guy in a yacht. They call me Lil Yachty. All right, Moot. Big question. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Kobe or Michael Jordan? Who's the GOAT and why?
Michael Jordan would be better than Kobe.
Really?
Yeah.
So you just don't like stats? You don't believe numbers, or?
No, I believe numbers. Are just Michael Jordan would be better.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, no, wait, it's LeBron. Fuck, I fucked up the meme. Never mind. God damn it!
If it was LeBron, I would say...
Yeah, never mind. Forget it. I fucked up. Just delete the VOD.
Why didn't you just kill that girl earlier?
What do you mean? Because she's hot AF.
Rule 5. Rule 5.
Yeah, I can't appreciate... Well, she's literally dressed like a booby girl. So I can talk about her being a booby girl.
Is that true?
I don't know. What is Rule 5?
I don't know. It's hard to explain.
Oh, so that's just your excuse for breaking it all the time?
Yeah. You wrote Rule 5.
Did I? Oh, yeah. I wrote... Oh, yeah, when I was, like, gonna restructure all my everything and have a real community and
then what
my
happened?
business, and then...
And then Pixie attacked.
And then the Pixie Nation attacked. Based. Some guy in YouTube chat keeps spamming that the government, that Hamas is disbanding in the Gaza Strip. Is that true?
I saw a report of that, yeah. I don't know how true it is, but apparently, if it is true, the government of Hamas is going down, and they're gonna create like a technocrat or whatever.
Oh boy.
I suspect they're just gonna put on mustaches and say that we're technocrats now. Oh, we were learning a little bit about Israel-Palestine this morning, actually. Apparently Israel is just like putting dynamite in all of the homes in Lebanon that are near its border and just blowing them up and telling people to get the fuck out.
Apparently, who's doing what? Say that again?
Israel is just like blowing up all of the Lebanese houses near their border.
Wait, when?
Like they're trying to create like a sort of DMZ zone, and in order to do that, they're just getting rid of the houses near there. And they're forcefully moving like Lebanese people out.
Right now?
I don't know if they're doing it at this second.
Or sorry, okay, hold on. I'm
sounded-
sorry, I misunderstood. I'm sorry. I thought you said you were I thought you meant like history. You just mean like you mean modern right
I mean
now.
like within the last months, yeah, modern.
Okay, yeah. It's because the idea is that generally Hezbollah will like hide crazy shit in houses that are near.
Yeah, they were building tunnels and shit.
Yeah, the Litani River or whatever. So Israel likes to push it back as far as they can, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think a DMZ zone is good, but I think they should be doing that probably with like a treaty with Lebanon.
That's a good one. First of all, Lebanon has no control over southern Lebanon, so it wouldn't be a treaty with Lebanon. Number one, it would have to be with Hezbollah.
How do they not have control then?
Because Hezbollah controls it. Hezbollah is like a militia that controls southern Lebanon, and I think they have a few
Okay, then
seats in
why
the
do we
parliament.
care if Israel is attacking a terrorist organization? I guess the sad thing would be for the civilians.
What do you want me to say? It's Jews. What do you want me to say, bro?
Okay.
They're Jews.
Because they're civilians?
One of the easily, like, the most morally bankrupt things that a person can do Anna has done this, Hasan does this, is people that defend Hezbollah. It is easily one of the most disgusting things. That organization literally started off as an Iranian proxy, like, is an illegal occupier, actual illegal occupier of Lebanon, of Lebanese territory. Like, it's, yeah. They killed a fuck ton of Arabs.
Lebanon just doesn't have the army to deal with it, or
No,
the
fuck
will?
no. No, they don't. They don't have the, no, I'm sorry, they don't have the they never had the military to deal with it.
So why wouldn't, okay, question then. Why would Lebanon not ask Israel or a surrounding nation for help in order to get Israel off of their fucking land / their back and get this terrorist organization out of there?
Imagine you have like an incel and he just really wants to fuck a woman and he's like on his deathbed and he's like crying for some pussy and he just can't get anything.
Yeah.
And then imagine the ugliest, fattest fucking woman ever walks in and she's like, I'll fuck you. And then the guy kills himself. That's what Israel is.
Oh, okay.
Just nobody's going to
Israel's
ask the
fat
Jews
lady,
for help
and they're like,
to fucking...
Nah, no thank you.
Like, let's ride this Hezbollah thing out, basically.
Let's see how these guys do. Lebanon doesn't want Israel's help, but why wouldn't they ask another Arab nation then to come help them deal with Hezbollah?
What do you mean? Because all the Arab lineup there liked Hezbollah. Assad worked with them a lot. Iran obviously supported them.
Iran still supports them, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they funded them and everything, yeah.
What about like the Saudis or the Qataris? Are they just too fat and happy with the oil money?
Saudis are U.S. friends, and I've said this a lot, and nobody's contradicted me, so I don't know what else. I don't think that like Saudi Arabia has like a real military. I think all of that is like a meme. Like they post about it on social media. Like they went to war with like the Houthis in Yemen for like fucking 7 years, and I don't think they do anything. I feel like I read about them in the '73 war, or no. I think it was in a civil war with Yemen or something. Where Saudi Arabia, like I think like 3 cargo planes went to do something. They just like flew to Egypt and defected. I don't know. I don't know.
They just left.
They just left. I don't know what that country like ever does with any of their military. I have truly no fucking idea.
Okay.
I don't know.
Don't they have like sick ass planes and shit?
Supposedly, I just don't know what they do ever, or if they do anything ever.
Okay.
If you read all of like the history of Israel-Palestine, the Gulf states literally do nothing. They don't do anything. They look at Yemen and they scream angrily at it, and they do nothing. They looked at Israel, they've screamed angrily. It'll be like they send like 3 planes for like other people to fly sometime. I don't know.
They're doing business, man.
I don't know.
What do you want them to do?
Know, yeah.
Learning that Arabs hate each other and the Jews. Yeah, I mean, that whole fucking area is fucked, man. What do you want me to say?
Lebanon also has other special problems. I don't know the history of Lebanon super well, but I think that country was created and kind of like trying to do a pretty unique thing, where they tried to have like, they tried to balance out like the 3... Was it 3 religions? What were the 3 things they tried to balance out? Because they tried to have like a parliament that was cut by like Christians, Muslims, and what was the third one? I wasn't fucking Jews. What was the other thing? Oh, it was Shia Muslims, Sunni Muslims, and then Christians, and they tried to keep like a tri thing. It was like the way they set this up. It was kind of a unique idea. I don't think.
Yeah, all these retards love the same guy in the sky, right?
Well, yeah, but they all call him different names or something. So I don't know.
We all have different names for him, and we believe that the prophets did different things.
Well, yeah, but also, wait, I think you're hearing me talk about this too. To be fair to the Muslims, like their dude really was a guy who actually did some shit and really existed.
Muhammad, yeah.
Yeah, none of the other people can really point to that. I mean, I'm just saying, if you're doing apologetics or something, it's kind of hard to contend with. Yeah, people say Jesus is real. I mean, fuck, even if I grant you that and he was real, what did he do? Like, he walked around for a bit and died? Like, I mean...
He did miracles, brother.
Yeah, really?
Turned water to wine, walked on water. Fucked a prostitute, I think.
Jesus, fuck.
How old was Mary Magdalene? How old was Muhammad's wife?
Exactly. Please just kill him. He's not gonna kill him in time. Good one.
Which one?
Weren't some of the... How many Gospels are there? What are they called? Fuck. They have a badass name for them. They're not... It's not badass.
The Christian ones or the...
Non-acrypical or whatever. What are they called? Acrypical? There's a name for it. Apocrypha? Or the Gospels that didn't make the final cut or whatever. No!
You know the Saudis tried to bribe Obama
Really?
during his first meeting with them?
That's crazy, fam.
I was listening to his book and they like put a huge fucking necklace for his wife and he was like, yeah, and they put fucking watches in all the rooms too. But they couldn't take it.
That's crazy, fam.
It is.
I think in most of the Gospels, I think Jesus is actually married to Mary Magdalene, right? Am I making this up?
I never heard that in the Bible.
Well, it's not in the Bible. It's just in the Gospels that didn't make the final cut.
Are these fanfics?
I mean, every Bible's a fanfic, right? No!
That's not lore, that's extended universe.
Oh, true.
We really gotta talk strategy.
If only he read YouTube chat, he would know. I read every fucking chat.
Really? Which one's your favorite chat?
My kick chat. Not
Fucking
K-I-C-K, but the K-I-K,
Oh,
the secret
KIK.
special, yeah. Bruh, if this...
Are you gonna yell at the judge right now?
No. The Platner thing. There's not a
yeah,
thing.
I mean, it'd be over,
There's not a
right?
thing, right? No way, right?
I mean, it seems like there is a thing. Why else would you cancel a bunch of events?
Maybe he's sick. Can a guy be sick, maybe?
Okay, why not say that?
He just literally canceled them, okay?
All right, you're right.
Give him a
It's okay.
fucking microsecond, okay, to get his shit together.
Platner, the oyster farmer? He
Can
didn't
you
do that
imagine if
shit.
Platner gets fucking dumped on some stupid fucking scandalous shit, and then fucking El Said wins over, is it Stevens, and then loses
Stevens
to
then loses?
Collins or whatever, and then...
Well, that just means the Dems didn't support him hard enough.
Oh my god, bruh. Is that 2 Senate seats?
Yep, that would be 2.
I've heard the allegations
And
as
that
well.
would be losing a Michigan Senate seat too.
Wait, politics and poll tracker. I've heard the allegation as well, and Platner would have to drop out if confirmed by a reputable news outlet. It's worse than the New York Times story from last month. The New York Times story was the biggest nothing burger in the universe, bro. Wait, hold on. I'm sworn to secrecy and I can't prove any of this, but if what I heard is real, it's a problem. I think he drops out if it's real because he's already facing significant financial problems. I doubt this is a smear. The GOP would want him to stay in. Wait. If he drops, it's over, right? Because the
No,
primary's
he-
over? Or can the other lady run like on an open ticket, or?
Couldn't the other lady get it? No?
He has until the 13th? They can replace him still? Oh. Hold on. Stop Haley in my dream. Israel in my dreams, Stevens. Jesus, okay. Urgent, please pay attention. I confirm from multiple sources within the NRSC. What does that stand for? Including a direct one that allows me to share. Thus made me that says that... Oh my... What the fuck is this sentence? I'm having a fucking stroke reading this. I confirm from multiple sources within the NRSC, the National Republican Senatorial Committee, including a direct one that allows me to share this, made me say that they think they have collected clear proof that your candidate, Graham Platner, committed sexual war crime in Iraq. What? Oh no! Wait, the child thing? Oh no, wait. I was memeing when I said that. That Graham Platner committed sexual war crimes in Iraq and sent kick messages to minors and will drop them after the candidate replacement deadline. No! If he did
They would
this,
do it
please
after the deadline? That's diabolical.
and we'll drop them after the candidate replacement deadline. If he did do this, please persuade him to use his leverage to make sure the replacement candidate is Troy Jackson and drop out. What? What? Where are you reading this? I don't know, whatever. I don't know what the fuck this is. Prague Flip Memin? Is this an X account or a Facebook account? Oh, X.
So what? We'd get who would be going up to again?
I don't know. Hold on. Oh, we got a Hasan tweet. First guy to pivot to this LARP without a rape charge. Oh, okay. Aw, Hasan's finding his footing to fight Asimwood a little bit more.
This is anti-BDS blackmail in action.
True. We're not getting the Senate, are we? Could you imagine if, just through some, between these Senate memes... sorry, hold on. My chest just got heavy even thinking about this. Could you imagine if through some Senate memes, and if through some, all the gerrymandering bullshit, and a couple House memes, could you imagine if the midterms come and go, and we didn't win the House or the Senate? We didn't even win the House? What are we expected right now to be at for the House? How many seats up?
I don't even know off the top of my head.
Like, imagine if somehow the Platner stuff and somehow the Saeed stuff, like, hurts like Talarico or something. And, nah.
We need IRI. We need hopium.
Oh, hold on. We got an important email today that was sent to Xbox from Asha, who is the CEO of Xbox. Holy shit, what the fuck? Way too long. Most significant restructure in Xbox history. After careful consideration, I made the decision to reduce our team by approximately 3,200 people.
Jesus.
1,600 role eliminations. Damn. 4 studios will leave Xbox to new management. Our business today is not healthy. Jeez. The easy solution is just look for the pink-haired devs that are destroying your IP and send them on their merry way. True. We're very confident about both the House and Senate. Are you sure? There's no way this is real. So basically, Mitch McConnell is a vegetable on life support in the hospital right now because his wife fled to China. There's no one with power of attorney to pull the plug or give up his seat, which is likely by design because if the seat were vacated before August 3rd, the election would become a special election, which would allow Thomas Massie to run as an independent, potentially win, and the entire Republican Party is going along with the sick charade because they are wholly owned by a foreign country who views Thomas Massie as a serious threat to their power. Where is McConnell? When is the last time we saw...
How about, where are our reporters? Why aren't they finding out where he is?
He's a Republican. Have some fucking respect, Mootin. Have some fucking respect. Have some fucking respect, Mootin. He could be dying, okay?
Who cares?
A lot of people are asking, why had McConnell's state? Not like a Dem would win the special election. If McConnell vacated before August 3rd, cut off, it'd be a special election, and anyone can register as an independent, including Massie, which would split the Republican vote, giving him maybe... Another follow-up on this is August 3rd date has to do with a candidate deadline for the general election or for special election, 2 different statutes that have not been tested by the courts together. By the time the issue makes its way to the courts, a new Congress will already be in place. Oh, and we know that the courts will always side with the Republicans, so... Wait, it's real? She did... Whoa, he's married to a... Wait, whoa, what?
Problem?
Mitch McConnell's wife's bizarre move after CPR
what, she
drama
can't go
reveal.
on a fucking vacation, man?
Elaine Chow. Well, I don't know if she's going to a vacation or if she's going home. Jesus. Mitch McConnell's wife reportedly traveled to China just 3 days after he received CPR following an apparent heart attack. Bruh. Do you think the Republicans saw the Dem move in Texas? And they were like, remember how the Dems all left the House in order to not have to vote on the redistricting on the gerrymandered maps? And they like looked at McConnell's wife and like, get the fuck out of the country. If you're out of the country, they can't find you. They can't force you. We have to send in Batman to extradite her. Remember when Batman is like, I got a friend with no jurisdiction.
We gotta find Batman,
We need to do the air thing. We need to lift her out of China. We have to bring her here.
We've been outmaneuvered again. True. So you guys
Get
aren't
back
thinking.
here.
You guys aren't thinking creatively. No Democrat would have this idea. McConnell's dying in the hospital. Well, what, are you going to murder him? Well, no, but obviously his wife's going to pull the plug. She's gone. She just took a first-class ticket out of Beijing Air, bro. She's gone. She's out of the country.
What is even the excuse for this, man? Your husband's dying in the hospital.
What do
And
you
you're
mean?
like,
Because
"Oh,
now
yeah,
they
I
can't
gotta
pull
go
the
to China."
plug. He's still the senator.
I mean, this makes me think that she's like a foreign fucking spy, if anything. She's like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. Oh my god.
God damn. Is it Rule 5 if I say, is she 73 in this picture? She looks really good.
She looks nice. Can you just put a moratorium on Rule 5?
I had R&D work.
Can somebody give me like the, I know a guy. I need to just quote tweet this with to bring the wife back. No, I don't need to do that. Couldn't she just say, don't pull the plug? Why would she need to flee to China? Ban him. Shut that guy the fuck up. My story's way funnier. Senator Mitch McConnell has been hospitalized for 3 weeks. This is the difference, okay? This is the difference between Republicans and Democrats. Be me, be a Democrat, be Ruth Bader Ginsburg, die immediately, okay? Meanwhile, McConnell just put me downstairs next to Jordan Peterson. keep the machines running for as long as possible.
You gotta tweet that out. That's a good one.
Jesus Christ.
That is a banger.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, Dems don't have the fucking guts to do what McConnell's doing, man.
Don't have anything, bro.
He's in fucking purgatory right now.
He literally at the Thanos thing or whatever after he fucking snaps his fingers. What did it cost? Everything.
Everything. Yeah, Blood's in the gulag. He's fucking waiting for respawn.
Mitch McConnell voting on the reconciliation bill? Jesus Christ. Oh my god, bro. They outplayed us again, goddammit.
We need age limits so they can't do this shit.
Is this really how I killed this last time? There's no way. That didn't even hit.
They're just gonna have a permanent seat.
He's like 130 years old. Has anybody checked on that guy?
Yeah, he voted.
I posted this, but it's worth reposting. Bro, I'm not even doing good on time. Skyhook was a real thing. Here's a video of them picking up Mr. Mooten. Is that guy snarking you?
What is it? Let me look. I don't, is it a cow? Yeah, it's a sheep. That's fine. They're not snarking me.
Okay.
The Republicans are so crazy. I could see them just getting a replacement look-alike for fucking Mitch McConnell.
True. I mean, who's gonna challenge it, right?
That
What are you
is
gonna
not
say?
Mitch McConnell.
I don't think I have to do this again, right? I think I already beat this. I'm good.
That motherfucker is not Mitch.
For the enemy intel collected and the enemies assessed, it should just be the people in the training thing. Okay. I'm gonna beat.
Mitch, have you always been Chinese?
True. I just need to beat the boss of this chapter, and then I need to do the thing and the
the Shinra training program, and then that should be everything. Did you do the soldier level difficulty for the Shinra box? I didn't do the last one, I think. Wait, am I going the right way? Rebirth time? I'll probably wait a bit before I start Rebirth. Maybe we'll do politics for a little bit. Just for Arc.
Ark, hey! Maybe, instead of asking me for politics, maybe you should post the Israel videos, huh?
You thought about that, Ark? You fucking
Yeah,
moron?
Ark.
Get to work, Wagey.
I have like 30 of these, don't I? Can't they just be posted? Can't we just post them? Why can't we just post them? Facade checks balanced. Good one. Really?
Speak of the January 6th video you do. What you'll find not good.
They were in the Jedi archives. They were destroyed.
Pixie destroyed the video.
True. What did you think the Luke thing in episode 9 was based or cringe? Wait, was it 9 or 8? I don't even remember. That might
It would have been in episode 7.
7?
No, it would have been. Wait, what do you mean? What Luke thing? Are you talking about Luke, I'm your father, or what?
That wouldn't have been 7. What are you
It would have
talking
been 5. It would have been 5. I fucked up. That would've
Yeah,
been 5.
you're out of.
What are you talking
out of your
about?
mind? When he is a fucking hologram or whatever, you fucking retard.
Oh, I don't. I try not to think about those movies at all.
I don't understand how you can like 1, 2, and 3. And I can't even think about it. I can't even think about it.
I can't even think about them. I can't.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah, my president's corrupt. Problem?
Problem?
This is the least corrupt thing he's done in his administration, actually. I'm glad the EU's starting to notice.
1, 2, and 3 are infinitely better than 8 and 9. Shut the fuck up. Stop trolling me.
That's my PM palette, you fool.
What are the chief complaints about the prequels? The acting, the dialogue? Literally everything.
Oh my god.
The CGI is
bro.
overused. The acting performances are... the dialogue is just corny as fuck. Lucas is just power tripping like crazy.
Shut up, man. All right.
Oh.
I challenge you then.
Oh.
When we do the in-person AE episodes, we should spend some time watching through episodes 1, 2, and 3 and give like the actual critique. And we know, because of Denim's lawsuit, that we can do this on stream as long as we pause and talk about it.
Yeah, is that how that lawsuit went?
That's how it went. Also, that's an old movie. I won't be doing it on my channel, but... Good Patreon content.
Is Ethan, are we done suing people? Is everybody... Well, I'm not.
No, Ethan
Never
is
mind.
gonna... Yeah, you're suing.
Hell yeah.
But he's gonna be appealing, he said.
Okay. There's... I feel like the things I said before... I haven't read the judge's ruling, though, so maybe it was nothing to do with that. But like I said, I think that the political commentary and everything, this is like where your First Amendment is literally at its strongest point, and you're going to have some insanely powerful arguments to overcome your protected speech there, I think.
Yeah. What's going on with the Frogan suit? I'm pretty sure Frogan just de facto lost.
I read the decision, but appealing seems like a fool's errand. Well, I mean, it seems like if he has money, he just wants to throw it shit, I guess, but... Yeah, it seemed pretty slam dunky. If this one lost, I feel like the Noah Samson one is even more doomed. Just suing people over political speech is just... That's a really, really... You're playing with crazy fire there. Unless you're the president, in which case you can pressure them in other ways.
Problem?
Hold on one sec. Isn't he just ruining his cred by losing these lawsuits? It's not about credit. I don't know if he'll lose any credit. I mean, it just makes him look a little bad, but it's just kind of goofy, I think. Hold on. Almost done.
Holding.
I think the soccer thing might have made Europeans more mad at the US than the tariffs and the Iran war combined. Dude, I read some soccer shit earlier. I thought the guy was trolling. Holy fuck. Some like kid, some 20-year-old dude was officiating a game and got into a fight with the player, and he stabbed the player after the player fought with him. And then the audience
He stabbed the player?
Yeah. And then the audience tackled the kid, murdered him, beheaded him, and drawn and quartered him, like to take all his limbs off, and then put his head on a spike on the field.
Yeah, problem.
I thought that was a meme, and I looked it up, and I was like, what?
Have you thought about not stabbing people?
His name was Otavio Ordaio, I don't know, de Silva Gontaneri, was a 20-year-old Brazilian amateur football referee. He was refereeing an amateur football match in Bio the 12th, Maran Ayo, I don't know how to pronounce these fucking words. He sent off player Josemir de dos Santos Abreu, 31, who refused to leave the field and began a fight with the referee. Abreu threw a punch, which prompted De Silva to draw a knife from his pocket and repeatedly stab Abreu. He died on the way to the hospital. When fans watching the game, including Abreu's friends and family, found out about his death, they invaded the pitch, they stoned De Silva before decapitating him, quartering him, and putting his head on a spike in the pitch.
Oh, I mean, what do you want me to say?
What the fuck? Hold on. Is this Wikipedia article real? Hold on. A graphic video later surfaced online following the incident that shows medical personnel reassembling Otavio's body. Well, like he's fucking RoboCop? Or what was the goal? Or maybe just make sure they have all the pieces? Also, wait, hold on. Am I making this up or can you do this? If you have like if you like lose a thumb and you bring the thumb to the hospital, can they like attach it to your arm?
Stitch it back, yeah.
Or can they attach it to your arm or something to keep it alive for a little bit while they're waiting for the surgery and everything to go through? How do they like know? Like, can you just attach any blood vessel to any blood vessel and blood will just flow? I guess is that not like there's not like a bunch of intricate things to connect? The police chief came and said a one-liner. One crime will never justify another, and then dipped. Yeah, true. Isn't there a like epic Reddit meme of a dude having his penis tied to his arm for a bit? Yeah, I feel like I remember seeing that, but not. If I haven't like Vyvanse researched it, I don't believe it because I'm not sure if I look anything up. Or what? I don't even know what I just said. Oh, because I don't know if I've actually researched it, or if I'm just like repeating an old wives' tale.
I like wives.
Multiple?
The two of wives?
Jesus, fuck. His friends and family cut off his legs and beheaded him, putting his head on a pike in the center of a field. Video was uploaded to Live Leak.
His friends and family did it?
Yeah, bro. I guess when all you have is football. I don't... Okay. Jesus.
Football is life.
Christ. Yeah, it was that kid's life.
That's why I get afraid sometimes for these motherfucking refs.
What
Don't
are
the refs go in like witness protection program?
Do they?
Like their families? I'm pretty. This could have been. I'm repeating a meme, but.
What are the refs like in soccer? I guess are they gods like in baseball, or do they use like instant replay and shit?
They use instant replay and stuff. Baseball's gotten a lot better with it too.
Oh, well, that might be a high school meme then. Never mind.
VAR kind of rules soccer now. It feels like.
What is VAR? Something replay?
Virtual assistant replay or whatever.
Oh. Back when I was in high school, the MLB baseball refs were like fucking gods, and they didn't like to use instant replay. And they would never like, even if you show them on instant replay, like a call was clearly bad, they were just like they didn't care. They were the gods of reality.
Yeah, it's cringe.
Really?
Yep.
We should learn all the things about LeBron and Michael Jordan and then host those debates. I think that'd be good content. Those reels pop up now because I liked one of them And I feel like people get really into that. Seems like a fun
So you-
autistic thing to debate.
What do you want? You want to do like
LeBron,
we both
Jordan
learn?
debates.
What? But do we learn about both of them, or does one of us learn about the other, and then we debate why they're the best?
I don't know. It'd just be a funny topic to have a niche interest in debating, to just be able to pull it out.
Not that niche. Yeah, that's good. I agree.
Well, I mean, niches and like, I don't know fuck
Yeah.
all else about basketball. Searching us out on Reddit appears to have the ALL, Destiny, H3H3, and LSF subreddits removed in one of the autofill top search results. One thing that I kind of don't like about the current memes, lawsuit included and outside, is the deck is like really stacked against us. Holy shit, bro. Like, we're not getting boosted by any fucking foreign bots. I'm not getting my Merkel or Macron or my Soros check anywhere.
Have we thought about trying to make peace with Ethan?
I mean, like, that would be like the best thing, but it's just like I don't know what's going on over there. And also, like, especially because his fan base is like a lot of women, that fan base is really poisoned against me now, because to them to the ones I'm not smashing, I look like a creeper rapist, basically. Yeah.
Sure, but I feel like if you own your fan base, you can kind of probably dissuade those because you're not a creeper rapist.
Maybe, and you can dissuade them. Not maybe I'm a creeper rapist.
Yeah.
It's hard though once you've like put a huge stake in the ground on it. You know. Wait, I've gotten that material before, right? That's not anything. Oh, okay. I do think that, like, I hope we can, like, undo the power scaling or whatever, where it's, like, in online politics, and I guess in real politics now, because now we might see it with Platner, everything now is, like, genocide and child rape. Like, every person is, like, a
Yeah, it's as
rapist,
hard as it could be,
pedophile.
yeah.
It's like the maximum amount of... It would also help too to not be banned on Twitch, because I could also... I hate how like
That would help a lot.
exclusive that platform is. Like the viewers on that platform really don't travel very far. That's why Hasan doesn't
No, they do not.
have much pull elsewhere, but then it also keeps them like very locked into that ecosystem. Fuck, did that count as a dodge? I don't think it did. Every viewer on Twitch uses YouTube regularly now. Like to watch YouTube videos, yes, but not to
Live stream.
yeah, not live streams though. I think live streamers, please blow up. Oh my god. Live stream viewers on Twitch very much like only stay on Twitch, I think. I think most live stream viewers stay on most platforms though.
Kick has probably been the biggest fighter against that because of how they were doing. I feel like their early on contracts of like, all right, you stream on Twitch for X amount of time, and then you announce to everybody like, hey, I'm going over to Kick, blah, blah, blah.
Oh yeah, maybe. If you don't fix auto mod, I'm gonna post your full docs. Wait, what's going on with the automatic kick? Okay, if you want to make a game for PC that was originally on console, I think that's based. I'm just not even. But you should up the field of view, okay? I don't know why they have it locked on console field of view still. It's fucking annoying. Really?
Yep.
It's... Oh my god, that didn't count. I thought FIFA was known as the most corrupt organization in the world. Why do you... is it? Is that true, actually, or is that like an exaggeration?
People a lot of the times were saying it's pretty corrupt around how many or who gets like the next World Cup, etc. Yeah.
When you say who gets the next World Cup, you mean who gets to host it or like who wins?
Correct. Who gets to host it?
Oh.
Yes.
What? You're gonna make me do all the work? Get lost.
Can we not? Does it matter who? Or I guess it's just like the prestige and everything of.
Yeah, I think it's the procedure. I think your team also automatically gets into the World Cup if you host.
Okay. Sport washing shit. What does that mean? Sport washing?
Sport washing is like what they accuse Saudi Arabia of doing, of like, oh, look, like we're in the same sports as you know? We're a good nation. I'm pretty sure there's been scandals with like FIFA's old like president stuff of like actual bribery happening, and it's been proven.
Damn. Wait. Does Israel have a team this year? Do they normally do football?
They do football, but they aren't in.
How did they didn't get in? How many teams go to the World Cup?
32, I think, qualify. 48. I was wrong. Oh, 32 this year. I was right.
How many or how do you even qualify?
I think they have like some whole like qualifiers going on.
Yeah. That count. Okay.
You play eliminations against people that are in the same continent.
Really? No. No, he's gonna eject. No, I swear to God. Fucking. They also gave preferential treatment to North and South America with extra WC places. Africa, for years, only had 2 teams. Really? All of Africa? Yeah, what's the Messi versus Ronaldo debate? Who's the best there?
Messi's better.
Really?
I'm a Portuguese fan. Yeah, it's not even close.
Really?
It's actually, it maybe used to be a debate, but it's not even close anymore.
Huh. Why is that?
He's won way more World Cups. I think he got 3 fucking goals this World Cup already. I'll do a vote. I would say Ronaldo is also a detriment to his team right now, whereas Messi isn't.
Ronaldo is a detriment to his team.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
See, Morbler said no, he's not. That's how you know I'm right.
True. Good one. Kill me.
You're just gonna leave me like
Decent video on the FIFA corruption. Oh, hold on. Careful there, buddy. I don't give a fuck.
Oh, yeah. We hate Johnny Harris. He's a hack journalist.
Whoa! He's definitely a hit or misser, I would say. Why? What'd you watch recently from him?
This is not even recent. This is years ago. I watched some dog shit that he did where I think he was talking about like U.S. bread versus like France, and he was comparing a U.S. supermarket to like a French fucking bakery.
I don't know, about like fake bread or something?
Yeah. The people who act like we don't have any good bread in the United States are just like actual retards.
True. We have bakeries here. They're just...
Yes, we do.
You know what? Let's try this guy first. You know what? Never mind. Okay, dodge. The thing. Nope. Dodge. No!
Hey, put your lazy butt on.
Hutch reacting to you reacting to Ezra Klein. Time for the 4th layer reaction. Oh shit, actually that's some free ass content. You're right, hold on. Please come and kill this fucking robot. Don't let him eject. Actually, fuck it, let him eject. Fuck it.
What are you doing down there? Get off!
Has Destiny given his thoughts on the Dooby post about Wick? Wait, what's the Dooby post about Wick?
Dooby coping for why he thinks Wick, quote unquote, flipped in his mind.
Oh, link it.
He gives like a public versus private. I don't have it, but someone in chat will.
I feel bad for Wick. I feel like because Wick hosts a debate show, so like by virtue of that, he pulls in like a lot of different types of people. It feels like there are just so many people that like lurk around Wick's community that like fucking hate him or like anti-fan like crazy. And like I think at a certain size, obviously, like I can my community outsizes all of the snarker people. But when you're like that size, I feel like it becomes really, really hard to deal with. Or I don't know. That's just like it's pretty gross, like how infested and infectious that the weirdo people are.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. Wick seems like he's doing a good job around it though.
Who is this dental tourist person? I retweet them a lot. I hope they're not like a rapist. I don't know who this is. Dooby's now writing actual multi-paragraph fanfic about Wick TV. Jesus. Wick's public justification. He's been a neutral moderator in the space and has given people with criticism of Destiny a space to confront him or present the arguments against his behavior. Despite being a neutral party, he was targeted by the Snarker cabal in ways large and small for years. They mocked him, smeared him, and eventually doxed him. When he was told about the SnarkLab server by Dan of Destiny, he bent over backwards, gave just Queen and me, etc. The benefit of the doubt when I said it wasn't a doxing server and people weren't being doxed in there. Oh, well, that's a good summary. This is all true. When Dan of Destiny showed him proof his personal info was posted there last year, it was genuinely shocking to him. It shook his trust in people within his community, including me, who he trusted and gone to bat for against Destiny. That trust was further shaken by the fact that I told him it was the PV info that was posted in that server, which Dan and Destiny were able to prove was not true. That's also true, okay. This caused him to reassess the claims made by all parties, but with extra scrutiny directed at the claims of Snarkers because they were caught in a lie. Dan and Destiny have never lied to him. Now that his rose-tinted glasses are off, he's realized the Snarker cabal has been working its tendrils into communities like his for years to exert influence in their quest to destroy Destiny, despite the reasonable fear that he will continue to be targeted, and people who come onto his platform will be targeted for associating with him. He feels he must do the right thing and align himself with Destiny against the toxic influence of the Snarkers. The private justification. Wick wanted to maintain the facade of neutrality for as long as possible because he makes money by bringing people on to hash out drama on his stream. When Destiny gave the get rid of Dooby or I'm gone ultimatum, it shook him because he has so much DGG crossover in his audience and uses Destiny to lure creators on his platform for debates. So one, I never even gave that ultimatum, right? I don't even think I got to talk. I floated an idea related to this on stream, but I never even got there. Right?
Yes, you never got there.
Thank you. Okay,
you
yeah.
floated it.
Yeah, I barely.
And then everybody freaked out.
Well, two people. I wouldn't necessarily say freaked out, but like they came and wanted to chat about it. Yeah. I
would say Connor freaked out. I wouldn't say Wick did. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't think I Yeah, and then Wick, we've gone through this. I guess I don't even go on Wick stream that much. Like I do, and there's definitely audience crossover. But I have audience crossover with everybody because I was the guy who like gave birth to fucking the Twitch political scene. So I mean, that's just going to be a natural like fallout of that, right? Wow, Ghost Punk Mew, thank you for gifting. No, wait, I'm sorry, not you, Ghost Punk. Although you did tier 1 sub, thank you. Shargang, thank you for gifting 5 subs. That being said, he didn't want to appear weak by bending the knee publicly, so he came up with a compromise that put his entire community at risk. He allowed recording of his VCs, which had been a red line for him before. Put his entire community at risk? Okay. Despite the compromise, I mocked him for abandoning his principles for Destiny. again, and this hurt his feelings. This is always like, I'm sure I can think of ways maybe where this doesn't apply, but this is always this has become like a red flag coded criticism to me. When somebody's like, I'm attacking your hypocrisy, or I think you've abandoned your principles, it feels like it always comes from people with no values and no principles themselves. It's always somebody just trying to beat you over the head with your own principles and try to accuse you of being hypocritical, but they have none. I don't know. This reads like this so much. And this hurt his feelings. Why should he maintain neutrality when one side mocks and belittles him and the other does not? So when it was revealed that Rita posted his doc's info of his in the Snark server and the Snark Club server last year, this was an easy jumping off point out of his neutral stance, since aligning himself publicly with Destiny and openly declaring himself biased in Destiny's favor. He's been even more closely connected to DGG and Destiny. Has he been? He's made more money, had more exposure to DGG, who have replaced the people who left his server over all this. So he's ahead and is more likely to hold onto and grow his platform more quickly than he was previously. Okay. Yeah, maybe more people are watching. Well. Destiny, there's a non-zero chance the Doobster is in direct contact or has been in direct contact with Solo. I don't know about Dooby, but some of them definitely, yes. That is 100% true. Good memes. Holy fuck. Wait, somebody linked this earlier. Have you seen the New York Times subreddit?
No. What is it doing?
Is it just all anti-Israel shit now?
Oh, Jesus.
I am confused about Israel.
It's all Israel, man.
Holy shit. Based. All right. Well, Israeli military analyst on Israel's social psychosis. Good job. Good job, comrade. Good subreddit takeover.
Seems like it's one poster, no? One or two?
Is it? Oh, I didn't even...
You'd have to go back. I didn't see. It was the...
This intelligent net guy is posting
the
a lot.
intelligent guy.
But there are
Wishbone was
others.
posting a bit.
I wonder if he's a mod here. Nope, just he's 3, 2, 1 maybe? Single mod? And then the other two things are bots maybe? Damn. Mitch McConnell remaining technically alive for an extra 3 weeks because of a manipulative procedural maneuver is exactly how he would have wanted to go out. God damn. Have you heard anything about this Brian Johnson guy? The guy who wants to live forever?
Oh, I haven't heard anything about him, but I've seen his stupid fucking TikToks. He annoys the shit out of me.
Damn. Why does he annoy the shit out of you?
I don't know, he's just fucking annoying. Yeah, his TikToks are always about fucking living and not dying, and then he's on some new fucking supplement.
Wow.
Or he's talking about his wife's fucking pussy biome.
And his kid's boners? Okay, you're a hater. Got it.
Yeah, I'm a hater.
Subjects approaching test site. Test will begin momentarily.
Of all the San Fran tech bro freaks, he seems the least harmful. Yeah, I feel like some people I feel like are litmus tests for I don't know what. Some people have very annoying personalities, but I feel like people get unhinged. I feel like Ayla is close to this, or is this, where like I definitely understand why some people get annoyed, like with this Brian guy. I definitely get it, but some people get like insanely fucking unhinged. Holy shit!
What do you mean, like unhinged? Like what are they doing?
Like the amount of like hate.
Are they just like snarking him?
Well, I don't know. They're just like preying on this dude's downfall like continuously.
He's fine. He just gives me like, oh, he's annoying, but he just gives me like guy who's trying to sell me something, which I think he is.
Yeah, he's trying to sell you on how to be immortal, bruh. But I guess you don't want to live. You just want to die. So.
Let me die, man.
But I saw a bunch of Reddit posts today. People were freaking out. Where I guess they're like, he's got an incurable disease, incurable, blah 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 blah. And it's just like it's not like random autoimmune disease. I don't even know if it's serious, but like, I'm pretty sure am I wrong? Aren't all autoimmune diseases uncurable? Have we cured any of them? Kyla said she would let Trump babysit her kids. I mean, I don't think Trump would rape your kids, right? If that's what that's supposed to be testing.
Really?
Well, unless your kid was like a hot 18-year-old. But even at that, I don't even know if he could get up.
I don't even know if we can get it up. Yeah.
I mean like stand up. But yeah, there's that too.
Oh. Trump loves Bubba.
Selection confirmed. Initiating ordnance deployment procedure.
Oh wait, can this thing go to different places? No. It's not gonna go. Oh! Wait, was I missing shit here before?
Approaching test site.
Doge is officially shut down.
Really? Wait, is that true?
That's what the Fox News tweet says, yeah. Be right back.
Fuck yeah.
Hi, Voosh. Oh, hello, my kitty.
Snark mob chat message.
What is this Denims video? Don't care. Okay.
JD Vance just said in an interview that he thinks you are going to be the leading Democratic candidate for president in 2028. What's your response to that?
I mean, you know, I hope he is. That's what I'll say.
He's the Republican nominee?
Yeah.
JD Vance just said in an
I mean, if she runs in 28, I would support her over Vance, but like,
damn, they really hate her now, huh? They really hate AOC, huh? Jeez.
I've explained my worldview. I've explained why I believe what I believe and what I think's going to happen in the future. At this point, it kind of seems like the ship's going down no matter what, and we're rearranging chairs on the deck of the Titanic, and it's really just a matter of like who takes the blame for the fall. I don't really know. Maybe by 2028 it's going to be like a moot point anyway. Like the chips will already have fallen to the point where if AOC does win, she won't get blamed. I don't know. She's too compromised. Yeah, but it's not like there's a better alternative, right? If I say that I'm not willing to vote for AOC over JD Vance, what I'm essentially saying is that I'm just going to vote for JD Vance in 2028. I do want there to be conditions where I think, where I believe enough in the Democratic Party that I think that they could make a positive change. But, I don't know. I have to keep my choices open, I suppose. AOC is still several degrees better than Vance, though. AOC is, to be clear, obviously better than JD Vance.
Thanks.
In every possible way. By a large margin. It's not a question of whether or not she's better than him. It's a question of what is going to happen no matter what, and who takes the blame and how they respond to it. That being said, I think that AOC, as bad as she's been in some respects, would still have the political wherewithal to properly assign blame if everything fell apart.
That's a moth thing, I think, huh?
I would probably support AOC over Vance.
Probably?
So don't vote her to protect her. Not to protect her, but to protect the hearts, the fragile, tender, maiden's hearts of the Democratic Party. Not to protect her. I don't give a fuck about her. To protect the maiden heart of the Democratic Party. Is her kowtowing to Jeffries not also an ill omen? Buddy, it's ill omens in every fucking direction these days, okay? Not even a question if you want to protect women's autonomy, man. I don't know what you're talking about. Roe v. Wade got revoked during Biden's term. I don't know what you mean. You mean
Biden's
like
fault,
for
by the way.
future Supreme Court replacements? Speak in specifics. I can address your concerns. I have said multiple times that I do not think any president is going to be able to stop what's coming. I think it's really just a matter of how the voting base assigns blame and how disenfranchised and apathetic it leaves them feeling. And for me, a worst case scenario, like a truly worst case scenario, would be somebody like Gavin Newsom or Kamala Harris winning, everything falling apart, and the Democratic constituency responding to that collapse by going, I guess it really doesn't matter who wins. I'm worried about apathy in the long run. That's why I'm so bullish about stuff like the DSA victories and getting out people like Deget, you know? I want the Democratic voting base to be very active, very militant, because I think that'll be necessary not only to beat the Republicans, but to unify around the kinds of popular causes that will be necessary to pull us back from the brink of destruction. Or if necessary, rebuild after the destruction. Does that make sense? It's not really about AOC in particular, it's more about, like, how things are going to play out in the long run. But yeah, it's not a question of, like, who would be the better leader. You know, of course AOC would be better than J.D. Vance. Gavin Newsom and Kamala Harris would be better than J.D. Vance. I just worry about what might happen if they win. I want to avoid a Biden 2.0, basically, where a Democrat wins against an increasingly insurgent fascist Republican Party and then does nothing. And then over the course of 4 years, we just watch the Democrats fumble constantly while Republicans gain more and more cultural power, and then you end up getting like a Trump 3.0 situation. That's what I want to avoid. I want to avoid a repeat of what happened with Biden. And by the way, what happened with Biden was exactly what me and other left-leaning people said was going to happen. That Biden was not able to meet the moment, that he would be weak, and that in his weakness, the Republican Party would regrow and flourish, and that afterwards he, or in this case Kamala Harris, because he dropped out, would be beaten by an even more powerful, more far-right Republican Party.
Okay, I'm good. Have you looked at the Bulwark's Reddit community and their YouTube video comment sections? They're all leftists because Tim Miller refuses to criticize leftists. Well, also because leftists are just more active online. Again, like, how many lib left communities are there besides mine and Ethan Klein's? Are there any?
And then it was Richard Spencer.
Hutch. That's one.
Now it's Nick Fuentes. This is a stock character in American discourse, and I just refuse to take the bait.
I don't think David Duke is a marginal figure. I mean, I will say
You don't
this.
think David Duke is a
David Duke? Really? Huh? Wait, what? How is David Duke not marginal? When does he ever come up? Like, he came up recently because a journalist reached out to him and asked him what he thought about Darialisa Abila Chevalier. I don't know how to. I still don't know how to say that name. He asked David Duke about her 2020 tweet where she basically was doing some like anti-interracial relationship stuff, and David Duke was like, "I love it, I love it. Every race has the right to want to preserve their race." Or I don't know.
Here's what I mean.
Chevalier. I think it's Chevalier. DAC is easier. It's easier.
I think John Gans, who's he's a great Substack and is a sort of interesting history.
That's a bizarre thing for Ezra Klein to say, that David Duke is not marginal. Like, I think he's dating himself. I think David Duke used to be maybe more influential at some point, but I don't think so. I think he's kind of always been pretty marginal.
Of American politics. He's got this book about the 90s called When the Clock Broke, I believe. And I've had him on to talk about the book. And the argument he would make about David Duke, about a bunch of figures who rose in that period, Patrick Buchanan, Samuel Francis, is that if you look at what they were figuring out about politics, I mean, David Duke, by the way, we should note, ran for office. He did not come that far from winning for Louisiana governor. In the 90s.
Sure. Who cares?
You know, there was a
Yeah, he's dating himself, for sure.
Bro, the 90s? Motherfuckers were popping their AOL CDs into their fucking DVD drive.
The Duke Chevalier story is strange because it got pushed mostly by conservative outlets as a wedge, of course. The Duke Chevalier?
No!
What?
Don't do it!
What story is this? Chevalier Duke. I don't even know what is this? Oh, sorry, David Duke. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry.
No.
I'm slow.
I'm sorry. It would have been CD drives. There weren't even DVDs yet. To get on the fucking internet. What do you... Bro, politics is... Why are we talking about this right now? Holy shit!
Of politics that they got kind of quite good at figuring out, and Gans's view, and I agree with this view, is that much of what the populist right is today is built on that, often quite explicitly with Samuel Francis and others. Okay, make your case.
Absolutely not. I mean, look, for those of us who are... Look, I'm in the institutional right. I know the people, I know the personalities, I know the organizations. That figure is a pain in the ass. Nobody wants it, nobody likes it, nobody believes in it. And in fact, that figure, as we found out recently with the revelations about the Southern Poverty Law Center, is not only a useful tool for institutions on the left, but in many cases,
I don't know if I can listen to this again, actually.
What were the allegations? Like, I think the Southern Poverty Law Center
funds everything. Every
what it was?
extremist
The
right
SPLC?
movement. All the right movements are funded by the libs. Every single one, by the way. All of them.
They had paid people to
All of
like
them.
infiltrate
Paid all of
white
them.
supremacist groups. And I think Trump's DOJ is accusing them of like funding white supremacists or something like that.
secretly funded by the kind of left-wing civil rights outfit known as the SPLC.
Which we were talking about David Duke?
Not David Duke in particular, who knows, but I'm saying that...
You're saying David Duke is maybe a left-wing plant?
Yes.
I think
100%.
I think that's
Why are you laughing, you fucking retard? He's so fucking...
Oh, dear. Hang on.
Revelations about the Southern Poverty Law Center is not only a useful tool for institutions on the left, but in many cases was actually secretly funded by the kind of left-wing civil rights outfit known as the SPLC.
Which we were talking about David Duke?
Not David Duke in particular, who knows, but I'm saying that...
You're saying David Duke is maybe a left-wing plant?
Yes.
I think that's
100%.
Oh my God. Well, he's just lying there. There's no way he believes that. There's no way he
Did Hutch
actually
not
believes that.
Hutch not follow the indictments? I know he read them, or maybe he doesn't understand the strategy behind them. This was the point of those indictments, guys. The point of those indictments was to be able to say, because look at the Republican playbook has been trying to say that none of the right-wing stuff was actually real, and if it was real, it's just because Antifa funded it. They did it with January 6th. They did it with the Whitmer plot. They said, oh, that was all just the FBI. That wasn't even real Republicans trying to do it. They've done it with every single assassination attempt. Tyler Robinson got radicalized by GIGA games and online femboys. They like with every, and then with the SPLC. It is, oh, look, well, even the Charlottesville people and everybody were all paid for by libs. That's what the whole point of all of it.
He's just lying.
Why are you laughing? You fucking retard. He's so fucking...
I appreciate his scorn right here. I think that's the appropriate response.
Stupid. That's the entire point of the SPLC indictment. You fucking weren't even alluded to. I'm sorry. That was the entire point of the SPLC indictment. That was the entire thing that he was referencing earlier. When he said earlier, he literally said these movements would have been too weak to exist if not for the massive funding coming from the SPLC, which ironically enough was a right-wing obscure talking point that was then made politics and mainstream by the Department of Justice, by Trump's...
Ezra should not have these conversations if you can't challenge those people on their bullshit. I 1000% agree.
Department of Justice. Another example of connecting a fucking meme that, oh, everybody's in it.
It's... I still maintain it is well-intentioned, but it's extremely irresponsible.
And people plan everybody's blah, blah, blah into a fucking political reality, which is, oh, here we've got some bullshit indictments for the SPLC, so every fucking loser can use the talking point that all of the Nazis that we just avowed in the past said weren't even real. Now we're going to acknowledge they were real, but they were funded by the left. This is how is Ezra surprised by that statement? Wait, what? You think that they were majority funded? What? How can that be a surprise to you? What do you think the point of those indictments were? Does Ezra Klein legitimately think that the only way those organizations could exist was with SPLC funding? Is that what he thinks?
Who knows? But I'm saying that
David Duke is maybe a left-wing plant?
Yes.
I think that's
100%.
ridiculous.
I'm not saying that in the sense of totally wholly created.
Well, okay, all right. He got there. Hang on. We have to be fair. He got there. He unpaused and he called it ridiculous. That's the appropriate reaction.
But certainly used by, right? The whole idea was...
It's not the fact that he called it ridiculous. It's the fact that he wasn't aware that that's what the conservative playbook has been for a while, that they've been trying to relabel every single thing as left-wing funded and everything, yeah. Oh, I need to download. Today we will download the Polymarket app once I beat this game. I should be able to walk you guys through. How do you get... Because you can't put money on it from the desktop thing if you're American. Not that they're... I think you have to do like from Coinbase or something. I need to bet on this stuff. Bro, do you think Platner's going? No, this must be like a low volume market or something.
I would bet that he...
This shit spiked like crazy, but it could just be people being emotional. Oh, shit. Bring up... hold on. Oh, God, I'm so close. I'm going to come. Please bring up the fact that... wasn't Hillary and Bill like in a picture with fucking David Duke like 50 years ago or something? Wasn't this a talking point at one point? I forget all the older KKK talking.
I don't think it was David Duke, right? I think what he might be talking about is there was a former Grand Wizard of the KKK.
Oh, I just assumed that was David Duke. He doesn't bring it up.
Don't tell me.
So.
Fuck. Bird. Something Bird.
The passer?
Shit. What's his first name? Not Big Bird. Although he is a pretty notorious white supremacist. Is it Robert Bird? That sounds right. Larry Bird? No. Shit. I think it was Robert Bird. Hang on.
Say Larry Bird? Wait, that
Robert
is the basketball player, right? Am I crazy?
Yes. Yes. And it's spelled B-Y-R-D. I think he was a former Grand Wizard of the KKK.
Okay, real talk, Moot.
He first entered the political arena by organizing and leading a local chapter of the Ku Klux Klan.
Why does the KKK have like sick as fuck, like outfits and names for things like the grand, like all their rankings, like the Grand Wizard? That's kind of sick, no?
His last remaining,
it is.
I think
they
2
got
or
good
3
branding.
decades, being a pretty tireless champion of civil rights. And when he died, the NAACP helped.
I joined. I'm not a
eulogize
racist.
Robert
I just
Byrd.
want to be the Grand
So, like,
Wizard.
that's how much he reformed. He spoke about his time with the KKK. I think with like great shame and regret. But then conservatives on social media, they were in 2016 when Hillary was running, they kept on accusing her of like being friends with like a KKK person. Like that's how they watered down that story. They left out some like obviously really crucial context. Like yes, he was former KKK, but then he spent the rest of his life after leaving the KKK like fighting for civil rights. I think maybe that's what he's talking about.
Points for the conservatives. I feel like this was a thing or something, or he attended.
David Duke, I don't think had any connection to the Clintons.
Was this kind of smear effect where the media would go out and say this bad person, supports your campaign, and then you have to disavow and go through this whole kind of routine.
But the point I'm kind of interested in here is, I mean, my view, and I think this is a fairly wide held view, is my worry is that the institutional right is getting steamrolled. Like,
By whom?
Yeah. In many cases, in order to survive, it is dramatically changing what it is, like the Heritage Foundation.
Sure.
In other cases, by Donald Trump.
The institutional right has completely collapsed and surrendered to like the populist right. Like that transformation has been complete for a while now. Who is even left that we can claim represents kind of the old guard of the Republican Party? You have like Susan Collins, who votes with Trump like 96% of the time or something like that. Everybody else has been pushed out of the party, like slowly over time. Each new cycle, like more and more, the old guard drops like flies. You had people.
Bro, there's no way these are real fucking posts. I don't trust anything related to the Middle East, okay? Because people just be making names up and countries up and shit, and Americans don't know. I just got off the phone with a former Iraqi Sawa commander who served with the Desert Brigade from its founding in 2005 until 2010. During that time, he frequently operated alongside Kilo Company from Platner. Platner frequently operated alongside Kilo Company, 3rd Battalion, 8th Marines, and Ramadi, the capital of Al-Anbar province in western Iraq. He shared some disturbing details about a Marine named Grand Platner. According to the commander, there was a recurring pattern involving their interpreter who would arrange visits to a local woman running a prostitution house. She had several underage daughters. Platner and a couple of other Marines would go to the house, often setting up an observation point with their Iraqi counterparts. The story took a darker turn when he described how it started. During what was supposed to be a routine raid on the home, they discovered it wasn't a terrorist hideout. It was a brothel operated by a single mother who had lost her husband. After that first encounter, the visits became regular. 2 or 3 Marines, including the interpreter, would disappear inside the house for an hour, sometimes up to an hour and a half. The Iraqi Sawa fighters were always positioned outside, securing the area between the roof and the front gate. They were never allowed inside. The commander was emphatic. He said he was 110% certain that Grand Platner and 1 or 2 others were paying for sex with both the mother and her other underage daughters. No shot.
I don't think so.
What?
No way the oyster farmer would do that.
Oh man, no way.
Like Jeff Flake. You had people like Mitt Romney. You had people like Ben Sass, who, I disagree. Liz Cheney. Like, there's dozens of Paul Ryan. He wasn't voted out. He decided to get the fuck out of there. Which that should tell you something, guys. Paul Ryan was widely regarded as the future of the Republican Party.
Yep.
The conventional wisdom was that he was obviously going to run for president at some point. He retired after 2 years.
Yep,
Donald Trump.
that was crazy. Nobody even remembers Paul Ryan anymore. But that guy was like he was the shining star of the Republican Party. He's gone.
At the time, he was the youngest Speaker of the House. Am I wrong about that? And he decided to retire from politics. He saw where that fucking story was going. He's still a Republican shithead who serves on the board of Fox News, I think, for example. So he hasn't like renounced his conservatism. But yeah, it's been like 3 or 4 dozen, maybe more, of the old guard of Republicans have just dropped like flies over the last like 4 to 5 election cycles. And now the party has been completely subsumed by the lunatic right-wing populists.
Trump was not the candidate of the institute.
Sure.
Yeah. In many cases, in order to survive, it is dramatically changing what it is, like the Heritage Foundation. Sure. In other cases, by Donald Trump. Donald Trump was not the candidate of the institute.
Sure. Notice how the only thing that guy agreed with there is is the Heritage Foundation. Why? Because it's a little bit too like mainstreamish Republican. I don't know if the Heritage Foundation is fully bought into like the Jews control everything. Like that was the only that's the thing that you're gonna agree is like, oh yeah, they're maybe a little bit too captured. The Heritage Foundation, really?
Wait, didn't the Heritage Foundation initially? Didn't the president of the Heritage was it the Heritage Foundation? Didn't the president of the Heritage Foundation initially like stick up for Nick Fuentes, and then got a bunch of pushback? Wait, hang on.
What does he mean by stick up for Nick Fuentes, though?
Was
that
it that
depends.
he initially spoke out against Nick Fuentes, but then, like, the young staffers at Heritage Foundation, like, revolted? What was the story about that? Did you see the Platner stuff? I did, but... Wait, is there new stuff? Did the stuff come out?
Not yet.
There's a lot of chatter about Platner. Has a story actually come out?
Institutional right. If the institutional right had its way, Jeb Bush would have been the nominee. I mean,
Ryan Getty,
does
ladies and
Hutch
gentlemen.
know?
What's up, buddy?
the idea that the institutional right has been racking up victory.
What do you mean, know what?
I mean, the Republicans all speaker after speaker after speaker till they got one who was more
What the
properly
Grand
compliant.
Platner things is?
No, nobody knows. We're all waiting to find out.
Oh, well, Hutch was making it. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading into it. It sounded like he knew. He was like, "Did the story come out yet?"
Well, no, because I think
wait.
everybody's hearing the chatter. Nobody knows the what the story is yet, though. Yeah.
Institutional right is not a strong win record. And again, part of my argument.
No, they're getting fucking destroyed. They're getting dominated. Like the Democratic, like the institutional Democrats are getting gut checked right now, but they're nowhere close to like the institutional Republicans of say like 2016 or 2018. They've just completely taken over that party.
I think this is.
Hajat Ali retweeted this. He's just sick. I don't know what the fuck this guy is. Platner isn't feeling well. He wasn't at the July 4th event either, but his campaign was there. Who is this person? Do they work for the campaign? How the fuck would they know?
Has not had a strong winning record, bro. They were entirely supplanted in 2016. I'm sorry, where have you been, Ezra? The entire institutional lawmaker, every part of the right has been supplanted for a decade. Are you not in politics? Am I crazy right now? Where the fuck are these people at? What have they been watching or doing?
Because it keeps thinking it can maybe control these forces and it can't. You asked me earlier to sort of be more specific on the story, so I want to talk about the story you did.
Heritage president stuck up for Carlson interviewing Fuentes, then they got pushed back, then sort of walked it back. My understanding was that there were a lot of young staffers in Heritage that were pissed that he walked it back. So there was like an internal revolt because there was a lot of like internal Goiper support within Heritage Foundation is my recollection of the events.
In November, you read a piece with the title.
Someone TLDR what the Platner news is. There's just a lot of chatter.
Whatever it is,
like
people are saying it's bad.
That, preceded the New York Times story that dropped a few weeks ago. There's a lot of chatter right now about another story that's coming out about Platner. That's really, really bad. And I don't know. People are hyping it up that it's worse than the New York Times story.
Uh-oh.
I would caution against just like taking that at face value because there was a lot of hype around the last story as well.
Yeah, but that was the Lib. That was the Lib story. Now we got the real attack dogs out.
So for now, there's just a lot of chatter. There's just a lot of chatter.
The largest funder of ALL is the Minnesota taxpayer. Tell me what this was about. Sure. So this was a feature investigation.
How bad would you rate it?
If the raping Iraqi kids is true, I think that'd be pretty bad. That's probably, I would say that's probably campaign ending at least. Yeah.
Okay, but are they white kids?
I don't know if that actually, don't know if that's going to matter here. Can I really not? Oh.
We did in Minnesota, looking into organized Somali fraud. And so we spent a number of months on this piece. Minnesota, documents, we interviewed law enforcement on the record, background, and then our story, and this had been kind of bubbling up in local press and bits and pieces, was that in fact, Somali fraudsters were exploiting Minnesota and federal welfare programs, autism programs, daycare programs, Medicaid programs, and looting.
Can we also talk about the fact that Donald Trump has pardoned how many, like, actual convicted fraudsters?
Oh, so Blue, no matter who was alive.
It's kind of astonishing. I'm pretty sure he's pardoned dozens of people convicted of fraud, like actually pardoned them, which meant that they didn't have to like pay back the money that they stole from people.
The restitution.
Billions of dollars from American taxpayers. And this is a story that really blew open the Somali fraud story on the national stage. And then since then,
well, it was a huge amount of money. Well, I thought it was $250 million for the big case for the Feeding Our Future, whatever. Is there something else released about this? Or might have been that I missed it. I don't even know what I'm
and as sometimes happens when you report on an explosive story, it kind of ricocheted into an entire movement, really looking at large-scale fraud in American public institutions.
We pardoned a few last week. I feel like there's been like literally dozens of stories of like, you know, the wife of some guy who was convicted of, you know, literal billions of dollars of fraud, attended a, you know, like private donor dinner that's like $100,000 a ticket and donated like $2 million to Trump's whatever fund. And then the next week their husband gets like a full pardon. President Donald Trump pardoned 11 people on Friday, including 9 people. You know what's
if this happened to a Republican, the Republicans would all be out there coming up with like ways to defend him.
True, but I'm remembering Platner's response now to the fucking tattoo thing. I can just imagine him being like, "These allegations are false. I did have sex with a woman, but she was of age. I know she was of age. I know she was." He holds that line for like 2 weeks, and then the pictures come out, and it's like a fucking 7-year-old. Good luck, Platner.
Hitting a federal air pollution law.
Republicans would be on Fox News being like, wait, it's different there. You guys don't understand. That's
What's
their
the
culture.
age of consent in Afghanistan or Iraq?
Was there one about fraud? Trump granted clemency to Adam Kidden, a former business partner of disgraced lobbyist Jack Abramoff.
Oh, so Chris Kyle can kill children, but we can't fuck them, really?
Pleaded guilty to fraud and conspiracy charges and was sentenced to nearly 6 years in prison. That same year, Abramoff went to prison after pleading guilty to tax evasion, conspiracy to bribe public officials, and mail fraud.
So
there's like literal dozens of fraudsters that he's pardoned.
I just thought she was really short.
Really? Large-scale fraud. It ricocheted into large-scale fraud for the American public institutions. That's it? That's where we're going to just that? For all of them? It wasn't hyper-focused on one particular thing or one particular type of people? Or
a couple pieces of it. So as you know, the fraud had been reported elsewhere at the Start Tribune. It had been in national news. Yeah, there were bits and pieces. There were prosecutions, right, which is where a lot of the information came from. Again, in 2022 under the Biden administration. The big sort of move you made in this was to say, this is financing foreign terrorism. What was that argument?
Sure. I mean, the argument is pretty simple, and the mechanics of it are this. So we have billions of dollars being stolen by Somali fraudsters in Minnesota. We then have huge amounts of money being transported out of Minneapolis Airport, Seattle Airport, in cash, in actual physical currency, in suitcases that goes to Mogadishu, and then when in Mogadishu, it is distributed to various parts of the country through what's called the HaSLOP network. HaSLOP network is the name for kind of informal, cash-based, clan-based financial institutions. They don't have a strong formal banking system in Somalia. It's a rough part of the world, and so they have these couriers that move money in cash, and all kinds of think tanks, military, U.S. government, Department of Justice.
I don't know anything about this story, so I haven't done any research. Do you think Ezra Klein knows anything about this story, and he's done some level of research, or?
Probably not.
Democrats
oh no.
Have essentially made the case that al-Shabaab is taking a cut of Hawala financing. And so when we talked with federal law enforcement agents and investigators who have been working on this case, they told us that the flow of funds was this: from the taxpayer out of the airport in suitcases to the Hawala networks in Somalia, and therefore to the al-Shabaab terror networks taking their cut. Essentially, like we have Visa that takes like 3% of your credit card transactions. In parts of Somalia, al-Shabaab takes a cut. Not exactly sure how much that is, and federal investigators say, hey, once it exits the country into the Hawala system, you can't claw that money back. There are no written receipts or banking transactions. But the scale.
I've got Claude on the case. We'll get a fact check here in just a second.
Of that money that was remittances from fraud was so enormous that over time we're talking about huge sums of money.
So I want to take a beat on whether or not this turned out to be true. So the key named source in your story was a retired terrorism investigator named Glenn Kearns. He later came out, claimed that he was misquoted. He said later the story was bullshit.
Oh, so we're going to finally get into the weeds on one particular story, and holy fuck, thank God, Ezra Klein may be fucking prepared for this one section. Well, while letting him fucking mentally destroy us for the past hour and a half. Finally, maybe. Okay.
And that he did no on-the-ground investigating in Minnesota. The two top prosecutors of the fraud in Minnesota said the perpetrators were motivated by greed. There's no evidence of terrorist financing. Do you still stand by that?
Of course I do, yeah. And a couple things. So the Glenn Kearns detective is very odd. We have him.
One of the, some guy said this in my case.
He's like, yeah, of course I do.
That's right, actually. And it's true. One of the ways, I've said this a lot, that you can tell, I call this that table thing, that you can always tell somebody's full of shit, is when they have a belief, that belief is based on some pieces of evidence, and then you go through the evidence, and every time you take away some piece of evidence, the belief actually gets stronger.
True.
Like,
that's wild, dog.
What the
this guy
that
is
shows
so
you
smart.
that the belief was never founded on evidence in the first place. Oh, I call this the floating table, right? How much weight can this table hold? 100 pounds. Well, I kicked one leg out. How much can it hold now? Now it can hold 150. Okay, I kicked the second one. It's almost ready.
Bruh, you're losing.
Okay, it has no legs now. Is it on the ground? No, my table can hold 10,000 pounds floating it.
Verdict unproven. The underlying fraud is real and largely accurate as described, but the specific claim that stolen money was funneled to al-Shabaab rests on anonymous sourcing and has not been substantiated by any public evidence, court filing, or prosecutor. As of now, federal investigators say that there's no evidence for it, and the overseas money that has actually been traced mostly went to Kenya, not Somalia.
Yeah, like,
it's fucking retarded.
And on the record, we have a transcript of his interview. I'm not sure what happened. My suspicion is that when this story blew up into a huge national story, he got spooked or scared, but the paper in Minneapolis tried to go through our piece.
No, I don't use like Fable 5. I think would be massively overkill.
Fable 5. He's got the secret.
Opus 4.8 and put the effort on max.
And with a kind of criticism, couldn't lay a glove on it. Didn't debunk or even really contradict any of our points. You had one source who knows, don't know his personal circumstances, but
he was the only named source.
I don't think he was the only named source in the piece.
He was the only named source making this terrorism argument.
Well, incorrect. So we had multiple high-level federal officials who confirmed to us the flow of funds. We substantiated it with contextual reporting from Foundation for...
Confirmed the flow of funds? As in, once funds were in another country, they could go anywhere? I don't understand, like, the argument that, like, I fund terrorism in every country on the planet if we're going to make that argument. Because when I buy something, if I donate $20 to Melina's stream, I send her $20, and she goes and she spends that money on Swedish extremist terrorists. Am I funding terrorism? Like, what is that argument? The connection is so loose. You need an intentionality at the start to say that it's funding terrorism. Otherwise, the argument is bullshit.
Apparently, there's no evidence that this money was funneled to Somalia or Somalia just generally, let alone al-Shabaab.
Or you need a significant percentage of the funds to be hijacked. Not just like the flow of funds. Anytime somebody says some shit like the flow of funds, the flow of, what do you mean? What percentage of the fund? Do people know about this at all points in the transaction? How much are we talking?
Just defensive democracies, from the,
United
States Military Academy, from the Department of Justice. We were saying simply, logically, if we know from a variety of sources that Al-Shabaab is skimming off the Hawala network, and we know from a variety of sources that money is moving through that network from fraud.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ, you guys.
He's so disgusting.
Hutch?
We've kind
He's
of
gonna come in here, bro.
What?
I feel like we've kind of
you can't say that about him.
We've gotten used to a lot of the Trump stuff. Like I see this and I almost like feel nothing. If I would have seen this in 2016, I would have been like viscerally furious. But now I see stuff like this. I was like, yeah, that seems about normal for him. It's just unbridled racism.
Yeah. Or,
you know, lesser talked about.
I'll show you unbridled
these days.
racism.
It's just how Republican politics has devolved into just unbridled, explicit racism.
Fraud committed in the United States. It's a logical syllogism, right? A, B.
But Hutch, you don't understand. They're so good at fraud that we can't even find the evidence. True, I didn't even think of that.
A logical syllogism. What a fucking joke. Are you oh my God.
It's okay.
And so we know that this to be true. And I think that idea that
it's okay to not be okay, you know?
They weren't motivated by terrorism is not something we alleged and is essentially irrelevant. The facts as they...
How's she doing these days? I wonder how she's doing. What's that rep up to these days? Did you see the repost about the Muslim kindergarten students that he did this morning? No, Jesus Christ.
Jesus.
Do I even want to know? I can hear Asman in my head laughing and saying it's a base tweet. True.
Played out. Where that...
Do you see what he just said? It wasn't motivated by terrorism. They didn't. So it's exactly what I just said. It's exactly what I just said. Money is going to some country. Once that money's in that country, it's impossible to say where exactly it goes. And there are bad elements in that country that can skim money off the top of any money in that country. Therefore, anything happening in the United States is funding terrorism. Like, it's...
something we alleged and is essentially irrelevant. The facts as they played out were that through that network from fraud committed in the United States. It's a logical...
I think the overarching issue here is that Ezra, motivated by who knows what, I get the sense that Ezra Klein is motivated by some kind of effort to like embody a sort of ethics or like moral system. Like I think he's trying to set a good example.
Cringe.
But I don't think he fully appreciates the fact that people like Christopher Rufo regard Ezra Klein with just utter contempt. Like I hate saying this about Ezra Klein because I generally like Ezra Klein, but I think Ezra Klein is kind of a useful idiot for the right. I don't get quite as animated as Destiny does during these reactions, but I understand the frustration. Which, you know, what is
Dear Leader
particularly
animated?
frustrating about Ezra Klein is that he does
should know better.
have some, I would say, like very valuable commentary when it comes to like policy discussions.
No!
Nice dodge.
I'm a regular listener of his podcast. He very frequently brings people on the podcast to educate me on stuff that I knew nothing about. He brought on an accountant like 3 or 4 weeks ago. And that accountant explained all these various tax loopholes that occur from like super wealthy people. That was a very useful episode to listen to. I got a lot of value out of that episode, but it just seems like every time he has these conversations with these right-wing actors,
he's getting taken for a ride. He's getting taken for a ride. Say it, Hutch.
Really painfully naive, or he's either painfully naive about like the true nature of these right-wing actors, or he's naive in the sense that maybe he thinks that he can like, I don't know, maybe he thinks that he can repair some of the damage. Like maybe he thinks he can save them by being reasonable and treating them with respect and making all these efforts to treat them as a peer, as like an equal. But in doing so, I think he puts himself in the back foot without really fully understanding it. One way or the other, I think he's naive. You know, he's doing it for views. I don't like. To me,
I don't think so. I think he's ideological
grifter vibes.
Yeah, I don't think so.
From Ezra Klein. I'm a bit biased in favor of liberals, so you know maybe I'm compromised, but I don't think he's a grifter. I do think he's really naive. I don't think he understands the war that people like Christopher Rufo are fighting. Like, it's very similar to Hasan, you know, like the way that Hasan operates. I think Hasan thinks that it is ethical and virtuous to lie in service of your larger, you know, like political project. When he talks about doing like propaganda, it's a lot like JD Vance.
You're owning it, dude.
Quote from JD Vance: If I have to create a story to get the media to pay attention to this thing, I'll do it. I think Hasan works the same way. I think Christopher Rufo works the same way. I think Christopher Rufo probably knows that he's like is probably lying. It's not just like,
yeah, he does.
He convinced himself that there was actual fraud going on and they were sending it to al-Shabaab in Somalia. I think he's just lying about that.
Correct.
And I guess this kind of goes back to the debate that we've had on Lib and Learn or the debate that I had with Pisco like a month ago, where I was asking Pisco, like, if somebody demonstrates themselves to be dishonest or bad faith, then what is the value of continuing a conversation with somebody like that, assuming good faith for the rest of their answers? Why would you not just assume that they're lying all the time?
True.
From that point on. And doesn't, I don't know. I wouldn't treat someone like Christopher Rufo as a peer if I was Ezra Klein. Ezra Klein is very, very clearly a thoughtful, intelligent person. Is very, I think, clearly
not as thoughtful as
motivated
intelligent
by
as your
a
leader.
desire to get
Good
at
one,
the
Moot.
truth
Good
of
one,
things.
no.
And when he has conversations with people that
Don't
are
be
just
mad
like
'cause you're
dropping
losing.
thermonuclear
I'm not
bombs
moving.
on the
Or
truth,
losing.
in the way that this guy has, in particular, this guy's been very aggressive in that respect during the Trump era.
No.
It just kind of undercuts your credibility a little bit, I think. Bro, do you seriously not think Hasan is grifting? I didn't say that about Hasan. I said that about, maybe that was confusing. I was saying Ezra Klein, I don't think is a grifter. Okay, tonight's Live and Learn, guys, is gonna be early.
Oh, come on, bro.
Are you fucking serious,
Pisco
bro? Part-timers, dude.
Watch
Part-timers.
like a World Cup match, I think. That starts at the same time as the regular time. So we're gonna start today's Live and Learn at 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern. So we're gonna stop there, take a little break. I gotta get some things done before that happens. And tomorrow we'll be on at the regular time. I also put a call out on Discord. If you guys aren't in the channel and you didn't see that, I want to take some time this week to familiarize myself more with DSA as an organization. I want to get to know their history a little bit more.
Uh-oh.
I want to get to know like the different DSA chapters, like how their organization
You're gonna find out that they were co-opted.
How their policy platform has like evolved over time. That Atlantic article I just thought was like fascinating, and it made me want to learn more about them. So if you guys are familiar, if you guys are aware of any videos that you think would help illuminate like what DSA is all about, we have a channel in the Discord called React Suggestions, and yeah, feel free to drop some suggestions for those. And I think we'll spend one day this week, I don't know which day that will be, kind of diving into DSA more. All right, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. And I hope to see you after the break in about 3 hours and 13 minutes when Live and Learn starts at 3 p.m. Pacific again. 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. East Coast. Okay, bye, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. I love you. Bye.
He's gone? Now
Are you
what?
fucking serious, bro? It's like he doesn't even give a fuck about us. Somebody said that in this debate, Sam Harris goes way harder. Or I'm sorry, Ezra Klein goes way harder.
So I reached out to you by email. I felt this article was totally unfair. It
Probably on a
accused
liberal, huh?
Look at this guy. What the fuck? Is Ezra Klein like 12 here?
us of peddling junk.
Also, okay, is this a fashion thing or If a girl walked up to me like this, I would assume we're fucking. Why are her shorts unbuttoned? Do they need to be?
Who, are you talking about Yuffie?
Yeah, what the fuck? Why?
She's 15, man.
Yeah, but that's even more so. Like, is that a fashion
I don't know
thing?
why her shorts are unbuttoned. I don't know. That's weird.
Science and pseudoscience and pseudoscientific racialist speculation and trafficking in dangerous ideas. And I mean, Murray got the worst of it, but at minimum, I'm painted as a total ignoramus, right? There was one line which said, while I have a PhD in neuroscience, I appear to be totally ignorant of facts that are well known to everyone in the field of intelligence studies. And
I think that you should quote the line if you want to quote a line.
okay, so the quote
I don't think that's what the line said.
The quote is, this is the exact quote, Sam Harris appeared to be ignorant of facts that were well known to everyone in the field of intelligence studies.
Great.
Now, that's since been quietly removed from the article, but it was there and it's archived. So that's what I was reacting to. And I sent you an email where I was pretty pissed because, again, I felt I was treated totally unfairly.
Oh my God. Did you see
and
this earlier?
I was especially...
Interrupting our
You see Mike from PA making fun of Hutch for his look?
Oh, Mike will go in on anything. Mike is one of... Bro, some of these people are like... Like, I can't imagine them existing off camera. Like, I'm just so curious what their lives are like off camera. Like, what do you do? Who are you? What are you?
I don't... Have you ever met Mike in person?
Yeah, remember?
Was he ever normal?
Well, I don't know why we were on bad terms, but we saw him at a restaurant. You can ask Tabor about this. Well, yeah, but this was before he tried to get with her. And he, like... I feel like we met outside a restaurant, and then he, like, ran away. It was so weird.
Oh, he had threatened to, like, beat you up, I thought,
No,
right?
No, not at that point.
This
no
was
way.
after?
Yeah, this is way long ago. I don't think we made any threats like that. But I just remember him, like, scampering off. And I don't remember why. I remember... Was I with Dan then, or was it just Tabor? Was Dan there, too? I think it was Tabor was next to me, and we looked at each other and, like, laughed, because, like, when we looked to see where Mike had went, we, like, just saw him, like, literally just turning the corner. It was like a Looney Tunes thing. Like, he, like, down the street, he ran away, even though we were, like, all getting food here. I had no idea. I don't know, bro.
I don't know. That's probably the only time he's ever ran before, so.
I don't know.
Put his life on the line.
Wait. Although, hold on, wait.
Okay.
Wait, what are you implying this post is?
Ooh, hold on, I gotta really look at it. It was originally, he posted, like, the photo of Hutch. I don't even know if that's a real photo or whatever. But it seemed like he was making fun of him for his looks by posting that, because it's not, like, a great photo or whatever.
I guess maybe. I think it's kind of a meme thing. I think it's more he's making fun of the fact that Mallory spoke to Hutch and then
talked to him. Yeah, I
yeah.
figured that too. Yeah.
really pissed that you declined to publish an article that came to us unbidden, that came to you unbidden. It was unbidden by me or Murray, from Richard Hare, who's the editor.
Wait, somebody has this. Let's see how good my recollection was.
I think they want to go in.
One of my favorite things that happened was last TwitchCon, there was a meetup of a whole bunch of political people that I was invited to and I went to. And when we met outside some restaurant, a guy that was with me, was it Dan? I think Dan was with me. And he was like, wait a second, Steven. And I'm like, what's up? And he's like, isn't that Mike from PA? And I'm like, where? And there was some guy that just ran off. Like, as soon as we showed up, he, like, ran up. And I looked on the screen and was like, fuck, I think that is. Like, as soon as I showed up, he unironically ran away from the fucking group we were in. Why? Again, we weren't even, like, no one had made any threats or anything. I just thought it was so weird.
He's a little weirdo.
One of my favorite things that happened was... No one cares, Domi. We heard you.
...chief of the Journal Intelligence,
Gnome.
and a far more mainstream voice on this issue than Nisbet or Turkheimer or Harden. And he came to our defense, and he, that would have done a lot to correct the record, but you declined to publish that. And so we went round and round by email. And I got increasingly exasperated over just how I perceived you in the email exchange. And there was some talk of us doing this podcast together, but then I pulled the plug on that because I felt it would be totally unproductive.
What? Hold on. Do you see the difference here? It's still weird to unbutton the shorts to get a lower rise look, but it's a thing. Why do you link me 3 pictures of different waisted jean shorts, but none of them are unbuttoned?
Nah.
Thank you.
And at the end of the email exchange, I said, if you continue to slander me, I will publish this email exchange, because I felt that people should understand the actual backstory here and how this happened and why I'm not doing a podcast with you.
Ooh.
And you did actually publish one more article from Turkheimer that took a shot at us, but basically we went radio silence for a year about, as far as I know. And then what happened is there was an article published in the New York Times by David Reich, a geneticist at Harvard, which made some of the same noises that Murray and I had made. And Murray retweeted it saying, wow, this sounds familiar. And then I retweeted it, taking a snide dig at you, saying something like, well, I hope Ezra Klein's on the case. Racialist pseudoscience never sleeps. And then you responded, writing yet another article about me and Murray. And I felt this article was just as unfair as anything that had preceded it. In particular, I felt that you had summarized our email exchange in a way that was self-serving and that I didn't agree with. And so that prompted me to publish the emails. And I will be the first to admit, and I think...
Do you think discussions on race and IQ should be censored or restricted? Yes. I don't think we should ever have those conversations, ever.
You don't think we should ever have a convo?
No. Why are you asking me? Obviously, I think we should be able to talk about all things. But Destiny reveals his campaign against snarkers likely and wants the lie. Oh, it's Snow. Base. Oh. Okay.
Agree with this, that backfired on me. The public perception of my publishing those emails was that it was not a good look for me at all. And most people who came to those emails cold thought I was inexplicably angry and that you seemed very open to dialogue. And it just, people had to do a lot of work to understand why I was pissed. And most people didn't do that work. I'm not saying that everyone who did the work, who listened to the podcast and read all the articles, would take my side of it, but anyone who didn't do the work thought that I was somehow the aggressor there. In particular, the fact that I was declining to do a podcast with you was held very much against me. And that caused me to change my mind about this whole thing, because I realized, okay, I can't be perceived as someone who won't take on legitimate criticism of his views. And so I went out on social media just to see if in fact people really wanted us to attempt this. And after 40 or 50,000 people got back, and I think it was 76% said yes, I decided that I was up for a podcast with you, and you had already said you were up for a podcast with me. And so here we are. And again, much of that's described from my point of view, but I think the timeline is accurate.
This is not my ideal, but I prefer we get into it. The only thing I would say here that you should just change a little bit in there so I don't do it on your behalf is that you didn't email me. What happened is that this piece published out, I tweeted it out. You tweeted a public challenge to me to come on your show.
That's true.
Your producer emailed me to come on your show. I emailed your producer and said, hey, can you connect me to Sam? We should talk about this. And then our email exchange began.
That's true. The first contact was on Twitter, yeah.
Which is not a big deal. I just want to note that.
Good job,
Totally
guys.
true.
We got it all.
Here's what I'd ask. Let's jump into it.
Let's just start with you. What don't I get? Why is your criticism of me and Murray valid? Just give me your take on all this.
All right. Well, I appreciate that summary. Obviously, and I'm sure we'll get into this stuff, I have disagreements with which articles are fair and which aren't, but I don't think that is where I want to begin this. I'm sure we'll go through that. I want to try to frame what I want to do here today, because I think people can go through, they can read the original Vox articles, all be linked in my show notes. I assume, Sam, they'll be linked in yours. They can read our emails to each other. They can read my article. They can listen to the original podcast. If you would like to be a Sam Harris and Ezra Klein completist, the option is very much there. So I listened to your housekeeping episode the other day, so I think I have some sense, Sam, of where you are coming into this. And I want to give you a sense of where I am in the hopes that it'll be productive. So something you've said over and over and over again to me at this point is that to you from the beginning, I've been here in bad faith. The problem is that I've come to this, coming to slander you, to destroy your reputation, to silence you.
Thank you for the $100.
And I take that as a
You shouldn't
signal
donate to me,
failure
though.
on my part.
You
I
are
have not
future
been able
schizo,
to
I can
persuade
tell.
you, and maybe I will be today, that I really disagree with you strongly. I think some of the things you're trafficking in are not just wrong, but they're harmful. But I do so in good faith, and I'm here because I want to persuade you. In your podcast...
When is this? This is a 4-year-old conversation. Is it really 4 years old? No, okay, that's what I thought. It's 6 years old, I think. Oh, I'm sorry, 8 years old. It says debate is 2018. It was uploaded in 2022. So did this conversation happen in 2018? Because this is back when the big thing that we were talking about in the online space, and I guess it was kind of in the real world too, was Charles Murray, who... is he an economist or something? Published that bell curve book, and then everybody fucking went crazy talking about race and IQ and everything. And obviously Sam Harris likes to tackle uncomfortable topics, so he talked about it and thought that, I think, Charles Murray made great arguments, and Sam Harris got upset, and everybody,
That's with Murray. The way I see what's going on here, from my perspective, and one of the tricky things here is that I was not that involved in the original Vox article. I was editor-in-chief at the time, but I didn't assign or edit that. I stand by it. Things you publish when you're editor-in-chief ultimately are on you, and I actually think it's a good piece. But there are times when I can only speak from my perspective, not from the perspective of other people who wrote other things. But the way I read the conversation you had with Murray, And I think you
I'll be
just showed
back.
this
I'm
in
gonna take
your
a bath
opening
and
here.
watch
Be careful.
You begin that conversation by really framing it around your shared experience responding to politically correct criticism. You say, and I'm quoting you here, in the intervening years, so the intervening years since Murray published the bell curve, that I ventured into my own controversial areas as a speaker and writer. I experienced many hysterical attacks against me in my work. I started thinking about your case being Murray's case, a little, again, without ever having read you, and I began to suspect that you were one of the canaries in the coal mine that I never recognized as such. So you say explicitly in the opening to that podcast that in the treatment of Murray, you saw the seeds of later treatment of you. And I've spent a lot of time thinking about this because something that I've been trying to do here is see this from your perspective. Here is my view. I think you clearly have a deep empathy for Charles Murray's side of this conversation because you see yourself in it. I don't think you have as deep an empathy for the other side of this conversation, for the people being told, once again, that they are genetically and environmentally and at any rate immutably less intelligent, and that our social policy should reflect that. And I think part of the absence of that empathy is it doesn't threaten you. I don't think you see a threat to you in that in the way you see a threat to you in what's happened to Murray. In some cases, I'm not even quite sure you heard what Murray was saying on social policy, either in the bell curve, in a lot of his later work, or on the podcast. And I think that led to a blind spot in this it's worth discussing.
Okay.
I like your podcast. I think you have a big platform and a big audience, and I think it's bad for the world if Murray's take on this gets recast here as political bravery or impartial or non-controversial. So what I want to do here, it's not really convince you that I'm right. I don't think I'm going to do that. And it's not to convince you to like me. I don't think I'm going to do that either. I get that. What I want to convince you of is that there's a side of this you should become more curious about. That you should be doing shows with people like Ibram Kendi, who's author of Stand from the Beginning, which is a book on racist ideas in America, which won the National Book Award a couple years back. People who really study how race and these ideas interact with American life and policy. I think the fact that we are two white guys talking about how growing up non-white in America affects your life and cognitive development is a problem here, just as it was a problem in the Murray conversation. And I want to persuade you that some of the things that the so-called social justice warriors are worried about are worth worrying about, and that the excesses of activists, while very real and problematic, they're not as big a deal as the things they're really trying to fight and to draw attention to. So maybe I'll take a breath there and let you in.
Yeah, okay, that's a great start. So I guess there's a lot to respond to there. I guess the first thing I want to say is that there are two things I regret here, both in our exchange and in my podcast with Murray. And so I should just put those out first, I think. The first is that I was, as you said, very quick to attribute malice and bad faith to you in the email exchange. And it's quite possible I did this when it wasn't warranted. The reality is, the background here, which you alluded to, is that I am so battle-scarred at this point, and I've dealt with so many people who are willing to consciously lie about my views and who will just play the evasion game endlessly. And I've got people who edit the contents of my podcast to make it sound like I've said the opposite of what I've said.
No way.
And then people like Glenn Greenwald and Reza Aslan forward these videos consciously knowing they're misrepresenting me. I mean, there's been so much pushback about this. There's been so much correction that at this point, the possibility that it's not conscious, the chance of that is zero, right? So I'm dealing with people on a daily basis who are just happy to smear me dishonestly simply to see what will stick. And in fact, when I published our emails, the tipping point for me was to see that Glenn Greenwald, Reza Aslan, and you in a single hour on Twitter had all hit me with stuff that I perceived to be
They were snarking him!
So my fuse is pretty short. I am the first to admit that. And if I treated you unfairly, attributing bad faith when you were just led by sincere conviction that I had made an error or that you were arguing for something that was so important and that I wasn't seeing it, that is on me. Now, that said, I think your argument is where it pretends to be factual, wherever you think it is factual, it is highly biased by political considerations. And these are political considerations that I share. The fact that you think I don't have empathy for people who suffer just the starkest inequalities of wealth and politics and luck, it's telling and it's untrue. I think it's even untrue of Murray. And the fact that you're conflating the social policies he endorses, like the fact that he's against affirmative action and he's for universal basic income, and I know you don't happen to agree with those policies, you think that would be disastrous. There's a good faith argument to be had on both sides of that conversation. That conversation is quite distinct from the science, and even that conversation about social policy can be had without any allegation that a person is racist or that a person lacks empathy for people who are at the bottom of society. So that's one distinction I want to make. And the other thing that I regret, which I think this is the thing you're taking me to task for, and I understand it, but I do regret that in the preface to my podcast with Murray, I didn't add some full discussion of racism in America. And the reason why I didn't, or certainly at least one reason why I didn't, is that I had maybe 2 months before that done a podcast with Glenn Lowry, the economist at Brown. who happens to be black. And I mean, Glenn is fantastic. He's got his own podcast, The Glenn Show, which everyone should watch.
I talked to that guy.
But so Glenn was on my podcast, and we were talking about race and violence in America. And I prefaced the conversation with a fairly long statement about the reality of white privilege and the past horrors of racism. And when I got to the end of it, Glenn pretty much chastised me for thinking that it was necessary for me to say something like that just because I'm white, right? The fact that any conversation about race and violence, especially coming from a white guy like me, has to be bracketed.
Yeah, but he's also like a conservative black guy, right? So obviously he's going to say that, right?
Elaborate virtue signaling on that point. So he basically said, I mean, these aren't his words, but this was his attitude. Basically said, obviously, since you're not a racist asshole, it can go without saying that you understand that slavery was bad and that Jim Crow was bad and that you totally support civil rights. And so his take on my saying that, it was not a total surprise given who Glenn is, but the fact that he viewed it as fairly pathetic that I felt the need to do that and that it couldn't just go without saying.
What is my company here? I didn't know Destiny's in the Wiki Liberalism series. Commentators. I don't know who Alterman is, do I? Bogosian? Bonnell? Friedman? Lex Friedman? Keith Olbermann? Rachel Maddow? Okay.
I remembered that. And I mean, obviously your point is well taken. I mean, two white guys talking about differences in IQ across races or across populations. I mean, if ever there's a time to signal that you understand that racism is still a problem in the world, that's it, right? And while we did say some things that I think should still have been fully exculpatory, I mean, for anyone paying attention, I think it should be obvious, with a modicum of charity extended to us, that Murray and I are not racist, and that what we were saying was not coming from a place of racial animus. But, I mean, that is the backstory for why I didn't have some kind of elaborate framing of the conversation.
So I want to be, this is good because I think this gets much closer to the meat of where we actually disagree. And something I want to be clear about is
Thomas Friedman
was wrong in that podcast is not that you didn't virtue signal. It's not that you didn't come out and say, hey, listen, just before I start this up, I want everybody to know I'm not a racist. And by the way, I'm not here to say you're a racist. I don't think you are. We have not called you one. I actually think that's a different set of things, and we should talk later. I think this would actually be a good conversation for us to have about literally just what racism is, how we use that word in this conversation. But my criticism of your podcast, and by the way, my criticism also...
Hasan's wiki has no mention of Collargate, despite it being so big that even the vice president joked about it. Wait, is that true? The Collargate is not on Hasan Piker's wiki? There must be a fight. There must be an active comment section or talk section that fights over it.
So of Murray, and this is useful because I can work backwards through your answer here, is not that you didn't excuse yourself. It's that in a conversation about an outcome of American life, right? How do African Americans and whites score on IQ tests in America today? What happens when somebody sits down and takes a test today? That is an outcome of the American experiment, an experiment we've been running in this country for hundreds of years. You did not discuss actually how race and racism act upon that outcome. You did not discuss, I mean, amazingly to me, you all didn't talk about slavery or segregation once. And what I'm saying here is not that you lack empathy, although I am saying in a different space, I think you have a sense of what Murray's going through that is different from your sense of what other people who are hurt in this conversation go through. I do believe that. But as it comes to the way you actually conducted the conversation, I'm arguing that you lacked a sense of history, that you didn't deal in a serious way with the history of this conversation, a conversation that has been going on literally since the dawn of the country, a conversation that has been wrong in virtually every version, in every iteration we've had in America before. The other thing I want to say about this, and this gets very importantly to Charles Murray's work. You're a neuroscientist, and so I get that you look at Murray and you look at the bell curve, and what you see are the tables and the appendices and the kind of scientific version of Charles Murray. I'm a policy journalist. My background is I live in Washington, D.C. I cover politics. Charles Murray, not just to me, what he literally is what we call a policy entrepreneur. He's somebody who his entire career has been spent at Washington think tanks. He's at the American Enterprise Institute, where I have a lot of friends, and I respect that organization quite a bit. And he argues in different ways and throughout his entire body of work for policy outcomes. His book before The Bell Curve is called Losing Ground. It's a book about why we should dissolve the Great Society programs. By the way, when he was selling that book, he said, a lot of whites think they're racist, and this is a book that tells them they aren't. Then he came out with The Bell Curve, and we'll go through this, and I'll quote this back to you, but The Bell Curve's final chapter, he says, why did I do any of this? Why did I talk about any of this? Him and Richard Herrnstein, obviously the co-author of that book, do. And he says, the reason I did it is because we in America need to re-embrace a politics of difference. We need to understand that we are cognitively different from each other, not just by race, but other folks too, but by race.
In retrospect, who won the race and IQ debate between you and JF? JF has a super formal background in that education. I don't, and I don't think I ever did enough reading to like dig into that as hard as I needed to. But I don't even remember the arguments that he was making. I feel like the race and IQ shit was another one of those things that like it seemed really complicated, and then when you start reading more into it, things maybe kind of emerge a little bit more clearly, and then maybe this is just the course of everything. It's that Dunning-Kruger curve. But then it's like actually things are like, it's pretty hard to tease apart certain things when it comes to like gene and expression of said gene. And even like in some ways, the separation of these things is almost foolish. And then you also run into weird things where, I'll never remember this, I'm sorry. There are just weird like statistical things that I learned that make things weird too, where like if you over control, I don't even know statistically how you deal with this, but if you control too much for variables, you actually destroy your test by having it too well controlled. Like, let's say that I'm trying to figure out, I need to figure out what difference the amount of sleep contributes to how well somebody does in school. And it's like, okay, well, I've got a bunch of people that sleep a ton and a bunch of people that don't sleep much. The people that don't sleep much get bad scores. The people that seem to sleep more get good scores. But let's start running some controls here. So let's control for a socioeconomic status. Okay, wipe away all of that. Okay, let's control for 2 parents in the household. Okay, wipe away that. Let's control for understands the importance of sleep. Control away for that. That at some point you end up controlling away for so many things. The only thing you have left in your cohort, you've actually controlled away all of the. There's a name for like it's not this. It's like contributory variables or something where there might be like an underlying thing that's like powering two things, and now you've controlled so much at the top, you've actually lost the difference. And when you talk about things like heritability, you get into really weird worlds of like, well, how much of a particular phenotype is like the difference between one thing and the next? How much of that is controlled by genetic difference? And even just like on a statistical level, it's a very difficult question to answer, especially because you're talking like it's just averages and everything else. Like if you have like 3 plants and you've got like a heritability of 0.9, I think it's said that 90% of the difference between one plant and the next should be attributed by like gene versus environment. In like the aggregate, I don't know if it's in the aggregate because like, but there are still things that you could do theoretically to the environment that would completely and totally destroy one crop from the next, right? Like if you starve a child, you can have a twin and one is starved and one isn't, and then the starved twin fails on every single level, even though genetically they're the same material, right? Obviously, because you're completely rubbing it of an environment to grow. There's just like it's really, 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 really complicated. Genetic stuff is insanely complicated when you're trying to figure out like causal relationships between like highly polygenetic traits and then the underlying genes, and then trying to attribute that to clusters of people. And then, yeah. And it doesn't help that like, this is a conversation that very early on, in my opinion, very early on, this conversation was held hostage by everybody was just fucking retarded. Like, obviously, you have all the people on the race realist side who think that like, oh, well, there's a black race that we can talk about. There's a white race that we can talk about. It's like, well, if you really want to get into like the genetics and everything, it's never going to be that clean. Obviously, this is stupid, right? Skin color is the way that you're determining your underlying genetics. Like, this is dumb. So then it comes down to like how like you run these GWASPs or whatever, genome-wide association panels or whatever. It's just all this shit. But then on the other side, you have people who are like, it is impossible to even conceive of the fact that huge populations that have been separated from each other for 100 generations or whatever could have on the aggregate like some kind of like difference between traits genetically. Like that's impossible and inconceivable. I can't possibly think of that, even though I mean like obviously we can see there at the very least there's some physical differences that we can obviously see. Now, does that cash out eventually to some kind of IQ or brain difference? I mean, who knows? It's hard to say, but it's very, very, all of that it's very complicated. It's like very complicated. Or maybe if I dove even more, maybe I'd find better answers. I didn't have the interest as much as I did for like COVID or other things.
Well, and that understanding that changes what we should do in social policy. He literally says, and again, I can quote this too if you'd like, he says, for one thing, we have all these low cognitive capacity women giving birth. And by having these social supports for poor children in this country, we are subsidizing them to give birth. And what we need to do is take those subsidies away. So these women who, according to his book, are disproportionately African-American, their poor children do not get as much federal support when they are born, so they are disincentivized to have as many children. He also says that we have all these folks who are Hispanic coming up over the border, that our immigration policy is letting in too many low IQ people. And while he's not quite as prescriptive in that part, he's pretty clear that he wants us to change our immigration policy in order to resist dysgenic pressure. So I'm just going to finish this up. The other thing, you brought up his UBI work. And this is why, the reason I bring this up is that the reason I think Charles Murray's work is problematic is that he uses these arguments about IQ and a lot of other arguments he makes about other things to push these points into the public debate, where he is very, very, very influential. He's not by any means a silent.
I also think that, yeah, there's so many people. There are really dumb people on both sides of this. There are really dumb people to the left of this, though. Like people on the left really don't like talking about anything related to biology at all, unless it's about how special like minority groups are. It's pretty cringe and retarded. But once he's pressured, is Windstorm like a better way to pressure more, or is it just start have to beat on him? Fuck, I had a thing I was gonna say. Oh. There is like a broader interesting question that is undeniable though, but is still almost equally uncomfortable, which is like, I think we're increasingly designing a successful society where you really do have to fit a certain like mold to be successful. And that mold is like person who is okay sitting inside of a cubicle all day long and doesn't mind like getting very little physical activity and can like stare at a computer screen. And there might be something to be said for like, you know, how fair is that socially, like this is the behavior that tends to be rewarded the most economically right now. But if you obviously that conversation doesn't even necessarily have to be tied to race. But what are you gonna do?
Actor in Washington. He gives congressional testimony. He won the Bradley Prize in 2016 and got a $250,000 check for it. His book on UBI, it is completely of a piece with this. I reviewed that book when it came out. It's an interesting book. People should read it. But it is a way of cutting social spending, according to Murray's own numbers. He says it would cut social spending by $1 trillion in 2020. To give you a sense of scale, Obamacare cost $2 trillion over 10 years. So this is another book in a different way that is a huge argument for cutting social spending, which in part he justifies by saying we are trying to redress racial inequality based on an idea that is a product of American history, when in fact it is some combination of innate and environmental, but at any rate, it is not something we're going to be able to change. And so we should stop trying, or at least stop trying in the way we have been.
Just implying some people work better in fields? Hell yeah, brother. But I mean, it's probably true. Like, I'm sure everybody is like biologically suited towards, or it's probably not unimaginable that like different people just have different talents. But I think that in society, we're choosing for like a narrower range of like, can you sit in front of a computer? We've been doing this for at least 3 decades of my life. Like, can you sit in front of a computer screen and type all day and not go crazy and lose your fucking mind? And that seems to be selected for a lot more for making money. Twirling lunge. You know what? Let's spam this one. Fuck it. Nice. And you missed, you fucking retard.
Okay, Ezra, again, you can't conflate his views on social policy with an honest discussion of empirical science. Those are two separate conversations. You can agree about the data or disagree in a good faith way about the data and have a separate conversation about what to do in response to the data and then disagree in a good faith way about that. Now, I'm not defending Murray's view of what the social policy should be. I'm open-minded about universal basic income. I think there can be a good faith debate about many of these topics. It's a completely separate conversation. And I totally share your concern about racism and inequality. And again, I have no interest in using science to establish differences between races. But the problem is, and I have publicly criticized people who do have an interest in using science that way. And one of my critical questions of Murray was, why pay attention to any of this stuff? And I've said publicly that I didn't think his answer was great on that. And I'm not interested in paying attention to this stuff, and yet I have to in order to have conversations like this. But the problem is that the data on population differences will continue to emerge whether we're looking for it or not. And the idea that one should lie about these data or pretend to be convinced by bad arguments that are politically correct, or worse, that it's okay to malign people or even destroy their reputations if they won't pretend to be convinced by bad arguments, that's a disaster. Morally and politically and intellectually, that is a disaster. And that's where we are. Right? That's my criticism of what you have done at Vox and what Turkheimer and Nisbet and Hardin have done. And the truth is, for whatever reason, okay, however noble it is in your head, you've been extraordinarily unfair.
Why are you watching this? It was just to illustrate that Ezra can be strong in debates. Okay, sure. I don't care that much.
So if you're having a tough time, I hope you come out of this discussion feeling seen, as my friends in the Democratic Party say. My guest today is pretty good at staying hopeful. Heather Cox Richardson, author of Letters from an American on Substack. It is one of my favorite Substacks. Heather, thanks for being here.
Such a pleasure to be here, my friend.
It's so fun when you're here. I had a question. I was looking back at when the bicentennial was, and I missed it by just a smidge, but you might have been like 10, 8? I don't know. I don't want to do it. But do you remember the bicentennial?
Truthfully, I can't do the math myself. I was born in 62, and that was 76, so I would have been 13.
Okay, so 13. So do you remember it?
Oh,
Did you
yeah.
participate?
Oh, yeah. So remember, when I was young, I lived in quite a rural area. So we didn't do the big, we saw the tall ships, but only online. Although I have an interesting tall ship story for you if you're interested. But we certainly were paying attention to what was going on around the country. I had been paying a close attention to Watergate, even as a young kid. So I was very conflicted about how to approach 76. But, there were the reenactors, which were interesting themselves. There were the focus on the bicentennial minutes on TV. There was the idea of people celebrating the Declaration and so on. So we did all that. And then actually that day was cloudy where I live on the coast of Maine. And we spent the day with friends. I hate to say this, but actually painting, creosoting a deck. And then we had some kind of a cookout, and my friends and I actually set off fireworks that night. And the guy that I grew up with, like a brother to me, actually got caught by one of the fireworks and got pretty bad burns, second-degree burns, not third-degree burns. But ever since then, I've had a real fear of fireworks. So there you go. There was the 4th of July in 1776 for Heather Cox Richardson.
In 1776 and 1976.
1976. There you go.
1976. Perfect. That sounds like right up to the getting burned by fireworks. That sounds like a very traditional American 4th of July. But considering that it was the bicentennial, the 200th anniversary of America's founding, was there like a vibe? Like, do you remember people feeling celebratory? Do you remember people feeling proud? Were there think pieces in the newspaper about America's complicated history, or was it a pretty straightforward celebration of the United States?
Well, do remember that I was 13 years old and in a very rural area. But that being said, even at the time, I remember there was a lot of conflict. We were just coming out of Watergate. It was not clear what the future was going to look like. To some degree, my earliest memories were the Vietnam War, which
wait, what's going on in Kick Chat? Boob is auto-modded? Did somebody aggressively turn up our auto-mod or what? What do we got going on over here, guys? Why is Boob auto-moderated? Destiny, Crispy's working on it. Oh. It's not even on the list. Okay.
not really far in the rearview mirror. There were changes coming, and good changes as well as bad changes, right? So in 1975, you get Bruce Springsteen hitting the charts and being on the cover of Both Time and Newsweek on the same week.
Born in the USA?
Pardon me?
For Born in the USA?
Oh, you are so cute.
Turn off AI mod. Wait, is AI mod the same thing as auto mod, or is auto mod a different thing than AI mod? Moderation. Oh, AI moderation. Okay, I've changed it. Is that... There we go.
A young friend. Born to Run, of course, yes. So there you go.
Born to Run.
And that came out in 75, August in 75, and he hits the cover of the Time and Newsweek. It was clear, if you were paying attention to music, certainly, that we were entering a new era. Then you've got the rise of Jimmy Carter in Georgia and the support that he has with musicians down there and so on. So you had this tension, and that's one of the things that I actually wanted to point out talking to you, is that I think when you look back, everyone remembers the rosy stuff, right? You do it in your own life, you also do it in your country. But the truth is that every 50 years, there is always tension in the United States. And curiously, at these 50-year intervals, sometimes the tension is higher than it is in other times, not because of that anniversary, but simply because of where those dates fall. So you have the 20s, 26, right, 1926, when the country is deeply divided between those people who are succeeding in the new economy of the Republicans in the 20s, but the farmers and the laborers and people of color who are being left behind. And then in 1876, you've got the real problems of the American South in that period of Reconstruction. People also forget that it's just about the time of the 4th of July, really it's about between the 2nd and the 3rd, that news comes back east of the Battle of the Little Bighorn and the destruction of Custer's 7th Cavalry, Armstrong Custer's 7th Cavalry, and people are like, what's going on here? So there is always, you can point to tensions in those periods, even though they're the parades and they're the barbecues and so on. American democracy is never a straight shot to, cherry pie and roses.
I'm glad you set it up that way, because I want to delve into the complexity of what I'm hearing from voters, because we have been asking voters now for several weeks and I want to say we start every single focus group, everyone that I do. We do 3 to 4 a week, and we always start the same way. How do you think things are going in the country? That is just the opening question. Sometimes we'll ask, if it's state specific, we might ask how things are going in their state as well. And this time we did a similar version where we basically asked people, how do you think things are going in the country, considering we're at our 250th anniversary? And what you got back was just a real mix of emotions. Even when we were sort of asking people, do you feel proud to be an American or do you feel negatively about being an American? People were pretty mixed on that. I want to wrestle with that today, the complexity of America and how we feel about it, especially during an anniversary. But before we get to the voters, I want to get your reaction to a clip from John Ossoff a few days ago at a rally in Georgia that I could not have loved more, in part because it feels like it speaks directly to this tension for voters and articulates it really well. Let's listen.
Americans aren't a race, we're a people. United not by ethnicity, but by shared convictions, and that is what makes us exceptional and a beacon to the world. Just think, 250 years on, what the founders would see if they visited us today. But wait, they would see that slavery had been abolished. They would see that Americans without land and then women's and then the descendants of slaves had secured voting rights. They would see that our science and discovery propelled human knowledge to unimaginable heights and that those 13 colonies had grown into a superpower that defeated the Nazis and communism. They'd see a pluralist democracy, people of all colors descended from every point on earth stitched together out of many nations into one. But they'd also see a nation that at the height of its wealth and power fell into the very traps they most feared, devouring itself in bitter conflict between warring factions captured by special interests. And they'd see a faithless president exploiting this rot to pursue the absolute power they overthrew.
What do you make of Ossoff there? Like, not only does he do the USA chants, which I love, you read my book, but in the book, I do, the reason I'm so impressed by this is this gets at something that I think is really important to Americans, which is they love America. Like, they are of America. And so they like actually not a president, but a candidate or a leader who reminds them of the good stuff while not sugarcoating or shying away from the hard stuff. And I just felt like he really caught that tension better than I've seen any politician do in quite some time.
I agree with that. And, you know, just by the way, I am of the understanding that he writes his own speeches.
He does write his own speeches.
But there's a longer story behind that. And one of the things that I've really encouraged people to do who are in leadership positions is to tie the problems of today to our history in the sense.
Wait. Hasan slop.
Nepo like me, man.
Is in Nepo Music's Instagram reel.
Hasan, what's up? My name's Nepo.
I'm just chilling.
Yeah, brother. How much does your
he's pretending to like music again.
daddy earn?
How much does my daddy earn? I don't think he earns anything right now. He was a college professor.
Are you listening to music?
No, I don't listen to any music.
This is my song. It's called Who's Your Daddy?
Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy?
You like it?
No. I feel like this is gonna keep my cold streak of not listening to music at least for another year.
I just thought you'd relate to the message. You're a fucking Nepo like me, man.
Yeah. I would never put something out like that though. You want me to do a negative endorsement for you?
Yeah, please.
Okay. What was it? What was your name?
Nepo.
Yeah, fuck Nepo. Don't listen to his music.
Epic.
I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Again, ironically enough, there are a lot of liberals. Ironically enough, there are a lot of liberals on the timeline who yesterday were saying Abdul al-Sayed is bad because he hangs out with Hasan. Graham Platner is good because he doesn't hang out with Hasan. And there's truth to that. I have no connection to the Platner campaign. I have no idea.
Oh, shit. Platner's gone. Platner's gone. Oh, shit. Platner's mega gone. Platner is ultra gone. Oh, no.
Yeah, what they're up to. I have no understanding of what has taken place thus far. So the liberals might have actually unironically locked themselves into a weird bind.
These fucking cucks. I'm sorry, hold on. I'm trying to think. It's one thing people don't do is they don't look for disconfirming evidence. So you always try to find disconfirming evidence. I have my whole fucking mind prison for my media funnel bullshit. I'm like, okay, hold on. Well, the way that I see the media is the MAGA people know how to do media and the tanky people know how to do media. So they can always spin any story. It doesn't really fucking matter. That, you know, it seems like they're untouchable, right? But now Platner, seems like there's a story that's coming out that's going to wreck him. But then how do I make that work with my media thing understanding? You know, I think the easiest way to look at it is maybe obviously, there are going to be some stories that are just so big you just can't get away from, obviously, right? Child rape in Iraq might be one of those. However, another thing And I hope to fucking God that this isn't the pattern that's going to play out. Another thing is, when they have to bump into a media empire that can play the same games they do, they tuck tail and run immediately. Immediately, right? Because Platner is not fighting against the libs anymore. Now he has to fight against the conservatives who know how to pull out all the stops and do fucking everything. And he's like, oh, fuck that. Whoa, 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 whoa. We can fight against the blues. We can primary Dems. But whoa, we won the primary? I'm fucking out of here, chief. See ya. Later. Later, bitch. See ya. I'm out of here.
But we don't know. We don't have any information. What I do know is what I've seen thus far. And what I've seen thus far has been, great exaggerations. This might be real, though, right? This might be totally real. This might be totally valid. But in this circumstance, the Graham Platner situation, yeah, this was the ridiculous one. This was the ridiculous one. This is, yeah, dude. This is that is totally ridiculous. Oh, they would go into like an Iraqi home or something, and yeah, that seems like a Israeli disinfo campaign.
Hasan defending private military contractors of the United States of America in the Iraq War? Now I've seen everything. That's how you know the Israel hate runs deep. The Jew hate runs deep. Holy shit. Oh my God.
That isn't, that doesn't have any legs whatsoever. You know what I mean? But if there's a more serious accusation, we'll look at it. If he does drop out, could another Democrat run? I think it's literally the reason why they're doing it. The reason why this push is coming right now, the timing of it, whether it's real, whether it's, because I don't know anything yet. Yeah, for context, that guy's previous claim to fame is pushing that Biden admin was trafficking kids from Ukraine. I know. That guy's insane. I'm not saying that allegation is insane. That one is bullshit. Politico has dropped something. We'll take.
Okay.
That
Anyway,
and one
back to
of my
the
big role models
not doomer stuff.
is Abraham Lincoln, who did the exact same thing rhetorically that.
Oh, wait, hold on. This is 4 minutes old. Politico. Platner accused of sexual assault denies allegations. A woman, a 41-year-old Maine resident named Jenny Rakakot, detailed the alleged incident to Politico in 3 interviews over the past 2 weeks. Politico also spoke with a man, Rakakot, am I pronouncing this correctly? Dated and confided in the years after the alleged incident and reviewed documents, including emails between Rakakot and her therapist, and messages between Rakakot, it's Kakarot, shut the fuck up, and an acquaintance whom she warned against getting involved with Platner years before he ran for office. Woman who dated Graham Platner says he sexually assaulted her. The Maine Democrat denies the allegation, says any accusation of sexual behavior is categorically untrue. Well, that's a lot less bad than the Iraqi child rape memes. I shouldn't say memes, but isn't this certainly this isn't the story that the New York Times didn't run with, right? Do you remember when wasn't somebody tweeting out like, oh, well, there was a sexual assault story, but the New York Times just chose not to run with it because or something? Woman who dated Graham Platner says he sexually assaulted her. How long ago, too? Says he forced her to have sex with him nearly 5 years ago, despite her repeated objections. On and off relationship with Platner, who is now the Democratic Senate nominee in Maine for more than 2 years, before he entered her rural Maine home uninvited one night in late 2021, deeply intoxicated, and forced himself on her while she repeatedly told him to stop. Rakakot previously described reckless and unsettling behavior by Platner to the New York Times, but says she didn't go public with the specific assault claim because she didn't want to be known as a rape victim.
said she later felt compelled to go public about her experience because the reaction to the Times story was dominated by controversy about another woman, Lindsay Fifield, who alleged Platner mistreated her and faced attacks because of her ties to the Republican Party. My part of the story was just a read-over. She said she was torn over coming forward, in part because she agrees with Platner politically. Why the fuck wouldn't you come out before the primary?
I wanted to direct.
Oh, we got the 3D, 5D audio vision. Okay. Platner and Oysterman. That night in late 2021, she said she had exchanged text messages with him and told him not to come over, saying she wasn't in the mood for company. Later that evening, she said she realized when she heard a sound down the stairs that he had let himself into her house, which was unlocked. Holy shit. Platner came up the stairs, Rykagott said, to where she was on a couch. He got on top of her and kept grabbing her. She said, well, she repeatedly told him to stop and that she wasn't interested. She smelled alcohol on his breath and believed he was almost blackout drunk because Platner ignored her protest and continued to grab her. How can you be blackout drunk and make... That's a lot of progress. Could get to the house, open the door, go upstairs. So she tried to separate herself from Platner by telling him she couldn't be in the room anymore, after which he followed her to her bedroom and then raped her. She said he also ejaculated inside of her, despite her telling him not to. She wasn't using birth control at the time. She went to clean herself up. When she returned, Platner had fallen asleep. Platner said he didn't remember what happened the night before. She said she told him to leave and never contact her again. She said she sent him an IG message, but she can't recover it because she deleted it all after and moved on. She also shared details about the alleged assault to the man she dated after Platner, who she began dating in 2022. The man, who was granted anonymity out of concern for his personal privacy, told Politico that Rykagott had told him in bits and pieces about a bad experience with Platner before confiding the full details of what had happened in 2023. His account of what Rykagott told him about the incident matched what they told Politico. Oh, is there a way I need a pronunciation for this name? 17 years ago, same last name.
Millions of life insurance and annuity customers. What happens to them if AIG goes DOA? Let's ask the president of the American Insurance Association, who also so happens to be Montana's former very popular governor, Mark Roscoe. Governor, what do they do if you have...
Roscoe. Say the name. Okay, whatever. Let's see, and then this is... Shared with Politico a series of private Facebook messages she exchanged with an acquaintance in 2023, about a year and a half after the alleged assault, and well before Platner launched his political career, in which she can caution the acquaintance about getting involved with Platner. In the messages, she said that she had ended up in a bad situation with him, describing him as consensually careless and saying he doesn't listen to you when drunk. What's his deal? Should I not fix up my friend, assuming he's single? He'd be charming and funny. He's a decently intelligent person. He's not all bad, but I ended up in a bad situation with him, and I will just politely call him consensually careless at times. When drunk, plus PTSD. I knew about the PTSD. He lies also. Base. Okay. Spoke with a friend that they told about the alleged assault last summer, shortly after Platner launched his campaign. Well.
I wanted to directly address the troubling, serious, and false allegations against me. Any accusation of non-consensual behavior is categorically false.
Damn.
Over the last 10 months,
He said it.
I've been deeply humbled by the faith Mainers have put in me. You have welcomed me into your homes, into your places of work, into your restaurants, into your houses of worship. You have shown that a different kind of politics, one that puts the interests of people over corporations, is not just possible, but is inevitable.
Wow.
This movement we have built, the largest volunteer base in the history of Maine politics, the hundreds of thousands of grassroots donors, and the supporters across the ideological spectrum, we were united in a love of Maine, a belief that our politics must change, and a focus on defeating Susan Collins. So, regardless of the inaccuracy of the reporting, but mindful of the political reality it will inflict, we are taking the time to reflect on the best path forward for the state that I love, the people that I love.
What? Wait, hold on, what?
So, our politics must change, and a focus on defeating Susan Collins. So, regardless of the inaccuracy of the reporting, but mindful of the political reality it will inflict, we are taking the time to reflect on the best path forward for the state that I love, the people that I love, the movement I belong to, and the goal of defeating Susan Collins. Those were the goals when we launched this campaign, and they remain my goals today. On June 9th, 154,058 Mainers, the most in primary history, voted to reject.
I feel like he's stepping down. I feel like he's going to be gone tomorrow. What is the day today? Monday?
A broken politics beholden to Washington and the donor class. They voted for hope, for change, to take back our economy, to take back our power, and to take back our Senate seat. Throughout it all, you never turned your back on me, and I will not turn my back on you now. Every one of you deserves to see that vision come to fruition and see Susan Collins defeated, and we will use every tool at our disposal to do so. As Maine goes, so goes the nation. As always, thank you.
Reports are coming in that there is absolutely no evidence for this, but it was Connor who sent this story to Politico. Apparently because Connor thinks Platner is too reckless. It was a Groiper's wife. I feel like he's dropped out. I feel like he's already gone, and they're just figuring out how to do it. I think he's gone. Why would you stumble here if there was even a chance that you would stay in? Like, putting out that message of, even though this is false, we are considering all of our options or whatever. Like, what do you mean all of your options? You're thinking about dropping out. Why would you even say that? Uh-oh. Get your Polymarket bets in. Did you guys know that on Polymarket you can buy contracts? I'm not guaranteeing you that this will win, and you shouldn't try to buy this, though, to save your whole life or your fortune or whatever else. But that's a good-looking contract. I'm just kidding. I think he's staying in, but he's afraid that something worse will even drop. Well...
Well, is this going to be one of those things where we like look back on it
happening
and we're like, wait, who could have ever known? The guy who lied about the Nazi tattoo for 16 years was of questionable moral character.
At it, but the timing of American imperialism,
incomprehensible.
Great head he did. Brother, FIFA to request.
They think 50.
Hasan didn't even react to it. What was that guy? That chatter lied.
You do not represent Paraguay. That country. Perception of reality feels brave. It's just something that I thought about.
Okay, don't care. It's over. He's dropping out. That, I mean, I don't know why you would ever say that. Platner planning to drop out of main Senate race. Well, what the fuck? This was an hour old, bro.
Baller and Venezuelan, the wife of Venezuelan footballer Andrea Bella was found in the rubble, and she was shielding her 1-year-old baby from the earthquake. The baby was found alive in her arms, correct?
It's the epitome of motherhood. She's a hero, and moms, of course, they want to.
Oh, sorry. This is a video that has fucking nothing to do with with the article. My bad. I don't know why I thought it was. My bad. My bad. Oh yeah, Tim Miller. I'm sorry, but we are taking time to reflect on the best path forward. It's not an option on the table. Either it's false and you campaign with vigor, or it's true and you get out / apologies when you let down. Yeah, I mean, like, that's, yeah. I don't think that statement is...
We are taking the time to reflect on the best path forward for the state that I love, the people reporting, but mindful of the political reality it will inflict.
Well... I mean, he's gone, so.
Had a checkered past, right? A lot of red flags in his background.
Oh, yeah? Really? Really?
And he was doing phenomenally well against Janet Mills, the current governor of Maine. He defeated Janet Mills thoroughly, handily. Janet Mills dropped out, as a matter of fact, when the primaries took place. And here's the thing: a lot of establishment Democrats hate this guy, right? A lot of people in the pro-Israel side hate this guy.
Does he talk about Israel that much? Maybe he does.
He had been the recipient of a lot of attacks. Many of these attacks were somewhat silly. Some of them were unsubstantiated. And the criticisms that he should have received were obviously criticisms about his background, you know, his investment into, I mean, his numerous tours and then going back into Blackwater, you know, things like that. Those were red flags for me.
Oh,
The
you
Nazi
think?
tattoo was a red flag for me. Those weren't red flags for the average American, and certainly not the average Mainer. But then the New York Times came out with this reporting, right? The New York Times came out with this report, and they had said this is an unbelievable allegation that's about to come out. You know, they highlighted the report as though there was a serious sexual assault allegation. And when the New York Times report came out, it turns out that was not the case, right? There was they looked at his background, they interviewed 7 of Grant Platner's former partners. Most of them actually had nothing but nice, kind words to say about him. And 2, one of the 2 said that there was one moment that she did not feel great about, and then the other was a Republican operative that said Grant Platner had done the classic like male manipulator, domestic abuser moment, the risk control, right? This article seemingly is bad. This article seemingly is different.
Is he sweeping?
No, Platner's gone. 100% he's gone.
There's a
That's
political
free
article
money, by
out
the
now.
way.
I don't know how the New York Times missed this. I don't know how the New York Times did not
Read
get
the
this
articles. They already
information.
tell you how. But okay.
He doesn't read articles, retard.
True. My bad.
By no means am I defending Platner, but American voters' cognitive dissonance about voting for rapists is frustrating, aka Trump's fine, but for Mainers, but Platner is not. It should always be a disqualifier across the board. Yes.
What?
What? Now Platner can't rape?
Political piece, I assume we'll get into it, but we'll look at it now, right? Platner also immediately, because of the severity of the allegations, it seems that they were ready for the Platner camp actually canceled a bunch of events. I think they said the wife was sick or something. I don't know. So
What's the poly market at now?
let's take a look at the
probably 80+%.
latest Graham Platner. New York Times knew this, but the conversation was off the record. Okay. Woman who dated Graham Platner says he sexually assaulted her. The Maine Democrat denied the allegations and said any accusation of non-consensual behavior is categorically untrue. A woman who dated Maine U.S. Senate candidate Graham Platner says he forced her to have sex with him nearly 5 years ago, despite her repeated objections, an allegation Platner denies. The woman, a 41-year-old Maine resident named Jenny Rassicott, detailed the allegation, the alleged incident to Politico in 3 interviews over the past 2 weeks. Politico also spoke with a man Rassicott dated and confided in the years after the alleged incident, and reviewed documents including emails between Rassicott and her therapist and messages between Rassicott and acquaintance. That is curtains. Okay. Mossad paid her ass? No. That is the
That's always
trifecta.
about Jews, by the way.
Okay. That is the trifecta of a reliable allegation. That's holy shit. Okay. Personal firsthand testimony to a friend, a close confidant, back from way before Graham Platner ever fucking ran for Congress. Are you kidding me? And then also direct testimony from a therapist.
Well, that's not
that
really
is
what but okay.
Very different. Very different from a Republican operative coming out and being like, oh yeah, I had a touch and go moment with Graham Platner. I wouldn't even say he like physically abused me or anything. That's very different. There is not direct testimony from a therapist. No, sorry. Emails between Rassicott and her therapist. Okay. Emails that are dated. That seems a little bit different than previous statements and previous things that were talked, previous discussions around Graham Platner's misconduct or alleged misconduct. Okay? What I don't understand is why the New York Times didn't report it, but apparently the Political article gets into that. So we'll take a look at it. So, reviewed documents including emails between Rassicott and her therapist and messages between Rassicott and an acquaintance whom she warned against getting involved with Platner years before he ran for office. Rassicott says she had an on and off relationship with Platner, who is now the Democratic Senate nominee in Maine, for more than 2 years before he entered her rural Maine home uninvited one night. In late 2021, deeply intoxicated and forced himself on her while she repeatedly told him to stop. She said she cut off contact with him. So this is one of the two. Rassicott is the other. New York Times, if you recall, interviewed 7 former girlfriends of Graham Platner. There was one that said she had a bad moment with Graham Platner. This, I think, expands on what that bad moment was with a very significant allegation. Trigger warning.
Trigger warning.
I will be reading out
doing trigger warning.
depictions
He's on
of
full
sexual
progressive.
assault
Oh, he's on
from
full
this
progressive
point on.
mode now. Okay.
She said she cut off contact with him after telling him the encounter was not consensual. I remember him grabbing my pelvis and being really forceful of me, she said. I remember the specific moment where I thought to myself, like, this is no longer my choice. Platner denied the allegations. These allegations are troubling, serious, and false. Any accusation of non-consensual behavior is categorically untrue, he said in a statement. Rassicott previously described reckless and unsettling behavior by Platner to the New York Times, but she says she didn't go public with the specific assault claim because she didn't want to be known as a rape victim. Rascott said she later felt compelled to go public about her experience because the reaction to the Times story was dominated by controversy about another woman, Lindsay Fifield, who alleged Platner mistreated her and faced attacks because of her ties to the Republican Party. Contacted by Politico, Fifield stood by the allegations she made to the Times and declined to comment further. My part of the story was just a read-over, Rascott said in an interview, and the story was just Lindsay and the accusations of her being politically motivated. Rascott said she was torn over coming forward in part because she agrees with Platner politically. One of the reasons I didn't come forward sooner was the huge moral conflict that I had between supporting his
This is why I
politics
told you
but
never
not
to
supporting
endorse him
him
and
as
let
a
things play
person,
out.
she
He was
said.
an enigma,
I just want the truth
untrustworthy.
out there. I just want people to have the whole scope of who he is as a person. In a statement, the Platner campaign reiterated his denial and
This is
accused
far
his
from the
critics
nail
of
in the
trying to
coffin,
drive him out of
guys.
the race. These allegations are very serious, and Graham vigorously denies them. They are also coached and coordinated by out-of-state establishment operatives. For a year, opponents of this campaign have thrown everything they can at Graham, calling him a Nazi, a war criminal,
Why is
and a
chat just
communist.
automatically believing
None of
this?
it has been true, and this is no
Uh-oh.
different. It is not a coincidence that this story comes a week before the ballot deadline, just as the previous false allegations came a week before the primary. Graham began this campaign to fight for a Maine where everyone is treated with dignity and where Mainers are put first, and no amount of desperate smears will stop this movement from seeing that vision through. What do you mean audio? What's wrong with the audio?
Shut the fuck. He's skinwalking me. He's skinwalking me right now.
An oysterman and political newcomer when he launched his Senate campaign last August, easily won the Democratic primary last month to face GOP Senator Susan Collins in one of the nation's most highly watched Senate races. His remarkable rise has been tainted by controversies including offensive online comments and allegations of past mistreatment of women. He has not previously been accused of sexual assault. So here's the thing. Okay? Here's the thing.
Here's the thing, guys.
This is a serious accusation of the highest order, and it has all of the hallmarks of a verifiable accusation. Okay? Conversations in the past, far before Graham Platner came on the scene as a political operative, is a fairly reliable way to verify these accusations. I'm sorry, it's just the truth. Okay?
I think he's gone, so guys.
Like, as you guys know, my policy on this is, believe women doesn't mean reflexively assume that all women are incapable of telling a lie or anything. It just means, like, don't reflexively disbelieve women.
Oh,
right?
Believe all women just means don't disbelieve
yes,
all women.
Contemporaneous communications is huge, especially if they are before he was in politics. Exactly. Central Committee is correct on this. It's a huge part of this. Okay. I assume that they will explain as to why the New York Times didn't get into this, but here's the other side of the story. Okay. I believe this accusation. I believe this allegation. Let me just make that very clear, especially because once again, there are other friends with correspondence from before Graham Platner became a known entity.
Okay.
Right? That's very important. Because
very important, guys.
You're not actively seeking to rat fuck a person if that person is not a political operative at all, right? Like, that's a random oyster fisherman.
No rat fucking here, guys.
Okay? It's a random oyster fisherman at that point in fucking Maine. The timing of this, on the other hand, is, once again, fucked up. The timing of the drop is in the column of rat fucking, but the accusations are certainly real. Okay?
I mean, she gave
Do
her
with that
explanation.
information what you will, but
up to you if you
the
believe it or not.
accusations, they are as credible as it is going to get. Okay? Unless the correspondence between Rasicot and her friend is not from back then, or the other partner that Rasicot had which I have no reason to believe that that's the case, for the record. Okay? It still ultimately lends itself to a verifiable and credible accusation. Both the therapist and the friend refused to comment. This needs receipts.
Uh-oh.
So, let's continue.
Wait, did I not equip the parry?
Is this rat fucking if they're giving him time to drop out, I guess? Well, we'll get into that in a second. The Iraq and Afghanistan war veteran has linked some of his behavior to mental health struggles and alcohol abuse, but he says he's changed and has denied previous claims that he was abusive to women. Rascott told Politico she connected with Platner on the dating app Bumble in 2019 and had consensual relations with him prior to the night he allegedly assaulted her. That night in late 2021, she said she had exchanged text messages with him and told him not to come over, saying she wasn't in the mood for company. Later that evening, she said she realized when he heard a sound on the stairs that he had let himself into her house, which was unlocked. Platner came up the stairs, Rascott said, to where she was on a couch. He got on top of her, kept grabbing her, she said, while she repeatedly told him to stop and that she wasn't interested. Rascott said she smelled of alcohol in his breath and believed he was almost blackout drunk because Platner kept ignoring her protests and continued to grab her after knocking over an antique sewing kit, spilling small needles everywhere. I'd been telling him these words, no, don't, she recalled. And the look on his face, realizing what was happening, I just realized that, like, I'm in a situation where there's no consent here, she said. Rascott said she tried to separate herself from Platner by telling him she couldn't be in that room anymore, after which he followed her to the bedroom and had sex with her against her will. She said he also ejaculated inside of her despite her telling him not to, as she was not using birth control at the time. Oof. Oh,
Oof.
That's brutal.
That's a brutal one, man.
She went to clean herself up, she said, and when she returned, Platner had fallen asleep. She contemplated waking him up to kick him out, but worried he could hurt someone driving in the state that he was in. The following morning, she said Platner tried to put his arm around her and she pushed him away. She said she asked him whether he remembered what had happened the previous night. According to Rascott, Platner said he didn't remember. Rascott said she told him to leave and never contact her again. Rascott said she waited several weeks until she got her period to ensure she wasn't pregnant, then sent Platner a private message on Instagram saying that the encounter was not consensual and she did not want to hear from him ever again. Rascott had no further contact with him after that, she said. Rascott said she later deleted all of her texts and social media correspondence with Platner as she tried to move on from the assault, and said she has not been able to recover the Instagram messages she sent him about the incident. In the weeks after the alleged assault, Rascott says she considered going to the police but struggled with shock and confusion about what had happened to her and did not file a police report. Even as time passed, she said she felt uncomfortable potentially telling a police officer about such a personal experience and feared retaliation from Platner. At first, she confided only in her therapist, who she continues to see. Rascott showed Politico recent emails with her therapist in which Rascott explained she was talking to the media about her relationship with Platner and said the sexual assault rape using an abbreviation for sexual assault. In the message, Rascott was not ready to go public and was seeking help corroborating her account in conversations she was having with reporters on condition of anonymity. Her therapist responded that Rascott shouldn't have to speak publicly about a traumatic incident in order to be believed, without referencing details of any particular incident. Rascott, the T is silent.
Hasan got insider knowledge, that's why he's believing this.
Rascott.
It's possible
Okay.
that Ryan or somebody tipped him off, Ryan Grimm or whatever, maybe.
Yeah, not seeking, not going to the police is perfectly normal in situations like this, for the record, just so you guys understand.
And that's why he's being so, like, understanding and charitable, maybe.
So they don't have, the therapist who Politico agreed not to name at her request declined to comment when reached on Monday. So, Rasco also shared details about the alleged assault to the man she dated after Platner, who she began dating in 2022. The man, who was granted anonymity out of concern for his personal privacy, told Politico that Rasco had told him in bits and pieces about a bad experience with Platner before confiding the full details of what happened in 2023. His account of what Rasco told him about the incident matched what Rasco told Politico. Okay? Rasco shared with Politico a series of private Facebook messages she exchanged with an acquaintance in 2023, about a year and a half after the alleged assault and well before Platner launched his political career, in which she cautioned the acquaintance against getting involved with Platner. In the messages, Rasco says she had ended up in a bad situation with him, describing Platner as a consensually careless and saying he doesn't listen to you when
Consensually
drunk.
careless.
Reached out by Politico. The acquaintance said she received the messages but declined the comment. Politico granted her anonymity at a request to protect her privacy in her main community. What's his deal? Should I not fix him up with my friend, assuming he's single? He can be charming and funny, and he's a decently intelligent person, but he's not all bad. But I ended up in a bad situation with him, and I will just very politely call him consensually careless at times. When drunk, plus PTSD. I knew about the PTSD. He lies also. Forces himself on people. Wait, what? That's the cutoff? There's more. Click the arrow. Oh.
No shot.
No, this is the earlier. I saw your post about oysters the other day. I feel morally obligated to warn you if you were anything more than just friends with Graham. But if you're not, then I'll just shut up for now and give you the scoop sometime, lol. Just friends. Would love the scoop, though. Is he still engaged? I was working on fixing on a friend. Oh, I have no idea. With who? Oh, a girl. I think her name is Jen from like the Rockland area. I don't know. I haven't heard of anyone. He was as of last summer that I know of, but also my timeline's a little sketch. So maybe it was the summer before. But either way, they've been on and off. But
tell me if this gets spicy. I don't think it will, but
OSSOF is doing, saying, hey, we have these great principles in the Declaration of Independence, and look what we have done with them. You know, we've had this incredibly successful run, and yet that is being challenged in Lincoln's day by a small group of elite Southern enslavers who are trying to destroy those principles. And OSSOF is doing the same thing. And the trick to that then is not only identifying that and calling out what's going on in the United States today, but making people understand that that's the reason gas is expensive. Like, it's not that you can either have cheap eggs or you can have a democracy. They're all the same story. And that, I think, OSSOF is doing very, very well. But he is not the only one. Zoran Mamdani has been doing it incredibly well as mayor of New York. His speech about the victory of the Knicks was, I think we'll be teaching that speech in years to come. It's only 8 minutes long and was just absolutely beautifully done. But you're also seeing it among a lot of Western figures. Jason Crow in Colorado, Rob Sands and Josh Turek in Iowa, certainly Tina Smith in Minnesota. This idea that we're really reclaiming American democracy and taking strength from it to combat those who would destroy it in our era. I think that's the story of this moment.
Yeah, I agree. I want to get into voters because I could talk about this with you for a long time, but let's get into the voters and then we can circle back and talk more about this. But like I said at the top, the Trump administration is really complicating a lot of people's relationship with patriotism and America at the moment. So I want to start with some of the Democrats who feel downright ashamed of the country right now.
I was in Canada a few weeks ago and I was like, please don't let I don't want to be identified as an American because I just think I'm just so ashamed of our behavior as a country and the hatred and just vitriol towards our neighbors.
I think before this last election, I still had a lot of hope that there were a lot of Americans who maybe just didn't have the privilege to take the time to educate themselves. And now watching the things that Trump is doing and his cronies and the fact that anyone still supports that has given me a complete existential crisis with who I thought Americans were and what we stood for.
I'm embarrassed to go to other countries for trips or to talk to other people from other countries because our country is run by a dictator that all he does is crime.
My family's from Jamaica. That's everybody's favorite place to go for vacation, right? But actually living in Jamaica, seeing what it's like to actually deal with life as a Jamaican, a lot of people, not just from Jamaica, from the West Indies, from around the world, an American citizenship is old, and it still is to this day. So from that perspective, I do take that seriously. At the same time, my reason for not being proud to be an American right now, I think, is because it's not really about...
Wait, is that true? Pisco is deleting his endorsements of Platner. Rip.
the president. It's more so I do think that Americans don't realize how privileged they are.
I feel like I've been ashamed to be an American since I was maybe in college. I backpacked through Europe during, the Iraqi war and Afghanistan conflict. And, I really got a worldview at that time as like a 22-year-old kind of lesson, from people I met from around the world. It really kind of shaped my thinking. It's horrible what is done to people, in this country every day. But it's been like that pre-Trump. It's just magnified now. And, it's like, that's why I'm always going to vote for change.
Especially like with the 4th of July coming up and the 250th anniversary, it's going to be a struggle for me, especially because my entire family, my closest friends are all the opposite of me. And so it's like my husband and I kind of are the outsiders trying to decide what we can and can't say without causing a battle. It frustrates me, like we go to a concert and all of a sudden the last song is Proud to be an American, and everybody stands up and, puts their heart on their hand on their heart. And my husband and I are looking at each other saying, we just can't do it in today's environment, just not feeling it.
A lot of times when I was growing up, it was kind of just
Platner was my man's too when he won his endorsement.
Uh-oh.
He's still my man right now until he drops out.
True.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay, like it's the 4th of July. You have to put on like red, white, and blue and you have to go to a parade. But now I'm like, I'm not putting on red, white, and blue. I just don't feel like I can do it and mean it in any sense.
This is the bummer part of the of listening to the voters. And I got to say, as somebody who also grew up, I also grew up in a small rural town like you did, but I was in central Pennsylvania.
I know, because I read your book.
That's right. But you know what? Somebody did sing "Proud to be an American" at every fair. And there were at the town fireworks that the fire department would put on that you get really bummed out if you couldn't go because it was raining. And I grew up with a very firm sense of America being good, just based on where I grew up. I grew up around, and granted, it is deep Trump country now, and it had always voted Republican, but now it is, even the numbers of voters have really climbed in the Trump era. I think one of the reasons I was never attracted to the Democratic Party as a young person is I felt like they didn't like America as much as I did, or as much as I wanted people to like America. I always was like, look at how great America is. And I still feel that way, except I totally am with these guys that I have been in no mood to celebrate America's 250. None. I'm the audience for the 250, and I cannot feel what I want to feel about the country right now. And I guess, what do you think the difference is between sort of patriotism and being proud of the country? Are those different things? Are those the same things? Because I would still say I'm pretty patriotic while not feeling particularly proud of the country at the moment. And I'll just say this last thing, which is I think America electing Trump a second time did real psychological damage to people who thought, maybe even a little bit. I knew this could happen, but I really hoped there was enough in there to keep this from happening again. And the fact that Trump was elected a second time after trying to overturn an election, I do think it's cratered people's sense of who we are, at least at the moment.
I think I'm a little bit further along that spectrum than you are, in the sense that, when the Obama Presidential Center opened a week or so ago, I don't know when it was, I read somebody saying, how could the same country that elected this man elect Donald Trump twice? And my first reaction was, well, the same country didn't, in the sense that when you think of the way that voting has gone in the United States, certainly really since the 1980s, but 1988 in the arrival of talk radio, and then 1996 in the arrival of Fox News Channel, we have created a population that is not operating in the real world. And so when I think about this country, I think about that larger problem with the fact that we are no longer based in reality for a significant number of the people who live here. And that's one of the things that you and I are combating. That's why we're here and why we do what we do, at least in part. But in terms of patriotism in this moment, one of the real changes we've seen since the 1980s, I think, is that people have ceased to believe that it's their government, that they have become subjects in a sense rather than citizens. And the reason that I'm actually quite excited about the 250th this year and feeling quite patriotic about it is because Americans are rediscovering that. We never had a perfect past and we've never had a perfect present. What we have had is moments of time when people put skin in the game and said, I don't like the laws about voting, so I'm going to change them, or I don't like the laws about taxes, so I'm going to change them, or I don't like the way we're dealing with foreign affairs, so I'm going to change that. And I think you're seeing that again now in a big way. But part of rethinking what it means to be proud to be an American and what patriotism means is refocusing not on the idea that, America's always great, because here's a newsflash. America has always, in every single year that it has existed, been great and done great things. And America has always, in every single year it existed, been awful and done horrible things, in the sense that, our government reflects America. People, and people are going to people. They're both good and bad. The trick for us as a country is to make sure we establish the guardrails and the mechanics of a government that is good more than it is bad. And if we remember that, and remember that the real heart of America is, like Ossoff said, that commitment to a set of principles, then we can work around the bad stuff and work to make a better country. And I look around me and I see, in a way that I have not seen in my lifetime, my really conscious lifetime, American people stepping back up to the plate. And that is how you change the direction of a country, I think. And so I actually feel quite good about it. I was actually, before we talked, I was actually pulling out, not just my flag, but all the sort of flag accoutrements that have accumulated as gifts over the years that I've never flown before or never put out before. And this year I will.
You're inspiring me, because I know you're right. It is so much of it. And again, this is the thesis of my book in a lot of ways, which is, yes, people have light and dark in them, and leadership can make a huge difference in terms of what is pulled out of us. And we do, I think that's the trouble with Trump, right? Is it feels like he's pulling the worst instincts of people out. He's taking all the bad stuff and he's shining a spotlight on that. And the question is, this is what I liked about what Ossoff was doing, is to say, no, let's shine a light on the good parts. Let me try to bring out the best in us. Because I do think that is the hunger that Americans have right now. Like, they do still love their country and what it stands for, but they just understand that it is coming nowhere close to meeting its aspirations as stated, and that can get sort of soul crushing because what you want to be is moving forward. But you're so right. You always hit on this point, and I always appreciate it when you do, that the best way for Americans to rediscover their love for America is to participate in making America the thing that you want it to be.
Yes, and I think that one of the things that really jumps out in this moment is that doesn't only mean getting involved in politics, although of course it means getting involved in politics.
Really?
And I'm always excited when I hear people say, well, I ran for the school board. I'm on the school board now. I'm volunteering in this sort of an organization, that sort of an organization. But, I was talking to a woman, I guess about a year ago now, who said, I started getting involved in this group in my town, and it was involved in some kind of social reform, and I don't know what. And she said, and I realized that I really needed to know more than I did, and that if I was really going to make a difference, I needed to be a lawyer. So I've gone back to law school. And that sort of sense that you are contributing to your community, and that your community is pushing you to be a bigger person and possibly a better person than you were before, that's the kind of mentality that I think a great leader can bring out. And the comparison I would make to something like Ossoff, and I'm always careful about doing this because I don't want people to say, oh, she says Ossoff or somebody is like some great hero in the past. But, when Abraham Lincoln was trying to convince people to stand against those elite enslavers who were completely advocating for the idea that Black Americans should never have rights in the United States. And it was a deeply racist country. America was a deeply racist country then. The thing is that Lincoln would go to these audiences that were full of people heckling him. And he would say, he would sort of in good humor sort of push back on them, their comments about how he just wanted a black wife or whatever. And he would say, either we believe that people are equal or we don't. And if we don't, it's only a question of time until you're not going to be equal either. But if you believe that, let's tear up the Declaration of Independence. Let's go to the statute books where it's written, and because in the frontispiece of them, it's not itself a law, and tear it out. Do you want to do that? And when forced to recognize that the positions they were taking were actually against the principles of the country, we actually have speeches where the people recording those speeches have the audience yelling, no, don't do it, don't do it. And that ability to remind people of what the United States of America is supposed to be, that's what our leaders should be doing now. And a number of them are. Ossoff's not the only one. When that happens, as you say, they call us to our better nature.
Let's keep going here. There were a lot of folks in these groups who were sort of higher on America as a long-term proposition, but are deeply conflicted about this moment. Let's listen.
I still have hope that this is not forever, and that people who did vote for this, like a large portion, are like, oh, okay, like finally coming around.
I feel like this is absolutely a dark chapter, but I like to think of it as just a chapter, and that,
You should essentially ban every single person who posts positively about Kyle or anyone who supported Platner in your super chats. Wait, what? Why, bro? Well, I mean, like, I supported him as the nominee. I mean, I would still support him as the nominee for over the
oyster farmer?
Yeah, over the Republican. But I mean, what do you want me to say?
The ideals of our country are, still there in the background, and that we will get back to that.
I'm embarrassed that there are people that don't believe in news and science and education, but I have hope. And when I show up to protests, and when I see the amount of people that are fighting for democracy and our freedoms and change, the hope is where I'm at with it, because I know it's just a small group of people that are not feeling this way. But what I'm really embarrassed about is the government portion, not necessarily the common man. It's the government that has put us in a position of pitting against each other, which has been going on forever and a day, like even, Roman times. It's a proven method of dividing and conquering, and power and rich and money. But most people still feel that it's worth the fight for democracy, to save democracy.
When you see the things that were happening in Minneapolis with ICE, that does not make me proud. And I think that, when you go to perhaps other countries and they know you're from the United States, that's a reflection of you being from the United States. And I'm not proud of that. I'm also not going to let Donald Trump live in my head and negate all of the things that I think have been really great about our country.
The term American's been co-opted, the flag's been co-opted. It's disgusting what we're seeing. Mm-hmm. However, while the country's always had problems and the system's not the greatest, I think, it's up to us. It's up to voters.
I think I could go back to being proud to be an American, but that doesn't mean I have to be proud to be one at the moment. I think the way that we've alienated so many of our allies and our behavior towards, thinking, oh, we're going to take Greenland and then we're going to take Cuba and, this is next. And none of that makes me proud. I would just as soon not be associated with this country now, but that's not a permanent thing. At least I hope it's not.
I feel like we all go through like a phase, whether it's a point of maturity or point in our lives, where we kind of look at America and we're like, oh,
we're the bad guys. And maybe we have some times in our lives we're like, oh, we're the good guys, or we're not doing that great, or we're the bad guys. I feel like all of us here might agree that we're kind of in that phase now as a nation of we feel like we're the bad guys and we're making all these mistakes and harming communities inside and outside of our country. There's been different like periods where we felt good or bad about it. And I think a lot of where that comes from, for me at least, is we're proud to be an American because the promises that we're told in history class or through the Bill of Rights or Declaration of Independence and through the promises that our nation is providing to us. But when that's juxtaposed against the reality of the situation, that patriotism fades away once we kind of see the fuller picture of it.
I just think these Americans really highlight to me something I hear all the time. Right? You can hear this sense of, no, I believe in America and this thing we're doing. I'm just so frustrated with where we are now, but I also believe we can get through it. And I don't know about you, but when you go out and you talk to your readers or you get emails from your readers, do they say the phrase to you, "You help keep me sane"?
Constantly,
right? That's the one we get the most. And there's something interesting in that. It's one. There's something about the world right now that feels like it's been turned upside down for people, right? They feel like their understanding of who we are as a country and what our values were has been turned upside down. And they feel like somebody's up there saying, the sky is purple. And we're like, no, it's blue. It's blue. And they're like, thank God, somebody still thinks it's blue. And they also see the same things that I do. And I think that people come to us because they are trying to feel like both a sense of, tell me that what I'm seeing isn't crazy, and also maybe tell me it's going to be okay, or help us formulate a plan to get out of this. And so what is your advice to people for staying sane as we claw our way through this particular moment?
Well, I think we just talked about it. Find your people.
True.
And find something to do so that you feel as if you're contributing to the survival of democracy. But remember that democracy is the system of government that is a deeply human enterprise, and that is people's ability to determine their own futures, whatever that looks like to you. So to the degree you are helping other people learn to read or make it through the end of their life or get their grocery shopping done, that too is part of contributing to a community that is going to create this kind of a government. So what I say to people is stay involved in politics to whatever degree you can, but it's okay to garden. It's okay to find people, to build community. That's actually, all of it is actually working to build a stronger democracy.
Yeah, and I also think the extent to which you can fight back against the soul sickness of now, and like people finding things in people to love and that make you reinvest and love the country can be a big part of that. But one thing that I look to you for is there's kind of nothing new under the sun. Like what I love about history, and I have a renewed appreciation for history, in some ways because of you being able to sort of bring to us in these moments to say, hey, not only have we been in dark places before as a country, but here's how we got through them. That has been deeply helpful for me to be like, okay, humans are going to human. You said this earlier. And we just have an obligation to fight through this, and we can look to history to say we've been in some really dark places before and we've gotten through it and found better outcomes. And so that just gives me a lot of hope. That is what you do with history, right? I don't want to put words into your mouth, but
professionally, I study the importance of ideas in changing society. Other historians study other things, but what really always jumps out to me, especially in hard times, is that nobody knows what tomorrow's going to bring. When people say to me, "That's it, it's all over, we're done,"
What's tomorrow bringing then?
How do you know that? We don't know what tomorrow is going to bring. And there's so many game changers out there. When you look, for example, at the Iran war that Trump declared, and we could go into great detail about what happened there. It seems to me, again, I can't see the future, but it seems to me that there's very little that anybody could have done to turn the world more quickly toward renewable energy than have Trump invade Iran and lose the Strait of Hormuz. And that was a twist I didn't see coming. So I think about the people who, in times that looked really, really dark, stepped forward and said, listen, I'm putting everything on the line here, whether it was my husband's people who volunteered for the Civil War in summer of 1862, which was virtually a death sentence. One of them didn't come home. Or people like my mother signing up to fight World War II in 1943. You didn't know it was coming, but they were willing to put their skin in the game to make sure it came out the right way. And of course, that's exactly what the founders did with the Declaration of Independence, saying we're going to give this a try and we really hope it works out. It's an extraordinary leap of faith, but it's those leaps of faith that have actually expanded American democracy through people like Fannie Lou Hamer, for example. And I will say that when you look back at the past, and it always, as I said, it always looks better when you look backward. If you were living through the second civil rights movement, what you saw in the news and what you internalized was Bull Connor ordering the fire hoses turned on children. And you saw the bombings and so on. But when people think about the civil rights movement now, they don't think about Bull Connor so much as they think about Ralph Abernathy or Dr. King or Amelia Boynton or some of the leaders of the movement who made things turn out right. So I think people tend to forget just how fraught it is to try and move that democratic ball forward. One of the things that I always think about, and this is a weird leap, but I was writing a piece once on the Great Crash of 29. And I'm like, I don't want to write about the crash. Everybody writes about the crash. And I thought, I'll write about the night before the crash, the way people were living the night before the crash. And I knew that the economy was completely unstable and that it was all going to be going, but I wanted to see what they did the night before. And the New York Times was all about, it was the opening of the opera. And so people are in their fancy clothes and they're covering the opera and, everything is glitzy and beautiful. It's the great miracle, right? This economy is booming and it's great. And there's a little tiny article in the New York Times about a man who died by suicide that night because his business had failed and he couldn't deal with the fact he was a failure and so on and so forth. And it has always stuck with me because even when I read it, I was like, no, wait one more day, and you will see that you are not alone, and you can be part of the rebuilding.
pretty.
And I always think about that when people say that's it, it's over, and I'm like,
It
no,
was the Great
you just gotta hang on
Depression.
one more day because you don't know what's going to happen in that next day.
That's so interesting. The cynical part of me is like, or at least you would have had company in your misery.
Well, the way the article was written, it did suggest that he felt he was a business failure, and even having company in that might have made a real difference in his
No,
life.
I agree. Yeah, that's right. Well, that's what they say, right? Misery loves company. I want to pivot to a more hopeful note, because
That's a
even
song.
when these voters were conflicted, people in the focus groups absolutely had a degree of pride in America, even if it didn't take the form that a lot of our usual 4th of July celebrations take. Let's listen.
The thing I'm proud about is that when my parents came in 1976 to the United States, there was...
What?
The Discord stream ended.
Why? What happened?
I don't know.
Discord glitched. That's your fault.
proud about is that when my parents came in 1976 to the United States, there was very few people of color, mostly white in Boise, Idaho, where I grew up. And my father built a life and he was a professor at the university and rose through administration. And to think that even given that time, that was something he could do, and that was people would accept, because that was, an environment that's primarily Caucasian, very limited minorities, and for him to be able to do that, so I'm proud of at that time that happened.
The only thing I can say that I am proud of is with technology, there seems to be there's less of forgetting the stories from like America's history that aren't good. So like the movement bombing and that happened in Philadelphia in 1985. Like I feel like there's been more education on that in the past couple of years because of technology. I actually had like a post that went viral on Threads posting about it. The learning about the history of gynecology and how that progressed and how like Black women were tested on for it. Something that was talked about when I was younger, and it seemed kind of like a myth, and now it's more spread and more like put out there. So I feel like I'm proud of the fact that we aren't forgetting the stories, whether they're good or bad.
I was raised by my great-great-great-grandmother. She was born in 1898. She was 80 years old when I was born. She is literally one generation from slavery. Literally, her mother was a slave. She was a sharecropper. My great-uncle was on the balcony when Dr. King was shot. He marched with him himself. So I have a very complicated relationship with how I'm proud of America. I can't say that I am proud of America because of the perspective and the family history that I have and the things that I know, and that I was taught and I saw firsthand as a child. So I'll say this: I'm proud that I can do certain things.
I'm proud to be.
But I'm more
really,
proud of the
Moot?
stuff
You think
that
that's
I came
appropriate
from
right now?
to fight for me to do those things.
She was a slave
There's
descendant.
definitely a lot of different movements and things that are mainly from the people in the U.S. that I have been proud of, especially like the queer movement. And I think, the push for authenticity and the pushes for freedom, like the women's suffrage movement. I used to be super proud of our like scientific community in America, and it's still pushing out good things. Like we had the COVID vaccines and stuff, but definitely like this administration has negatively affected that a lot, and the whole economy has too. But like when Obama was in office, I felt so proud of being American. Like we were pushing for more environmentally friendly things. We're pushing for things to protect our environment. We were pushing Obamacare. It was super, it wasn't perfect, but like when Obamacare came out, like that was something that took a lot of my stress levels away at the time, and definitely, was something in the right direction.
So when we asked this, well, what does make you proud? The stories were so long that we'd only include a few of them here because people really talked a lot. And even the one that you could hear, although I got to tell you ready for this? We cut this part of the clip just for time, but the woman who was talking about her being raised by her great-great-grandmother, and she says, my great uncle is Ralph D.
Why don't we do focus groups?
Yeah.
Good question. We should walk around and ask people questions.
Abernathy. Do you all know who that is? For those that don't know, he was Dr. King's right-hand man.
Wait, people are saying Ryan Grimm is tweeting some crazy shit right now? Wait, give me some vote blue no matter who tweets. I need one from Kyle Kalinske about Platner.
Because I would vote for Platner right now. But would Kyle? At least our guy doesn't do it to children.
True.
Thank God it wasn't an Iraqi child.
Okay, I need one more lefty person tweeting. I need 4.
Should be a campaign manager? Yeah, I'd go on. I'd be like, well,
what do I
could
have?
be worse.
Got Kyle Kalinske, Emma Vigilant, and a Pisco one. I don't need more Kyle ones. I need one more lefty.
Is Pisco a lefty?
No, but he virtue signals over that vote blue no matter who thing.
So we're just gonna bully him, huh?
Yep.
Based.
It can't be a random vote blue no matter who thing. It needs to be responsive to like a Platner tweet or a Platner story or something, guys.
Hasan? I think
he has one, but it's got to be responsive to not just a random vote blue no matter who thing. Oh, this mic from PA1 is good. Okay. We're just gonna be fucking falling with the Balrog.
Yeah, the Balrog.
Yeah, on our way down. Like, but it's not gonna be like Gandalf fighting the Balrog. The Balrog is gonna be Trump, and then it's just gonna be two Gandalfs beating each other over the head with their own staves, screaming, "Vote blue, no matter who," as we all make our way to hell.
Gandalf's, or sorry, the Balrog's still on the fucking bridge.
Maybe, yeah. Actually, that's the real name.
So that's who that woman was that was talking. I marked that. You sent me the clips to read, and that really jumped out to me what she said, because to me that's America. It's people working to make things better. And that one of the things that I think when I talked about the loss of agency is it feels to me like a lot of what we have done, certainly in the modern day curriculum, that the radical right is trying.
Whoa, what? Hasan goes on a completely unprompted schizo rant about DGG.
No way.
You're taking the time to reflect on the best path
forward
for the state that I love. The people.
Come on, bro.
I love when, you know what's funny? I love when people go, hey, this ginormous incident with significant accusations of sexual assault took place that's shaking up national.
Is he about... I already know what he's going to... He's like, I like how when there's like a serious thing that comes out about my candidate, the only fucking thing that the fucking other guys, the fucking libs can do is... They're fucking happy. They're happy there's a fucking rape. They're happy that a woman suffered. I can't fucking believe you guys would celebrate this fucking moment. I'm just kidding. Maybe he won't do that at all. Sorry. And I just humiliated myself if I did that.
News. How can I make this about my least favorite Twitch streamer?
Oh, never mind. There it is. He's mad.
Are you okay? How are you any different than the fucking weirdo Epstein fans who literally saw October?
What? You have to admit, all right, he is hella pressed, okay? You've been talking about the Epstein ring a lot, all right? We're in danger. We're having membership problems. People aren't even signing up to the Epstein Island flights, okay? We've had to cancel some of them because of how much pressure he's putting on us.
7.
No.
And then watched as Israel started bombing Gaza, immediately killing more people than October 7, and went to work to be like, this is our opportunity to make sure that we compile every single thing that Hasan says. So
he's so mad about my tweet. Oh, I'm saving.
Scared.
From now on, every time I got a little folder on my desktop so I know exactly which clips so anytime I see one of his little sycophantic fuck pieces of shit tweeting some crazy weirdo shit about me, I got fucking videos just ready to go. Oh, what? I did this? Oh, what about this and this and this and this and this? Woo-hoo-hoo.
We can make this a national story later down the line. If you see, incidents taking place of national consequence and your first thought is, how do I make this about a fucking Twitch streamer? You're not going to make it. Shut the fuck up.
We're living rent free right now.
Oh, yeah. On a platform I'm banned from, so we're still getting access. Hell yeah. Yeah, boy.
You need help.
You okay?
I'm good.
I don't know how I feel about that laugh.
The movement I belong to, and the goal of defeating Susan Collins. Those were the goals when we launched this campaign, and they remain my goals today. On June 9th, 154,058 Mainers, the most in primary history, voted to reject a broken politics beholden to Washington and the donor class. They voted for hope, for change, to take back our economy, to take back our power.
We're not making it about our least favorite Twitch streamer. We're asking for some accountability since you absolutely give positive coverage to this guy after knowing what he did in the Middle East.
Excuse me, did you not get the memo, bro? Did you not get the memo, chatter? We support anybody that we view as being aligned against the DEMS. I don't give a fuck about killing some Middle Easterners. Why the fuck would a man who supports Hezbollah and the Houthis, why would he give a fuck about some dead Arabs? The man is Turkish, okay? Nobody loves dead Arabs more than Turks. Are you crazy, motherfucker? This guy doesn't care. Come on.
You're supposed to be on our side, but you run cover for people you know are war criminals, even though sexual assault is where you draw the line.
Chatter just doesn't get it, guys. He doesn't get it, man. I just want to give you guys health care. Take my health care.
I'm gonna move on from this.
Hasan is literally the guy at the end of He's got the cure for all of the working class idiots in his chat, and they're too stupid to understand. And now he just has to, we're just waiting for the end. I can help you guys, but not that I won't want anything bad to happen, but.
Okay, please shut the fuck up. Please.
Please. And to take back our Senate seat. Throughout it all, you never turned your back on me. And I will not turn my back on you now. Every one of you deserves to see that vision come to fruition and see Susan Collins defeated.
Wait, who's Belogan? Is that a Belgium player or a U.S. player?
It's a U.S. guy. Trump undid his red card.
Fuck, where's the meme? Yeah, where's the meme of the guy holding up the card and it's got Trump's face on it? Oh, never mind, found it.
Oh, didn't I send it to you?
Too late. You probably did.
I only send good memes. Don't forget. Oh, you got him. You tweeted at him.
And we will use.
Guys, are we mobilized? Are we retweeting? Help him.
Wait, who are we tweeting at?
You. Boosh.
Wait, for the one I just tweeted? Oh, that's fine. The one before was a better meme. Okay.
To do so. As Maine goes, so goes the nation.
Laura Loomer's on this underage girls on Kick thing. She keeps tweeting this out. She's been tweeting about it for 3 days. Uh-oh.
Underage girls on Kick?
Kick, K-I-K.
Oh, K-I-K. He's feeling stressed.
Genuinely, he's saying that Platner's entire defense of this is just nuh-uh. He's saying that there were a coordinated smear campaign and coaching, but if that was the case, he put that shit on the limelight yesterday, instead nothing. Yeah. Does your community seriously believe that being in the military means automatically you're a war criminal? No. But there are some.
Really?
In my community that does, definitely.
Now?
There are definitely people on the left who automatically go, oh, you touched a machine gun, you were in the American military.
What was the, what did Hasan say again, Mooten? Can you remind me? What did he say about Kamala Harris recently? What did he say about her?
Oh, she'd be the one-to-one, the same as Donald Trump?
No.
Or that she belonged in the Hague?
Yeah, that she should turn herself into the Hague. For being the vice president, by the way. Vice president.
The American military is an imperialist force. You have done war crimes. It's understandable why people arrive at that conclusion, for the record, because many who do active duty combat, who see active duty combat, engage in things like that.
Oh, things like that. Many of them do.
Do you think
my scrutiny of this of Graham Platner's background came from his 4 tours plus Blackwater, but it wasn't enough for me to say, like,
not.
you know.
This is the funniest sentence in the universe. Okay, Blackwater, sure. But, okay, Blackwater, maybe. Well, a little bit of a red flag. Bro, for any other person, oh my God.
Of Graham Platner's background came from his 4 tours plus Blackwater, but it wasn't enough for me to say like, you know, this is
my God.
I'm pulling out of this.
He would be making so many jokes. Like killing Middle Arabs wasn't enough 3 times. You had to go back a 4th time, and you were so hungry for blood, you had to go private contractor afterwards. Like, he would be saying so much if this guy wasn't on his team. It's actually crazy, bro.
We gotta take notes.
Didn't this guy give me the video 10-minute ads if he really did. Was this guy attacking Pete Buttigieg for his military service? Like, Jesus Christ, bro.
Was he?
You know, I wanted to
just Pete being gay
and made the effort to try to interview him specifically on that and never got the opportunity to do so.
You want to interview him now, buddy? But he's available.
For the record.
Do you think watching Hasan go super soft here is making any of his casual audience falter? Oh, yeah, a little bit. Yeah, of course. That's why there are people that are kind of fighting. And he didn't ban that one guy because he knows his chat's going to have a hard time with this. Because there's like, remember, the way that he brings in his ideology is like subversively. So he tries to sneak it in on the back of like progressive shit. But at times when there's a confliction between his like Marxist-Leninist or Stalinist beliefs and then the progressive ones, he goes with the ML beliefs. But that's like pretty hard for most of his audience. My guess is like 80 to 90% of his audience are solidly just progressives, super progressives, like bordering like socialist curious, but not full on the Marxist-Leninist authoritarian commie shit. So whenever he goes like into these takes, it becomes very, very hard, I imagine, for a lot of his audience to come along. Yeah,
I'm getting fucking dominated in the bot lane right now.
Or very dodgy about. They were initially interested, but then when I offered my scrutiny very publicly, the campaign was somewhat dodgy about it.
Wait, what? Hold on. Sorry, what did he say?
They were very dodgy about. They were initially interested, but then when I offered my scrutiny, very plus Blackwater, but it wasn't enough for me to say like, you know, this is I'm pulling out of this. You know, I wanted to and made the effort to try to interview him specifically on that and never got the opportunity to do so.
Is there any video footage at all of Hasan being like super critical of Platner's military history? I'm very curious about that, but
it doesn't exist.
For the record.
Pete Buttigieg saw a decade of senseless war and decided to still go to Afghanistan, not because he had no other option, but for his resume. That alone is almost as disqualifying as Biden's Iraq vote. My God, bro. Fucking loser.
They were very dodgy about. They were initially interested, but then when I offered my scrutiny.
Like, here's the big issue now, right? How much did Platner win the primary by? She dropped? Oh, so the polling was like brutal then. So like now what?
I don't know. They might actually need to just put a new candidate in there.
Well, but so now that's the thing is because there's this Troy guy that I'm guessing like the lefties like or whatever. Yeah. But how are they not going to get like smashed over the head with you know what, right? Do you know what? What do you?
The Kamala shit.
Yeah, exactly. Wait,
there was no blah blah blah.
Yeah,
blah,
we
blah,
didn't
blah,
have a primary. Wait, what? You guys chose somebody
it's
without
rigged.
Exactly. Yeah, what the fuck? How are they gonna?
Yeah, I mean, what do you want me to say?
Do I have anything that works in the air on this fucking stupid?
Anything else?
Oh, this. Oh fuck. Also, okay. What staggers him more? The windstorm doesn't. Nothing staggers him more. Oh wait, this guy. No. Significantly. Oh, twirling lunge. It doesn't even really that much. Whatever.
Doesn't even matter.
Very publicly, the campaign was somewhat dodgy
Sorry, I don't
about
want anybody
it.
to forget. Has he criticized Platner at all? Any linkers?
I don't know. Synchronized windstorm during pressure is high stagger damage. Okay.
And I never got to. I never got to actually ask him personally about some of these questions that I had.
I can't believe they dodged Hasan because they knew that he
But
was
if
gonna
you
hold him
recall,
accountable.
one of the things that I had said on a Pod Save America podcast.
Oh yeah, tell us.
Was a comparison between Abdul Al-Sayed and Graham Platner.
Oh my God! Yeah, what did you say?
Let me see if I can find it.
Oh no, that's the end of the VOD. Whoops.
That's the end of the VOD?
Well, that's where it was recorded up to, yeah, because it was
They
like,
cut off the best part.
yeah, your mom did. Ooh.
Sorry, I was deafened. Hello.
Hi, what's up?
Hello.
Hello?
Okay, question one. How do you how do you feel about this softball Hasan coverage of the Platner stuff? What's verified? Because I've heard like war crimes, I've heard SA, and I've heard like
Oh, he probably.
The craziest part about it is Casey
Whoops.
Tron.
Hold on. He definitely Platner definitely raped a chick 5 years ago. I think 5 years ago, 4 years ago.
oh fuck.
What are you gonna do, man? He has PTSD. He has PTSD.
Can we stop trying to elect the rapers, please?
Oh,
my
so
God, bruh.
now people.
Hot take. Hot take.
Now people with
Big
PTSD
brain.
can't run for office. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, all people with PTSD just also do sexual crimes. Good job.
Well,
Well,
That's the lefty's guy.
yeah, it was also.
That's their man.
It was also an
Like, if he
really hit.
drops, do we have time?
He's gone. He's
We don't have
absolutely dropping. He's gone.
Wait, who's replacing him though? Are we just giving it to the, who's even? Is it Colin?
Good
Is that it?
question. Who knows? I don't think anybody knows right now.
Stepped down, I thought, didn't she? Susan Collins stepped down.
Yeah,
Did she step
I
down?
mean, yeah, she was
Wait,
polling
what do you
horribly.
mean?
So.
You mean Mills?
You mean Mills,
down?
right? Yeah.
You mean Mills?
Wait, I thought Collins was in a. Oh, Collins was supporting Mills. Is that how? it
Collins
went?
is the Republican.
Is the Republican in
can't
office?
keep
Yeah.
track. Ah, fuck. So she has not stepped down. Damn.
No, she's still running. But Mills, she fucked off.
Okay, so Mills stopped.
The other Democrat is gone because they've been gone for a long time.
Yeah.
And then everything is weird. No one knows what's gonna happen now. Yeah, they're probably
Oh.
looking for somebody else now to replace him. But
Are we cooked in the Senate? Do we need Maine? Are we like cooked? Do we get
well,
a
we need
majority?
every fucking seat possible because we barely have anything in the Senate anyway. So yeah.
I know. And then
Are we cooked
McMorrow-
yet?
Are we cooked, chat?
McMorrow's-
Oh, one in
yeah.
chat. Yeah, she stepped down yesterday.
Syed could win. Stevens could win. I think Michigan's still in the play.
Yeah, I think so. Do you guys care about McMorrow stepping down though, over like Stevens and El Saib?
I mean, I liked McMorrow
I
more,
like that
but-
she stepped down
but,
because
I mean,
she was not going to win.
Yeah, she was too far behind. So
Yeah, like splitting the vote basically. Do you like Stevens though, or are you more?
I don't know anything about him.
No, fair enough.
Them. That's what I said. I don't know anything about him.
Them.
Is what I said. You
Them,
fucking.
Abdul and Stevens.
Yeah,
Okay,
from
what do
Abdul's
you,
positions, I don't see anything that's like super bad. So I'm not like
Yeah, I
super
haven't either.
opposed to
I haven't either.
Syed. Yeah.
I just know like he's DSA, and I think if people think somebody's DSA, they just like hate. What do you guys? I'm actually curious, Stephen. What do you think about DSA candidates in general? Like, are you just ontologically going to be opposed to them? Probably not. Obviously, that's stupid. But how do you go about deciding like DSA candidates and stuff? Do you care?
I mean, I would look at their positions. I'm opposed to the DSA trying to rot my party from the inside out. But I mean, if they win the primaries, then I guess they have to win their generals. I mean, I generally prefer a DSA thing, I think, over a like a Republican. So
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, for your debate coming up with George.
Yep,
Do
Georgie
you have
boy.
any topics that you're interested in debating? It seems like he's willing. I'd like to keep it on like Trump because I got 3 conservatives that are all defending Trump. Okay, a rare thing to happen these days.
Nice.
What do you want to debate him about? Any ideas? Any things you wish you could debate people about? and talk about with a Republican?
I mean, almost anything, I would say. Trying to think of anything in particular. How many? What do you think? What's like the most important triggering issue right now?
Iran. Fuck them on Iran. Ask them how many of his objectives did he actually accomplish. They won't be able to tell you.
Sure.
They maybe did 2. What else?
I'm trying to think if he would have much on Iran, if he would have any arguments about Iran. Because there's so many conservatives coming out against it now. Let's see.
Sorry, I'm mid-league game, so you got half my
Ask
attention.
him about pardons. I'm kidding.
Well, no, I mean it's like valid, but obviously he's got a personal thing. The
Yeah,
problem is that like there's like some topics
Yeah.
where it's like it's just impossible to defend on these. But so I know that the conversation is going to be fucking obnoxious.
Well, that's how
Iran would be boring.
Iran feels. Like it's just like it just feels like what, an hour and a half of you just beating him over the head about how
Literally
bad the
everything.
war is?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like if we do something broader, then you can kind of go anywhere, right? Like we could talk about like
You could. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, you could ask him like how Trump has meaningfully impacted prices this year, and then you can bring up tariffs and how he's absolutely caused the average American family more money than the Big Beautiful Bill actually saved them. I think there was like some thing that said the Big Beautiful Bill saved on average the average family like $365, but because of Trump's tariff shit, I think it was costing the average American family $1,750 in just cost of living plus tariffs. That was on a CNN meme this morning.
Damn.
The issue is the guy right before the headlining debate, Micah Irfan, is already debating on all Trump's economic stuff with David Pollock from OAN. So that one's a little bit cooked. Also, Moody, you're leaguing right now, right?
Yeah.
Steven, can you post this in your chat, or should I send this to somebody else just so people can come to the debate?
Yeah. Or hold on.
I can't post it because I have no power, and I still don't have my 100K badge, which is extra upsetting. Okay, we've got Trump on economics done already. You could talk about corruption. Corruption stuff is like a little bit less talked about. It's not as directly connected to the economics.
Sure.
Something like how is
hit him on
Trump
ICE.
conservative? Like there's ICE is a good one, or like what is Trump conserving? Like what's even conservative about Trump?
True. Trying to think. I just hate everything about like what could a serious long for? How long is the debate for?
Guys, I've an hour and a half, but if it's like drying, I don't think it'll dry up because George Santos is a very big personality. But an hour and a half, then 30 minutes for questions. But we'll play by ear a little bit. 2 hours total content time. And it'll be live streamed.
Oh my god.
And we finally
stream where?
decided. Wow.
It'll be what?
Great question, Moody. Great question, Moody. Yeah, this is why Moody is the VIP of the Destiny stream. We're going to stream it on Destiny's channel for the opening, and then we're actually going to convert the Bridges podcast channel to the TBA channel.
Woo! Woo!
Okay, no ideas? I should just come up with something?
No, I'm thinking.
Okay.
Like if I could debate anything right now.
Yeah.
What are the
What do you
things?
want to talk about the most? What do you feel like has not been talked about but will be interesting? You know, I know that you like.
I think it would be. I think it would be in general like some kind of the emperor has no clothes thing, like how we live in a world right now where the amount of lies that the Republicans can tell are just completely and totally unrestricted, and it is it would probably be something related to that. So like the reflection pool recently, how they're trying to claim that there is some guy that fucking snuck in a fucking cloaking outfit and managed to cut everything up like that. It's just, yeah. So something related to like the amount of like just open sycophancy and lies that are being told in this administration. I think it's like uniquely bad.
Yeah.
And then if not that, then something that's pretty related to that would be something to do with a lawfare related topic, I think.
You could do this meme of like where you start out by asking him just like basic questions like who won the 2020 election, you know, how long.
Oh, voting, that would come
has
up
the
as like a
planet
result
been
of it.
existing?
But that would come up as part of
Yeah.
the how long has the planet been existing? That would come up as part of the voter fraud thing, I think, yeah. Or no, I'm sorry, not the voter fraud thing, the misinformation thing.
The misinformation stuff. Yeah, Emperor's No Clothes. I'm trying to think about like a good prompt for what we could take with that.
This administration just lies more than anything in all of fucking my lifetime of U.S. politics, maybe all of.
Yeah, it's like something about like this the Trump administration is the most historical something, like something punchy and spicy about how he's like something about like the standards. Like there's no comparable political standard to like we're all numb. We're literally numb to how fucking horrible it is, and we're not even halfway in.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say something related to that. The lawfare stuff is something I'm pretty interested in. Is he a lawyer? I feel like a lot of Congress people are lawyers or were lawyers.
I don't know. Former rep. Let me look him up. Former politician, convicted felon. I don't think so. I don't see anything about him. Education. Blah, blah, blah. He was born in Brazil. Just learning a lot about his nanny. I have no idea what his education is.
Okay. I mean, if it doesn't say lawyer in his Wikipedia, then he's probably not a lawyer, I guess, yeah.
Primary school. He might just have a high school degree. I'm not gonna.
There's no way it's just high school, right? Because the
I don't
only
see
one
any-
that was that Mullen guy, I think, was the only high school person that was in. That they try to replace Christy Gnome with.
Brazil.
Oh, I hate that motherfucker.
Yeah, you hate everybody, Moot. You're just a fucking hater.
It's true.
Hater. Why does what is her name? Yuffie? Why does she have like a weird thing on her arm? What's that weird thing? It looks like just like a flesh sack.
It's
like a little flesh sack on
It's
her
a
arm.
design.
Oh, like you picked that?
No, it's just how she wants to present herself, okay?
Yeah, he holds a GED certificate.
Is that really it? I thought that one guy was the only. I thought that one
all I
Republican
can
was the
find.
only person in Congress without a college degree.
Somebody could. If I'm looking on his Wikipedia, if I'm.
Well, he's not in Congress anymore, right?
Well, yeah, but I feel like somebody would have said that. Bruh.
He lied about a bunch of his bibliography, so it's possible that he claimed having education, but it was, I don't know, education. Oh, he falsely claimed to hold a bachelor's degree in finance and economics.
But he actually has a degree in.
I actually, Santos admitted to that he never held a graduate degree from any college.
Okay, well, I guess.
Base.
King.
Just lie.
In his interview with Morgan, Santos said he lied about his college experience.
Oh, Mullen's thing was he was the only person in the Senate, not all of Congress. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, no, he's just got a GED.
Wait, Mullen's is the Senate guy.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it'd be something about lying, just like open lies and misinformation, yeah. And there's a ton of topics that can come in from that. The vaccines, or the autism caused by Tylenol shit, the fact that we have like fucking measles and shit coming back now in the United States.
You feel prepped on all that? Like if we went in those directions? Or is there any areas you don't want to go into? I'm obviously asking him the same questions.
I'll be okay on anything.
Okay.
The Trump admin is indefensible right now.
I agree.
There's a billion
Okay.
examples on anything, yeah.
Okay, I'll
otherwise,
maybe give him this list. No standards, open lies, misinformation. I'll aim it around something about like the Republicans have zero standards and like no respectability left, something like that. The Trump administration is the most corrupt in American history, and Americans don't seem to care. Maybe something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okie schmokey. Goodbye, have fun.
Be careful.
Bye-bye.
See you at LibCon. See you at LibCon.
Be careful.
CringeCon.
What do you mean by that?
You heard me.
Okay. Just stagger. He never staggers. Okay, hold on. John Favs. Graham Platner isn't just our best and only chance to beat Susan Collins. Oh, this is old. Don't care. I already did it. Jesus. This is pretty brutal, though. I hope everyone with reservations takes a little time to get to know the real-life version of him, not what the algorithm throws in our faces. The funny thing is that people like me and Hutch and anybody who is like, listen, I'd vote for fucking Epstein. I don't give a fuck. We can actually, our positions haven't changed. We can just, hey, fuck it. I said what I said, bro.
Yeah, I'd vote for the motherfucker.
He raped who? She wasn't even under 18? Bruh. Just kidding.
This is a
Stop.
nothing burger.
We don't believe that here. Well,
like
this?
all of these Fox News guys are like, I can't believe this is what Graham Platt.
Oh no.
Like all of these Fox News guys are like, I can't believe this is what Graham Platner was doing. How dare he do such horrible things? It's like, dog. Pete Hegseth, the current Secretary of War, was your co-worker. Okay? Pete Hegseth was literally your co-worker and was a notorious drunk rapist. Like, if you want to talk about Nazi tattoos, Graham Platner's Totenkopf didn't get dinged by the military, which again is more of a diss on the military.
Wait, is that true? I thought that was why one of the reasons why he couldn't go back was because it did get dinged and then he had to.
He said it hasn't been dinged, so I'm not sure.
Bruh. I thought it getting hit in the military and he could have gotten it removed, but he chose not to was part of the story. But maybe I'm right. I could be wrong. I don't know.
If we're being honest. But you know whose tattoo? You know whose tattoo did get dinged? Pete Hegseth's Nazi tattoo. That's right. Pete Hegseth's Nazi tattoo is the reason why he couldn't serve as a part of the National Guard during the Biden inauguration. So what the fuck are you guys talking about? He wrote a whole book about it. And unlike Pete Hegseth, Graham Platner covered his Nazi tattoo. What the fuck are these people saying?
Well,
I feel like I'm losing my mind. The standards are so out of whack, dude. We just never look at Republicans. We never look at Republicans. They can do whatever the fuck they want. They can literally murder, cheat, steal, rape, do whatever the fuck they want. And everyone's like, well, just because they're doing it doesn't mean, you know, our guys should do it. It's like, well, our guys are not doing that, okay? If our guys were doing that, then yeah, that would be a problem. But they're not even doing that, and you're making that equivalence as though they are by guys who are literally either A, doing the things that they're claiming Graham Platner is doing, or defending the things that they claim Graham Platner is doing, and then some.
this is just the best thing to do. It's just the jump, 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 jump. And then he's gonna do a thing. And we're gonna do a thing. Oh, okay. Oh my god, I just pushed the wrong button. Fuck, dude. Gonna react to Lib Learn? When is it on?
Challenge existing law. There's not enough time.
Uh-oh.
Oh, whatever. I gotta start. Some states require a special election to fill a vacancy. A few states. Okay, so they're just going to do an appointment? Special Senate elections in Kentucky. Mitch McConnell health questions raise Kentucky Senate succession issues. The episode has drawn attention to a major change Kentucky lawmakers made in 2024 to the state Senate vacancy laws. The legislation eliminated the governor's ability to appoint a replacement senator and instead directed vacancies be filled. Oh, there's a new special election. Okay. It went the opposite direction. I figured given how undemocratic Republicans are, they would have flipped it, and it would be an appointment rather than a special election. But there is a special election process, which is why they're hiding his death, because they don't want Massey to run. Gotcha. It's because the governor is a Democrat? Yeah, they probably changed it because they were worried about Bashir putting a Democratic senator in if McConnell died. They probably changed the law specifically so that he couldn't do that.
How's Voosh taking it?
Wouldn't it be like illegal to cover up the death? I don't really know what the laws are about the legality of covering up a person's death in a hospital.
I'm just fucking retarded, bro.
It's not really relevant. It's not like the law exists anymore. How long do they have to cover it up until Massey can't run? That is a good question. Kentucky filing deadline. Senate midterms. August 3rd? August 6th? I'm hearing a widespread of early Augusts from chat. Let's take a look specifically. Candidate filing deadlines opens November 5th. Closes January 9th, 2026? Do they not have a closing deadline? Or is it for the primary? Would he be running as a Republican? Wait, hold on. Kentucky Republican Senate primary filing deadline. The primary election took place on May 19th. Well, wait, that's the federal. Hold on. Where are you guys getting August 3rd from? Where are you getting that information from? Here? There's a lot of confusion around the August 3rd Kentucky date, so let's clear it up. Amend the state constitution. Two arguments arguing for the third with one saying, oh my, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Is it ambiguous? You'd have two sides arguing for the third with one saying Section 152 still constitutional requires a gubernatorial appointment for statewide vacancies. HB 622 failed because tried to remove that. So Bashir would get an appointment amending Section 152 of the Constitution because law won't overdo it. They're arguing Section 152 is not reach federal U.S. Senate seats. Oh my god, it's fucking legally ambiguous. Holy shit. Oh my god, the law doesn't...
Okay, I don't care about this. Okay,
to put
back to our hopium.
Is erase that agency. So instead of saying, "Hey, we're Americans, we have a can-do spirit, we innovate, we take care of our people," all those things. Instead, when people look at the United States from within, they see our government and they don't like the things the government is doing. And by the way, I think that goes all the way back to the Vietnam War. But one of the things that I think is so exciting about this moment is ordinary people saying, I'm proud of the fact my people came from wherever and built lives, or that my people fought so that I would have the right to vote, or that I could get a credit card. And that, to me, is what America really is the ability of people to fight to expand the principles that were articulated in the Declaration of Independence to include more and more people. And if you use that lens on American history, which, by the way, is very much the lens that we would have used until really recently, probably the 1990s, all of a sudden you can be embarrassed about the fact that that ability to get out there and change the world also meant the rise of the KKK, the rise of neo-Nazis, the extraordinary destruction of environmental resources and the countryside and so on. You can look at that.
It has to do with, do you have a qualified, competent candidate who can beat the...
In Maine. The relationship was more than 2 years long before he entered her rural Maine home uninvited one night in late 2021, so under 5 years ago. He was deeply intoxicated and forced himself on her while she repeatedly told him to stop. She said she cut off contact with him after telling him the encounter was not consensual. I remember him grabbing my pelvis and being really forceful of me, she said. I remember the specific moment where I thought to myself, this is no longer my choice. Reza Katz was one of the women that New York Times had talked to, we should say, but at that time, she gave kind of a more generic assessment. This is separate from the woman who had made the more notable allegations in the New York Times story, who's a Republican political operative. That's not the case for Reza Katz. She said this: one of the reasons I didn't come forward sooner was the huge moral conflict that I had between supporting his politics but not supporting him as a person. I just want the truth out there. I just want people to have a whole scope of who he is as a person. She provides some corroborating evidence, including this Facebook message exchange. A friend, I guess, is asking her for advice about whether to fix up Platner with a third person. Reza Katz says to them he can be charming and funny. He's a decently intelligent person. He's not all bad, but I ended up in a bad situation with him. I will just very politely call him consensually careless at times. She goes on when drunk and says he lies also. There are some of the more explicit details of the story here, including Reza Katz saying that, I don't know how to say this in front of Sarah, he finished inside of her, and that she was worried about that. And then after she realized she was not pregnant, she messaged him on Instagram, saying that, reading him the riot act and saying that she was ending contact with him. She since deleted those Instagram messages because she was trying to block it all out. So that is the allegation. Very serious, of course. Platner put out a kind of strange 2-minute long video where he talked about, all like his campaign, and I guess we'll talk about all that. But I just kind of want to play the key part of that video.
Regardless of the inaccuracy of the reporting, but mindful that political reality will inflict, we are taking the time to reflect on the best path forward.
So anyway, a lot there. I just thought that was a pretty noteworthy thing to say. We're taking time to reflect on the best path forward. We don't have a lot of time. July 13th is the last day for him to drop out of the race. But he maintains denial of the reporting, but not really a very forceful pushback. Type of thing. If you were planning on staying in the race, I would think that your response might be different. But Sarah was wondering what your kind of initial reactions to it are.
All right. So first of all, the reporting here is quite excellent because they have a lot of details. And I think for some people right now who are saying, whose instinct is to defend Platner, they're going to say, "Why? I need to see more evidence." And actually, if you read the reporting carefully, the evidence is pretty strong, right? Like they have her, she's one of the women who's in the New York Times story, but she's very clear in the piece. They're very good at sort of laying out why in the piece she was somewhat more circumspect. And it also, having looked at the New York Times piece when it came out, Lindsay Fifield got in a big fight with the New York Times. She is the Republican operative who says she was coaxed into telling the story in the New York Times and ultimately was angry because she felt like her story became central. And I think it became central because ultimately she had the most, the biggest accusation in there, which was some sort of, forcing her into a room and holding her arm behind her back. And so that was as close to sort of like, that was an assault allegation that sort of got framed as him trying to restrain her in some way, whatever. But it wasn't enough. It wasn't a knockout blow. This woman was also in that piece, but didn't come forward with a rape accusation. And let's be clear, Tim saying he's uncomfortable saying it in front of me. I'll just be really clear. Like, this is a rape accusation. What is in this piece?
No, the word rape wasn't my problem. It was just talking about ejaculating.
Okay.
It made me uncomfortable in a moment there.
Okay. Well, I don't know what to do about that. It's okay. I
wasn't blaming you. I'm just saying that, saying ejaculation, I'm building up to it. Anyway, I'm sorry. It's a serious matter.
It's okay. And so, and one of the things that I had a couple of the nuance of the reporting was strong, and I had a couple initial reactions. One is the text message that you showed, though, is frustrating to me because right at the bottom of it, the friend asks,
"Oh my god!"
So she says, "Forces himself on people?" ? There's a response there, and I want to know what that response says. I'm just not in there. But the other thing to me that was notable was this idea that they had been sort of seeing each other casually. He shows up hammered, walks into her house, and like the idea that he's denying it. This is what happens when one person's sober and the other person's hammered, right? Like if she is sober and he is sort of overwhelming her or doesn't remember it the same way, but he was really drunk and she was at home sober, like we take her word for it. This isn't two people who are hammered. And so I feel like at some point, and it was always like this, I was willing to be open to the idea that an apology for the past Reddit behavior, for the past
Not the Reddit
terrible
behavior.
things that he said, an apology and saying he was wrong and he had changed was okay. I could accept that. That was always the problem.
Also, unfortunately, we got breaking big news.
Waiting.
Fuck, I closed the tweet. Oops. Apparently, his Discord has called for him to step down.
Oh, no.
Rip.
With the new allegations when they started to come, the ones that were more recent, because it started to lay the predicate that he hadn't changed. And this coming out, this isn't from 20, even if it was, rape is rape. There's no like, hey, we get to, later it's okay, right?
Statute of limitations, yeah.
Yeah. But this was not that long ago. And it was recent enough that this woman has the receipts and people that she talked to. And so I just think there's no reason not to believe this account. And what we know of his character does not exonerate him from behavior like this. And he's right, though. It is a distraction. And I think that video, when you say it's a weird video, to me, it's like, okay, that's a trial balloon. And he's waiting to see if people pop it, right? He's waiting to see if the reaction is, no, you've got to stick this out.
I don't know, man. I don't... I mean, these guys have watched elections longer than me, but you never, ever show hesitancy until you're gone. That's why, like, people always get really mad and they pretend to not understand. But when people asked, they were asking, I think, McMorrow this, like, are you going to drop out? And she's like, no, I'm not going to drop out. And then obviously she drops out. It's the same thing when people are running against each other in primaries. It's the same thing when you're in the general. It really doesn't matter. You never, ever, ever show hesitancy. Like, people ask these questions in interviews. Oh, like, if you dropped out, would you consider a cabinet position with this person? It's like, I'm not even thinking about that. Why would you start talking about it? So I feel like the microsecond that guy is like, we're considering all options. Oh, he's gone. That means they're looking for a replacement or some semi-graceful way out, but that has to be the case, right? There's no possible way that it's anything beyond him stepping down. That's just, yeah.
Or you've got to get out. And I think, and I'm just going to, this is the last thing I'll say, but we did a focus group of Maine women right before the New York Times story came out. And we asked them, okay, what, and they were all sticking with Platner. They were all like, we're with him. But we were like, okay, what would be, if there was something that made you walk away, what would it be? They all said a sexual assault allegation. And, you know, I just said, so they said, there's no way I would be able to vote for him if something came out that it was substantiated that he had sexually assaulted somebody. Because then in my mind, he should be in jail. He shouldn't be in Congress or in the Senate earning a paycheck off of taxpayers. Then Sharon says, I agree with Jen. She just said exactly how I feel. I'm looking at the long game. I want Collins out. It'd have to be pretty bad. It'd have to be pretty bad. And then the moderator said, do you have any idea what that would be? And Sharon said, maybe sexual assault. And Danielle said, probably sexual assault, or going back to what someone else said, that if it was the case, like, this is people talking. So we would hope that our justice system was taking care of that. Then we wouldn't be in the situation where they'd be able to run. But, you know, I mean, look at the rest of our government. Like, who knows? So there's that. And then Kim said, I would think, like, if he was really, you know, accused of sexual assault and that was a true thing, like, that would take him off the option to vote.
Yeah, well, that's good to know, I guess, that Maine Democratic voters aren't going to approve of somebody that commits sexual assault or rape. Look, my view on this is, and this is why I think that the video is weird, and I think it goes back to like a fundamental first principle on all this stuff, which is like, why does the Maine Senate race matter? Like, why does anybody care about this? Why do we care about this? Why do voters care about this? Like, everybody comes to these things for their own motivations. And like, I've been very upfront. I think most of us in the Bulwark have. Like, I think it's critical that the Democrats take control of the Senate next year. And I would be willing to swallow people that have very different ideologies from me on a wide variety of issues.
Same.
Because if they're willing to, if they are going to take the Senate race is different than the governor's race or a mayor's race or a presidential race. That you're one vote out of 100, and it's like extremely important that who knows what's happening with 82-year-old Trump in 2028. Like the top priority needs to be making sure that if the Democrats control both houses of Congress, they can check him, they can prevent him from putting, you know, who the hell knows? He floated Ted Cruz today on the Supreme Court, or Eileen Cannon. They can stop Eileen Cannon from getting on the Supreme Court. They can investigate his corruption. Like, we could go down the whole list, right? Like, the Senate has huge oversight and advise and consent powers, and like Susan Collins has not been a moderate that's stepped in. We've talked about this a lot, and so for that reason, it's critical that the Democrats are smart about who they nominate, and Democratic voters are smart about who they nominate, that they're responsible. And you know, my view on Platner from the start was always like, it would be interesting to try kind of a DSA, lefty, populist, working class guy. I wish it was in a state that was less important to the Democrat Senate majority, because it was a risk. Like, every time this has come up, that's what I said. It was a risk. And like, this is why it's a risk. Like, you know, if he then stays in this race past July 7th, 13th, and even more stuff comes out, and you hand the Democrats the Senate seat in the race that should be the easiest to take this year. I think this is like the most important thing, and why I'm frustrated with his like quote, where he's like, I'm going to take a few days to decide. It's like, no, if you didn't rape this woman, then you should be fully, you know, all in on campaigning for yourself and defending your honor and doing so respectfully, obviously, to the accuser. But like, you should be fully in on making sure that you're pulling out all the stops to demonstrate to people that you are trustworthy and they can rely on you and they should be behind you and you should win the Senate race. To do the whole like, oh well, I don't know, you know, we'll see how things go over the next couple days. Like, that is somebody to me that like either thinks that there's more stuff coming out or doesn't have faith in himself that he can finish this race. And to me, that is the top sign that you have to move on. You know, like, obviously, I mean, if the facts of this are true, that's one reason they have to move on. But I just mean from a political standpoint, it's like the Democrats cannot have a nominee in the state that they most need to win, number one, the state that Kamala won, that should be the easiest to win, and put it behind somebody who seems unwilling to even fully defend himself, like in the face of these accusations, and who seems to make me think that more stuff is coming out. I don't know, so to me, like, that just says, okay, it's time to move on.
Yeah, and I think that there's two parts of this to talk about. There's the moral part of it, and there's the political part of it. Now, I think a credible accusation of rape,
it's not good.
I think that's the ball game, personally. But the political side of it is, like, it is now, because like you said, there's no statute of limitation on rape. Like, there's going to be questions of whether she's going to bring charges. Like, think about this for a second. For people who are sitting there right now thinking, you should stay in and brazen through this. Republicans have so many, credibly accused rapists, not the least of which is the sitting president of the United States, who has 28 sexual assault allegations against him and has been adjudicated of rape. Like,
yeah.
But
I love the people in the comments or whatever on Twitter. Some people are talking about Trump, like, talk about Trump. What about Trump's rapes? I'm like, I have. Like, we talk about Trump shit all the time. Trump, I oppose Trump 3 times. Like, it's crazy that he's in there. Yeah, it's worse. It's worse. The accusations against him are worse. Okay, so.
And the scale of them are worse. And he shouldn't have been elected president. And basically, that's the whole reason the Bulwark exists, is to oppose Donald Trump, because we think he is morally and ethically unfit in every way to be a part of this country, or to be running this country. And we've been doing that for 8 years. And so nobody can hold a candle to us in terms of saying that Donald Trump should be gone, and that a big part of the reasons were allegations, like the sexual assault allegations. He should have been gone from the moment that the Inside Edition, whatever, tape came out on the bus.
Where he admitted to sexually assaulting women. He
bragged.
He
admitted it. Okay, so he's gone. He should be gone. And I also want to say this, that I'm with Tim. Like, I was really trying to get there on Platner because it was important, and also because for me, it was not a question of ideology. Like, sometimes people in the chat or wherever are like, well, Sarah's a Republican. Guys, all of us were Republicans at the Bulwark. Every single one of us, except for the new people, right? But everybody who founded it, right? Bill, Tim, JVL, Mona, that's what we were all doing, okay? And we all walked out on Trump because he was of bad character. He was a horrible person. And we want to do everything we can to stop him. The main Senate seat is deeply critical. So do you know why it's important right now is that there is still time. There's still time. You know, the let's see. Platner would have to formally withdraw by 5 p.m. on July 13th. Then a vacancy in the nomination is created that has to be filled by July 27th. Now, look, it's bad. It's bad that we are in this situation, just like it was bad when we were in this situation with Biden. But that is like, that is the problem with the people who don't make good decisions about who the candidate should be. It has nothing to do with progressives versus centrists. It has to do with, do you have a qualified, competent candidate who can beat the other person effectively? And right now, the answer on Graham Platner is no on the political question.
I agree with that. And this is one thing, again, just to just talk about the progressive factionalist fight about this for a second, because that does drive a lot of all this. I mean, we can just be honest, like a lot of people's takes about Platner are downstream from their takes on ideology, right? And it's like a lot of the people who are very big Platner supporters have been defending him. If these same accusations had been out against Josh Shapiro, they would be the first ones to say that he should be thrown overboard, and vice versa. For the most, obviously, there are people of goodwill out there, but like a lot of this is downstream of that. I think that the progressive side has like some decent arguments and critiques of the Democratic establishment and how they ran campaigns from 2016 to 2024.
No,
and like
they
nominating
don't.
candidates who put working class interests first and who are more clearly anti.
Yeah, where were their
stupid wars that
candidates
we've gotten
then?
into.
Anybody
I think
can have good critiques. Hold on, you don't have to give it to them. You really don't. You really don't. Anybody can have good critiques, but like do nothing, right? Where if they had such great fucking critiques, if these guys knew so much about winning elections, where the fuck are all their candidates? Why didn't they fucking go out and win any elections then? They didn't. They didn't win anywhere. They didn't do anything. Oh my god, I just
Me to Steve in D&D.
What? We won all the time. We were true winners. Yeah.
We were.
We were.
From my plans.
This guy heals fucking no. Oh, there we go. Okay.
A nothing burger?
No. Oh god, it's storming. It's the end times.
Alarma!
Please just fucking die. Thank you. Done! I am done with this fuck game.
Oh, you're done?
Are the rest of the battles easier? That has to be the hardest one. Oh
you know
my
there's 2 more,
god.
right?
Wait, really? Don't look now, but Matt Iglesias deleted all of his tweets defending Platner's Nazi tattoo. Wait, really? Really?
We need to A-log these motherfuckers.
Whoa!
What I mean by that is just keep all their tweets or whatever, because if they're just going to go and delete it and then act like they never supported these people, that's retarded. I'm right.
Smart and swing states. So like you can sell me on that. And so to me, like this is not wrapped up in that for me. And that's, depending on the details, I might not agree with every position that is underneath those two kind of tent poles, but like I'm open to that. The problem with Platner always to start was again just the risk. Like look, when I pulled this up. I wrote a triad about the reason for Democrats needed outside candidates about a month or two ago at theBulwark.com. And I talked about Platner as an example, and also Seth Moulton in Massachusetts and some others. I wrote in the thing, like, to be frank, I'm still a little concerned about what might come out about his past before November. Like, even in the case for him, that there are some political upsides to being more of an anti-establishment, to being more of an outsider, to caring about the working class. Like, I saw all those upsides and simultaneously recognized these risks. And, like, now they've come home to roost. And if they're not true, if it's BS, then, like, he's got to be, like, it has to be all hands on deck. Like, you got to be out there. You have to have your other ex-girlfriends out there on TV today. You've got to have people advocating for you. You've got to be releasing these texts you have with this woman. You know what I mean? Like, you got to be doing crisis communications. Like, if someone was to falsely accuse me of rape and try to kill my podcast, like, let me tell you, I would not be out there being like, I'm going to take a couple days to think about this. Like that's crazy. Like, that's not how you respond to this thing. And so, the stakes are too high to like say, hey, let's kick the can until after July 13th when the time is up, and like see if anything else comes out. Literally, the fate of the Senate rests in the balance here. And so, unfortunately, we're kind of relying on Graham Platner and the people around him, the people that pushed him in this campaign, to do the honorable thing here so that we can win. And it's, we can get into who a replacement might be. But to me, I'm like, I don't have strong factional interest in that question.
Yeah, and look, somebody said this in the chat, so I guess it's true that Hasan Piker is also calling him to get out. Look, everybody's going to call for him to get out, I think, because the accusation
it's too much,
and the reporting is quite credible.
Yeah, here's Hasan Piker for whatever it's worth. People don't know Hasan Piker, like really DSA left, has been pushing, campaigning for a lot of these candidates. He and
I agree on very little.
I was not going to go there. Hasan Piker, that is curtains. That is the trifecta. Okay, this is the trifecta of a reliable allegation. It's holy shit. I believe this allegation. They just said he goes on to say he should drop out. So,
look, me and Hasan Piker are on the same side. Who'd have thunk it? Listen, I just and I think this says something good about the Democratic Party.
Oh
They
my
don't
God.
want
Yeah,
to
we're
endorse
so
somebody who's credibly
good.
accused of sexual assault.
Because
it says
we
something really,
fuck
really bad about the
ourselves.
Republican Party. It's why we all left.
Sorry.
That they don't care about this type of thing. That character doesn't matter at all. And I think that, look, Graham
Be
Platner
nice to
himself
Sarah.
could have sold me a redemption story if it was true that he was redeemed. And I don't mean in a religious way. I mean in a way of like, he was he was in a really rough place for a long time, but he changed. He got married. He was trying to live a decent life. And listen, and I don't even care about people's like overall frailties or like, like if there was texting and he and his wife worked it out, okay, whatever. Those are not things. I'm not going to clutch my pearls over that. A rape accusation. And I see some people in the chat saying things like innocent until proven guilty. This isn't a legal adjudication. Yeah. This is a question of is this person okay to be in the actual Senate? But also it's a political question of, can a person win with this much baggage? And the answer is no. Susan Collins was going to be hard to beat under the best of circumstances. And the other thing we know as this race has gone on, to Tim's point about learning, right? I think both Tim and I were pretty open to the idea that okay, what is the way that you attract more young men to the Democratic Party? Is sort of a populist? Yeah, is this kind of a rougher populist? Is that going to be attractive? No. Who is Graham Platner's base still? It is college-educated suburbanites. That is who it is. It's not the working class voters. And I do think a lot of those women who were supporting Graham Platner, they're gonna have a tough time with this accusation. That's why I read the focus groups. And you guys people can say, oh, who cares about what 4 Maine women said? I think that's relatively representative of Maine women who are like, yeah, if he did sexual assault, that would be it for me.
Yeah. Question is, what are we going to do? I see some of that in the chat. Let's talk about that on the flip side. We have to do one ad, so I'll throw to that, and then we'll talk about what the options are going forward.
Do the jump thing. Go.
Hey, summer's in full swing, and so it's easy to put off your doctor's appointments. It's one of those things that you just avoid doing. And if you're anything like me, it's really easy to keep putting off making that doctor's appointment again and again and again and again. You think I'll get to it next week, and then suddenly you look up and it's
your dad.
August. That's why today's sponsor is actually one I think people can use. It's ZocDoc. I hate the whole process of finding a new doctor, calling around, waiting for someone to answer, trying to figure out what's actually in network. ZocDoc takes a lot of that hassle away.
No shot.
You
I
search
didn't
and compare
dodge
local
either
and
of
in-network
those.
doctors.
Oh my
ZocDoc's website has tons of reviews from real patients and detailed doctor profiles to help you choose the right one. Plus, ZocDoc is free to use, and God knows I love things that are free to use. Your health matters, and taking care of yourself shouldn't be complicated. Find and book the right doctor with ZocDoc. Head to ZocDoc.com/BulwarkTakes to get started, and check that appointment off your to-do list. Don't wait till August. That's ZocDoc.com/BulwarkTakes.
All right, we are back. So I want to talk about a couple of subtext. I do want to talk about the path forward. But first, I just want to go through a little bit. So
she's moderating your panel.
If Platner is to stay in the race again, we'll see. I've seen some feedback from people who are like, "This is convenient timing." This is actually pretty inconvenient timing for everybody involved. For the Republicans,
Better
for
timing
sure,
than
wanted no more stories till after July 13th. So. And because gives Platner a pretty short window to do something. He could drop out, and the rules, as Sarah mentioned beforehand, I just will remind people of that, is that if he dropped out by the 5 p.m. on the 13th, so a week from now, the party'd have till 5 p.m. on July 27th to select a replacement and get that person on the ballot. One of the concerns I'd have on that is that, here we are again with the pro-democracy movement that we're part of, going around what people think of when they think of democracy, actual voting results, and doing some other process. And in both cases, particularly in the Biden case, I was for it, though I was for a quick primary too. I think that, anyway, we can redo that another time. I think that it undermines trust to have party elites doing this. And I think that the one thing I said about Graham at the time that I'll continue to say is that his message was resonating with people in Maine. People of Maine were excited about him. They wanted him. They voted for him. They didn't want Janet Mills, the incumbent governor again. And so now to say to those people, okay, hey, no, sorry, here you go. We're going to give you somebody else. I do think it's problematic and complicated.
Yeah,
and I'm still for it, but I just think it should be grappled with.
No, it's not. I mean, this was look. I understood why people liked Graham Platner. He was never for me. Once he was the nominee, I was sort of I was always interested in the experiment. I'm very interested in experimenting with lots of different kinds of candidates in different kinds of places, because I want to win. I want Democrats to hold the to win the Senate and to win the House. I want Donald Trump's corrupt agenda blocked. Okay, I would do just about anything to see Donald Trump out of political power or in a contested political power situation. That is my ideal scenario. Graham Platner is in an incredibly weak position to do that now, and I think as a moral matter, when somebody's credibly accused of rape, that's game over. That's me. That's violence and rape. Those are my red lines. And I don't care that Donald Trump got away with it. I think that's bad and been bad for the country. So what do we do now? The main thing is, you still have a little bit of time.
Get it? The main thing, because it's
Tim,
Maine.
I don't know if you thought this. Maybe you even said this to me offline, that the reason that Graham Platner's not out, it's either like I said, I think it's a bit of a trial balloon, but he could also be trying to negotiate who his successor is.
Yeah,
and say
happening.
You do.
I do. I mean, I don't know. I have no inside intel, but that seems like the likely elements could be happening. So to this point, I mean, not everybody watching this chat on YouTube is going to be familiar with all the characters of main politics. I'll just like throw this out there. There's discussion of Platner trying to influence this. We should say the guy that owns the main beer company, Dan Cleven, he was going to get in this race originally, got screwed over by Chuck Schumer, who called him and basically said, don't launch this campaign, we'll go after you. Janet Mills is going to be the endorsed candidate. So that would be one option. Nirav Shah was a main governor candidate. He's the director of the main CDC during COVID. Some discussion of him. Mills herself getting back in. I think that'd be a disaster. We can talk about that. Shelley Pingree, the House rep. She's a ripe young age of 71. That'd be kind of Mills Jr. Troy Jackson is president of the Maine State Senate and a logger. He also was in the governor's race. Actor Patrick Dempsey is getting some buzz. We'll talk about him in a second. Grey's Anatomy. McDreamy. None of those people. Maybe Jackson would be the closest facsimile to Platner, I guess. He's a logger.
That's what it does out
He
here.
identifies as a progressive, president of the state senate. I'm not going to pretend to know everything about his background. But then how do you do it? Do you have a convention? Is it just a party committee? It becomes a little, it's a sticky wicket.
Yeah, this is not an easy thing to solve.
If
even
they
just
could
thinking
have
out
let this
loud,
candidate
and
in, we
I
gotta
wish I had
cry
secret pod
about.
rules where we could say things and not be committed to them.
Sorry, we're live.
This is what happens when
people
we're
who want to
live.
dunk on you are watching, so we're not a secret pod rules. You just got to
That's
roll.
true. Look, I've got a couple ideas. One is Heather Cox Richardson, who,
All right.
popular
Glad her to list.
Mainer, historian,
Oh
frequent guest on my podcast. I think she would be excellent. I do think probably. Now, look, she is somebody who is known to us and to a national audience. I guess the question is, who is known to Mainers? That's also a bit of maybe a Hail Mary. Also, look, I don't know what it takes to become a Maine resident, but there are a lot of people, other places that I think would make Adam Kinzinger. He's in Texas. He's got a little prop plane. We should just fly him over. Have him
Is there a Bush
run.
from Kenny Bunkport? Oh, we're
from
not going
Kenny
to be
Bunkport. I was
allegations.
trying to think if there was any good ones.
That's our guy.
Allegations on that.
That's our guy.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll see how that shakes out. It's going to be a tough. There are two kind of simultaneously things happen that are so frustrating about this. Like on one hand, it's going to be a tough race.
Hold on,
Susan
let her
Collins
cook.
has demonstrated herself to be resilient, political creature. True.
Yes.
Also true. Again, I said this before. I want to repeat it because it's very important. Of the states that the Democrats need to win the Senate seat in, to take the Senate, to pick up a seat, Maine is the only one that Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, and Kamala Harris won.
All won. There's a blue state.
So you don't really need creative ideas. That was one of the fundamental issues I had with the Platner premise. And if you just love that's fine. Like the idea that if it was a political strategy, the idea is like, we need to try something different. The establishment's been trying this and it hasn't worked. It's like, well, in Maine, the Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton campaigns worked. They won. So you really just needed vote to get those voters to vote for you. So Susan Collins is tough, yes, but also you really just need somebody that can hold the coalition together and get them to turn out in the midterm. Like that's the task.
Yeah, I think people felt burned by Sarah Gideon, who they thought was like kind of generic Dem fodder, and then Susan Collins crushed.
Yeah. There's a lot of difference though. Presidential year, like you're thinking about Biden being in there. Like this is a midterm where Democrats have done better for a lot of reasons. Anyway, you would think one of these people should be able to win. And again, if you look at some of these other states, look at North Carolina. No drama in North Carolina. I forget which pod I said this on the other week ago. It's like I'm Roy Cooper. I believe in the golden rule and that criminals should be in jail. Vote for me. And it's like you're winning by 20% in a state that Trump won. Okay, so this isn't as hard as some people want to make it seem. And getting a replacement could potentially solve that problem. Though I think it will continue to drive a rift within the Dem coalition. That's going to make 2028 kind of unbearable. But that's a problem for another day.
Well, look, this is for the folks who recruited Platner. This is going to be a big L if he drops out, and it's going to really look.
It'd be a bigger L if he stayed in and lost.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. And maybe there's people who want to roll the dice on this, but let me hypothetically.
Yeah.
Who do you think has a better chance of defeating Susan Collins? A beleaguered Graham Platner with a rape accusation. And guys, we are still in the window where he could drop out. Like the Republicans haven't even really started dropping Therapo yet. Like the idea that there's more.
Not only have they not start, like it would make no sense for them to start, and they've acknowledged this. Like I listened to the MAGA podcast. They all say they kind of have been saying gleefully, "We've got stuff on them, but we're not going to put it out until after July 13th." So
that's right. This is not what you are watching right now. Is not Republicans operating against Graham Platner. Maybe it is people who are like, let's try to get him out before this thing goes. But like, this woman's not a Democratic operative. She's somebody who shares his politics. She was just upset after watching everybody dismiss the accusations because Lindsay Fifield was a Republican operative, and she really wrestled with whether or not to say something because she agrees with his politics, but ultimately felt like people should know the truth about him. And also, I think didn't want to say that she was raped, which is a totally normal thing not to want to do.
Yeah. I want to say I want to give the other side of the coin of the little tough medicine that everybody has to take. We all have to take. I take it, but particularly the biggest Platner supporters have to take it. And this one, from the Biden comparison, I talked about one of the negatives about the democracy element of this, which is I think something that we're still gonna have to grapple with. Another just lesson from the Biden situation that we had in this case also is like it's actually good, smart politics to do housekeeping on your own side's weaknesses. And what you hear all the time, I'm just gonna pre-butt what you hear all the time from the left on this, and from liberals and from people who watch the show, people who I talk to in real life, are like, why do we have to practice housekeeping? They don't. Donald Trump got away with it. He ran 3 times. My response to that is twofold. One, yeah, Donald Trump got away with it, but life isn't fair, and Donald Trump is a uniquely talented con man, and not everybody else is. Number two, yeah, Donald Trump got away with it, but do we want to be like Donald Trump? I don't. And number three, and most importantly, a lot of other Republicans didn't get away with it. And like people like pretend like this didn't happen, but like Roy Moore, the Republicans lost a seat in Alabama because they nominated an Ephebophile. Okay, they lost an Alabama Senate seat over it. My girl Carrie Lake, how many times did they lose in Arizona if they would just nominated a regular Jeff Flake? Jeff Flake would be governor.
Herschel Walker lost that
go
Senate seat in Georgia.
The Republicans have, so it has worked for Trump himself, but like for the Republicans, their inability to do any internal housekeeping has cost them a lot of races. And so like it is good politics, and it's just good for your soul to like assess what is happening on your own team and be able to say, hey, that person isn't up for running for president again. Might be a good person, but he's too old. He just doesn't have it anymore. Or, hey, that person might have some really good things to say about corporate capture in the Democratic Party and the stupid wars we've been in. And I agree with those things, but like, he doesn't seem that reliable. And there's a lot of red flags here. And maybe we should trust our instincts on the red flags, right? Like, that's the right thing to do. And I think the Democrats in both cases would probably have ended up being in better situations if those reckonings had happened earlier along in the process.
That's right. Early oppo on people. This is actually basic due diligence in campaign work, is to run oppo on your own people to see what's out there. And I don't understand. I guess they thought he could kind of power through the Reddit posts and other things. But guys, I can't. I don't want to repeat rumors, and so I won't. I will only say this. This story, as it was sort of coming to fruition in the world, lots of people knew the story was coming, but we didn't know exactly which allegation. And as we all talked about which allegation it might be, lots of other things are coming up. Like, I don't think this is the last story on him. So the question is, and now it's a really bad choice. It is a damaged candidate who is likely to get further damaged as they go because he's got all kinds of skeletons in his closet. And it's really bad stuff. It's not tax stuff, okay? It's rape. And then the other option is to basically be like, okay, well, now we've got to install somebody new because it's so late in the game. And so, look, this is who, there's the people to blame right now are Graham Platner, the people who recruited him without vetting him properly. And also, I mean, I still think I'm going to give a little to Chuck Schumer, who had years to field somebody who could be a new, fresh candidate. And the best they could come up with was Janet Mills. But we're not in this position because we're saying that Graham Platner should drop out. If people want to get mad at this, is the same thing with Biden, where people want to get mad at the people saying, why don't you stand by him? Why don't you? And you know what? It's because it's my soul. That's why.
Yeah, not my job. Also,
yeah,
not my job.
That's right.
Like, okay.
Sarah's paid by APEC. Like, these comments, first of all, no, I'm not. Paid by Bulwark subscribers. But also,
we're paid by you. Thank you for watching.
Thank you.
I'd add to this, and I say this before. I have some other chats I've been trying to put them on screen. My little text not working back here, so I'm just going to read them. It's a mixed bag, as always. We appreciate everybody watching. I like this one. The Bulwark is quaking regarding democratic socialism. They want everything to go back to 2016 where they can be secretly racist, secretly elitist. Okay. It's like, I literally just going down and just like scroll down your little YouTube page to like 4 videos ago, and I was like talking about how surprisingly good Zoran's been and how good his speech was on the 4th of July. It's like, I'm not, I truly, again, do I agree with some of the most extreme views being put out by some of the DSA candidates? Like, of course not. And like, am I more interested in the free market than the DSA candidates are? Like, of course I am. But like, I also want to win. I truly want to like reiterate to you to this. Like, I hate Donald Trump more than you hate anything in your life, except for maybe for one of those commenters, maybe Jews. But for me, I hate Donald Trump. Okay, he is an extreme threat to our country. The right-wing authoritarianism is a massive risk. If you told me, hey, Tim, here's a magic wand, and it only gives you 2 options to make the country a Nordic socialist state or a Donald Trump autocracy, I would make us a Nordic socialist state in 2 seconds. That's totally fine with me. So, like, I'm not scared. But, like, the DSA people need to take accountability. And it does suck. This is a little real talk for, I think, the DSA and the populist left crowd, which is, like, it's easy to, like, throw spitballs at the Democratic establishment and say, you guys have kept losing a lot. And that is, and it's true. They have. And we should change things. We should do things differently. It's hard to run the races. And, like, they need to show they can win in swing states. And I think that there are things that the establishment candidates could learn from the populist candidates, and I think that the vice versa is true. Because, like, this is right now what we're dealing with in Maine is a disaster, and the Democrats and the country would be much better off if there was like an inoffensive resist lib running.
Since we're fighting with the comments, let's keep doing it. Yeah, so, like, somebody just said, you know, they used the F word. They said, "Screw your soul. The country's at stake."
Exactly my point.
I agree that the country's at stake. I agree that democracy's at stake, which is why now a rapist, an accused rapist, who, by the way, not the first piece of baggage this guy's been carrying around, lots of other stuff going on. In fact, there's multiple women now who've accused him of very toxic behavior. I'm sorry, guys. Yes, the country's at stake. That's why we needed better candidates. And it has nothing to do with Israel. You know what? Just to tag on to Tim's point, if you get Nordic socialism, then our previous Republican hearts would just be like, fine, whatever. The extent to which we have been willing to not just compromise, but sort of forego a lot of bespoke policy preferences to align with Democrats to win and defeat Donald Trump. I don't like. That's what we do. That's what we've done. And so no one's funded by AIPAC. And you know what? Candidates who are super critical of Israel, I think that's where the Democratic base is right now. And they might be more critical than I might be. Although I've been more critical than I ever have been in my life. There's a lot of bad stuff going on. So like, this is nothing to do with APAC. It has to do with who can defeat Susan Collins and how are we going to get there. And Grant Platner now has too much baggage, and that is not. We're not giving him that baggage by talking about it. We're just acknowledging the obvious, just like we acknowledge the obvious that Joe Biden was too old to run for a second term.
I'm pretty concerned. I have a lot of concerns about how much money APAC is spending in the Democratic primaries. Actually, I don't think it's very helpful. I've been critical of it, but this is not there. Speaking of that,
why does Tim feel like he needs to apologize for his own opinions and pin it? I cannot explain the brain rot. I don't know. There's got to be some psychological thing about if people are. I don't know. If I were to sit and like write down a bunch of stuff, maybe I could try to think of a thing. But yeah, it is unbelievably mind rotting, where people feel like they have to do this weird like constant capitulation or giving assurances to people on the far left or whatever, no matter who you are or what your politics are. It's or I mean, like, well, not no matter what your politics are, but if you're on the left, you always have to be nice to them.
Fuck the left. They're retarded.
What do you mean by that, bro?
You heard me.
Here's some other people who have weighed in on this. Ruben Gallego, who has the same consultants as Grant Platner. I think that's just noteworthy. The allegations against Grant Platner are troubling and deeply serious. I'm rescinding my endorsement. We have Rokana, also kind of representing the populist left, kind of anti-APAC crowd. I've been very clear that sexual assault or violence against women is a red line. These allegations are very serious and credible. Grant Platner should drop out from the race. I'm withdrawing my endorsement. So
that's it. He's gone. He's done.
Frankly,
he's been done.
Frankly, Rokana and Ruben are going farther than I would have expected. Again, it's so funny. Like, people are going to take this moment for like and there'll be infighting on the internet about the Democratic Party. But like, once again, this is like the Democratic Party across factions being responsible. Like, Rokana's not digging in right now because he's in part of his factional fight. Just like when Andrew Cuomo had these accusations, a lot of the centrist Democrats threw him overboard. Correctly. Correctly. It was the right thing to do. So there's really no surviving it for Platner. So at this point, I guess the question is how to move forward with a candidate that comes out of a state party convention, which is not ideal. But hopefully, I think the best thing would be that candidate can kind of channel some of the messaging from Platner.
Good one. Glad this is a fucking joke to you.
Make his biggest supporters feel like they have a stake in the campaign. I think that's going to be a big challenge. But but doing so in a way that kind of speaks to the median main voter, and that frankly just gets the coalition out.
I swear to God, winning Maine, if somebody would run and say, "Hello, I'm Joe, and I'm literally a generic Democrat. I will be a generic Democrat for you. I will go in there and I will vote with Democrats, and I will support Democrats, and I will stand in the way of absolutely everything Donald Trump is doing." That candidate can probably win.
Nobody wants normal people, bro. No one cares.
Again, I mentioned him.
Nobody wants anything normal anymore. You're wrong.
Popular person being mentioned among Platner supporters right now. Again, he's a state senator, was a logger, described himself as progressive. So we'll see how that goes. I have two fun end things I want to do. I'm just paging through the comments here. Sorry guys, I want to put these on screen, but I don't get that working right now.
I thought you were a professional streamer now.
I know. Yeah, so this person says, y'all were circle the wagons as Republicans. No, I was not that. I actually left being the Republican because I did not want to circle the wagons. Literally the opposite.
Definite opposite.
Okay, but thank you for your $2. Troy Jackson polls well against Collins. Jay Dizzle, there you go, Troy Jackson again. Some people who here's Trav. Some people who they got it on screen. Some people who wouldn't vote for Harris because of Israel were willing to stump for Platner despite a Nazi tattoo. And the media game for Algo Love. Yeah, that's not a nice thing to say about some of the Platner people. Claire Full analysis, Platner is not a DSA candidate. I was going to
say, I don't think he actually is, right? He was kind of on the populist
some readers or some
train, but I don't think he was technically
a shorthand the other day. I like using DSA as an umbrella term for populist left. We got to just, everybody, I understand, all the terms are changing.
Liberal used to mean far left. No, you shouldn't, because the DSA is like a specific, particularly organized group of people.
I'm a liberal now. Hey, it's awesome. So I'm a liberal.
Come on, bro. What's he doing?
If I'm talking about DSA, maybe I'll just start saying populist left, but I kind of just mean broadly.
Yeah, that would be better.
The folks in that role, because the big Platner supporters are also the same as a lot of the bigs, and literally the same as far as the consultants are concerned. He is Zoran's consultant, Morris Katz, on my podcast.
No!
Character is everything. We appreciated that. Let's see here. Oh, I liked this one. This is worth your $9.99. Big lasagna. There is only one option to replace Platner, an intellectual policy wonk with progressive bona fides and roots in Maine. It's time for Senator Matthew Iglesias. I don't think that's the path. I don't think that's going
to play.
We have some HCR stuff. Anyway, okay.
Yeah, I think HCR and Kinzinger are two good options, guys.
Okay, Kinzinger lives in Houston.
Kinzinger?
So I don't think Kinzinger. Somebody's unhappy with the rest of the chat, and they're saying they are not liking the whataboutism. It's serious and should be treated as serious. I agree with that, and I appreciate you, Pat. Oh, it's Pat. It's our guy, Pat. Pat Kinky. He's got a good YouTube channel. You should go check him out too. He's pastor over in Minnesota. We need more liberal pastors out there fighting a good fight. Okay, my final take. Are you ready for this?
Yeah, hit me.
Gotta hand it to the people of Blue Sky. Oh wait, no, I have two final takes. Here's number one. They're both fun. Gotta hand it to the people of Blue Sky. The Blue Sky resists libs. Never liked Platner. They were always Janet Mills people. They're in the minority. And it's just time and again, the median MS Now viewer with their basic takes, which is that Donald Trump is bad and Donald Trump.
I feel like if you were trying to make video clips, or if you're trying to like attack people who are on these DSA wagons or whatever, I feel like the peak smug for a lot of these guys was definitely it was definitely after the New York Times piece came out, and it didn't get much traction because there just wasn't much there. But that's definitely peak smug for a lot of the DSA types. If you're trying to farm or look for crazy tweets and shit they've always made. Sheesh.
Trump is the orange man is bad, and that we should support women candidates like Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris and Janet Mills. They keep getting right. They keep being right. They keep being correct.
Guys, come back to Twitter. We need you. We're getting
So shout out to the blue. There's a lot of blue sky people sometimes get made fun of a little bit, and with that, maybe they shouldn't be. Shout out to the people of blue sky. Lastly, I just want to give you the poll. Patrick Dempsey, McDreamy, apparently is Lizard Maid and has some kind of healthcare nonprofit in Maine. So shout out to him doing the real work. He has a favorability rating of 43% favorable, 9% unfavorable. You can be for HCR. McDreamy for Senate is my official endorsement. So there you go. Patrick Dempsey.
Just like you were conscripted back into Hollywood to star in a little show called Grey's Anatomy, even though they killed you off at some point, you can have a second life as Senator of Maine and save America.
Senator McDreamy. All right. We love everybody. Well, not everybody. The vast majority of commenters, even those who have spirited disagreement with us and impugn our motives, we agree. We appreciate all of you for being here, for communing with us. And me and Sarah are going to be back doing this all again tomorrow on the next level. So we'll
see if our opinions have changed.
I don't think they're gonna. We'll see everybody. Thanks for hanging out.
Bye, guys.
Rip. Well, what are you going to do? What do you want me to say? Back to the Hopia.
That and say, yeah, that's what's great about America. I found these very heartening because everybody told their immigrant story or their descendant story or the things that they built or their families built or just the things that the country had done well. And you realize that even among people who are feeling very down right now, how deeply embedded American identity, whatever that means to different people, like whatever their story of America is still sitting there. And when you tap into it, they feel really good about it. And that part was nice. So we also asked these focus groups about what kinds of things they wanted to see done for America to rebuild from the Trump era. And let's listen to what they said.
I think we need to have accountability. I think that's the biggest thing. Like we constantly say, oh, what's going on right now is illegal, but then nothing happens. Like nobody's held accountable for what they're doing, or it's so slow to happen that basically like, yeah, it might be illegal, but they do it anyway because who's going to stop them? Because the law is so slow, or the upper courts are on their side. So even though it's written, it means nothing. And the only way that I'm going to be able to look back at all of this and say, hey, we're in a better place is that like people have to be held accountable for the stuff that they're doing. Or else, what's the point of law?
I'd be more proud of the country if I could see that the country is really working for the common everyday person. So rather than like the richer get richer and the poor get poorer, anyone and everyone has access to medical care. If you get a car accident, you're not going to want to wobble away out of fear that you can't afford it. Like it's going to put you in debt.
I think we need to close some loopholes, like the age limit for the president. Anybody who's running for the president, we need to cap the age limit. Even being a Democrat, I felt like Biden was too old. Trump is too old. We need to cap an age limit there.
I don't know where it came in, and I know they've always been there, but the presidential pardons, we need to start there and get rid of those. And a lot of them before they leave office in the 11th hour are pardoning people. And we don't hear about a lot of them, but start there. I don't understand that. If we've convicted somebody of a crime, they've been found guilty, that's the last chapter in the last page of the book. You don't get to rewrite that book just because you like the guy or the girl or, they've contributed to your campaign.
So Heather, I talk with my guy JVL all the time on the Secret Podcast. We've had this ongoing argument about what we're going to do to push ourselves out of this time, right? And so if a Democrat is elected, what are they going to do to make sure that this moment never happens again? And he tends to go for stuff like expanding the Supreme Court, adding DC statehood, prosecuting the crap out of the Trump administration, which I'm super on board with. But what do you want to see done in a post-Trump world to help sort of propel us forward? Tell me what your pitch is for the post-Trump future.
So I'll give you my
Watch Voosh's reaction to the Platner stuff. It's causing a civil war in a subreddit. Link me.
my small pitch, if you will, and then the bigger pitch. The small pitch is we got to get rid of Citizens United. We got to get huge money out of politics, because that will make it easier then for new and different people to enter politics, even before you get to the place of elections, where now, especially after the June 30th decision of the Supreme Court, we've got yet more money flowing into politics. And remember, we get the overturning of Citizens United in 2010 after the American people have elected Barack Obama. And with, this real push away from the focus on Congress and on widespread voting and toward a unitary executive, which we're seeing play out here. So the first thing I'm going to do is wave my magic wand and get rid of Citizens United and money in politics. That being said, accountability.
It's going to be great for
I'm going to pull a Trump here. 600%. We need to have 600% of accountability, because, I maintain, first of all, the lack of accountability for the Confederacy is one of the country's original sins in its second founding, but also that if Richard Nixon had gone to trial, he didn't even have to get convicted. If he had gone to trial, I do not think we would have had the Iran-Contra affair. I do not think we would have had weapons of mass destruction. And I do not think Donald Trump would have run for the presidency, because we would have established that nobody is above the law.
True.
So part of
Holy
that accountability means getting rid of the decision in Donald Trump versus the United States, in which the Supreme Court overturned the entire principle of the Declaration of Independence and said that, in fact, we were not all equal before the law, that one animal was more equal than all the other animals and was not going to have to answer for crimes committed as part of his official duties, which is absolutely contrary to everything this country has ever stood for. So those are my first two things. But the larger picture here is that we have let the machinery of American democracy rust to the point that it no longer represents the American people. And we're going to have some pretty big reworkings of those things. I'm 100% on board for having a bigger Supreme Court, regardless of who is in charge of it, because we haven't expanded the Supreme Court since 1869. And we have a lot more people in it now. And we have a lot more, circuits and a lot more need for more people who can handle more cases. So aside from the political makeup, which, by the way, also needs to be adjusted, because right now it does not represent the American people. It's been packed with right-wing extremists. That's going to have to be addressed, but not just that. We have the issue of the Electoral College, which was never supposed to be winner take all. It was set up to be representational. It's one of the big beefs I have with Thomas Jefferson is that he realizes in 1796 that if, in fact, the Virginia delegation votes winner take all, he would have won in 1796. So he gets them to do it in 1800, and very quickly we get the imposition of winner take all in the Electoral College. James Madison says, you can't do this. We need to amend the Constitution.
What? B44 link to.
But anybody who gets in office under that system doesn't want to change it.
234.53.
Willing to pay. Once it's fully up and running, HS2 will allow people to travel from Birmingham to London in just 52.
Want it to be known that it's all the Democrats' fault. You know why? Because they had a promising Senate candidate lined up who got sidelined because Schumer picked Mills, even though nobody wanted Mills, and Mills was obviously going to lose.
It's always our fault, Moot.
Schumer,
How can they never win?
The reason
it's so
always Schumer lost to Platner so quickly was because Mills was obviously a bad candidate, but Schumer pushed ahead to the expense of potentially an actually good candidate.
See?
Like, Platner
That's
was the one with the
crazy,
energy and the
man.
momentum.
Why?
If
Because
the
you can't accept
Democrats'
any
only
responsibility
solution
for
to Platner
anything?
was Mills, a person who was
It's
guaranteed
just
to lose
deranged.
against Collins, that's their fault.
Fuck this.
I'm just playing video games. Fuck that.
My sources in DNC story about Platner's unit in Afghanistan being mixed up with underage girls. Oh, God. Well, that would be typical of the region and time period, I suppose. We'll see how that one goes.
Guarding, maybe? No. Fuck that.
Supposedly he sexually assaulted children in the war. Okay, let's wait for the info to come out, but that if that ends up being the case, that exceeds the dark woke threshold, I'm afraid. That might be a little bit too... That might exceed the utilitarian calculus of getting a problematic candidate beating out a Republican. That's a little bad, I think, yeah. How do we know if it's fake? We gotta wait for the evidence. Right now, all I have to work off is a single chat from VGG, you know?
You know?
Yeah, Thana. We have to see. However, we do know that he did mercenary work in Afghanistan, and we do know a lot of the mercenaries in Afghanistan were pedophiles who worked with the ANA to rape children in the villages that they would, you know,
this matters
occupy.
now?
So, I mean, you can... I'm just saying...
By the way... If this guy would have been the center-left Dem...
Oh my God.
Bro, these guys would be genociding the entire... Can you imagine?
Saying that...
Oh, Voosh. Error, EXE.
OBS? We good? All right, I think we're good. Okay, I'll just hit the little button that refreshes stream for viewers. Sorry, Platner's campaign tried to murk me, like they murked those children in Afghanistan. I'm sorry. I should wait for the story to drop before I.
Is this ninja cannonball shit any good? I feel like it's probably not. Don't care.
If there was validity to this, the Democrats would have already used it against Platner. I don't think that's necessarily true. Sometimes it does actually take a while for stuff to come out. But at the same time, listen, I want to see the arguments they make, but at the same time, like, it's not impossible. I think we got to be willing just to say fake news. Listen, if it makes you feel any better, whether or not the Democrats take the Senate, the climate collapse is killing 5 billion people anyway.
Jesus.
But nah, I'm sorry. That one might be a bridge too far for me a little bit. Not saying you have to go out and vote for Collins, but, you know. Wait, these are credible? No, we don't know yet. Chat's just speculating. We don't know anything. The Platner campaign did not immediately respond to requests for comment on these events. The postponements came as multiple Democrats told the Bangor Daily News they expect the national outlet to drop a story about Platner Monday or Tuesday. Rumors about potentially damaging stories in the progressive candidate increasingly swirl Sunday night and Monday.
And?
Isn't it too late to replace him? Yes.
Well. You motherfucker.
Sam and Andrew's source is coming back with the same thing. All right, well, we'll wait for the drop. We'll wait for the drop.
Wub.
Yeesh.
Is there nothing I have to damage this guy more? Am I really just supposed to be mashing?
Libs are going to be insufferable about this. I mean, I'm sure they're delighted to see our guy, Platner, drop out or whatever, but the Dems have absolutely objectively mishandled this on every level. The Senate Democrats never reached out to Platner. Mills hasn't reached out to Platner. They didn't do anything about Platner. And also, Schumer shelved the potentially good candidate in Maine against Collins in favor of Mills because Mills was like a deep state Democrat ally. Like, the Democrats mishandled this, and Platner objectively ran away with the momentum. Mills would have lost to Collins, without a doubt.
Steven, it's always your fault.
The Democrats' best pitch was just losing to Collins.
No, I pushed the wrong button. God damn it. So not come out, my friend. Hello.
Now I'm calling fake news. We don't even have news yet.
He's gonna survive to cast this, I believe. Yes, he did. Oh my god. No, Nope, I'm good. No.
What's new in this article? Rumors.
Yeah, just rumors, guys. This is older,
But
so
I don't
he hasn't
think we
gone over.
have anything more than that right now. From the ever-reliable Washington Examiner.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Nothing. Yeah, not a lot of info out there. Just that Bangor Daily News article, really. It's the only remotely reputable source.
No, I don't know. I just said that. Whatever.
McMorrow, though? What about McMorrow? That's a different race.
Come on, Vosh.gg.
It's all just lies. Why are we even giving it the time of day? Don't piss me off, okay? Genuinely, and I'm just going to say this the once.
Uh-oh.
Don't do the blue MAGA thing on me. We're better than they are, all right? Look, all right? I understand that, broadly speaking, basically no matter what happens, we're always better than the Republicans. Like, there's essentially nothing they could do to change that. But, like, don't do the blue MAGA shit. You're gonna piss me the fuck off. Like if the accusation is extreme sexual impropriety while being a fucking mercenary in Afghanistan, I'm not gonna just go, oh, that's fake. Literally, just shut the fuck up and wait for the information, then judge it, you know?
Uh-oh.
The reason the information from the previous drop wasn't credible is because it was uncorroborated, and the most damning accusations came from a literal Republican operative whose stories weren't corroborated by the New York Times. That's the reason why it was dismissed. We weren't dismissing it just because we like the guy. You don't want to dismiss rape accusations against somebody just because you like the guy who's being accused. We seriously have to have this conversation? His PMC work was not in Afghanistan? You're right. The PMC work was in Iraq, I think, right? Who was it that Schumer should have endorsed? Can somebody pull up that
Platner,
article
the nominee?
We looked at it just a couple days ago. The one where there was a promising Senate candidate in Maine who had gotten their campaign ready, had some, like, contacts pre-negotiated, had already cleared it with the DSCC, but then at the last minute, Schumer said, no, do not launch because they wanted to go with Mills.
The veteran, true.
Here it is. Yeah, this one. The candidate, Kleben. Dan Kleben. Yeah.
It's like Dan Saltman.
He'd already hired campaign staff, but then the Schumer canceled his bid because they wanted to go with Mills. We'll see how it goes. Should have just ran anyways. Yeah, well, unfortunately, the main line in Democratic politics is to wait your turn. So he didn't. He should have, but he didn't. The fact that he was willing to listen to Schumer and not launch his campaign after getting campaign staff hired is probably an indication this guy would have lost to Collins anyway. Collins is an unusually durable Senate candidate. You need somebody with some real cojones to go up against her, and somebody who's willing to shelve their campaign because Schumer told you not to. It's pathetic. It means you don't have the leadership skills necessary to be in the Senate. However, could have been a different timeline if he'd run, if Schumer hadn't forced Mills in.
Means you're Schumer's little boy. Hello? Oh, you're not here. Classic. Oh, I'm Destiny. I am using the bathroom. Oh, I'm using the bathroom. I'm so scared.
Something else just dropped? Jesus Christ.
Something else?
Just dropped? Oh, wow, it really did just drop. It dropped, 5 minutes ago. Woman who dated Graham Platner says he sexually assaulted her. Okay, is this it? Is it this in addition to the... In addition to the PMC in Iraq? This is not it? Okay, we're just playing the field here. All right, gotcha. Yeah, if it's an addition, man, Jesus Christ. This feels coordinated? Of course it is. It's politics. Doesn't mean it's not real. Like, the accusations against Weinstein were coordinated in the sense that, like, people had talked beforehand and, you know, come out as a group. Something being coordinated or somewhat cynical doesn't necessarily mean it's not true. Let's see. Woman who dated Maine U.S. Senate candidate Graham Platner said he forced her to have sex with him nearly 5 years ago despite her repeated objections. That's not good. A woman, a 41-year-old Maine resident named Jenny Rassicot, Not good that we have a name. That definitely increases the legitimacy of the claim.
miss you, dear leader.
Detailed the alleged incident to Politico in 3 interviews over the past 2 weeks. Oh boy. Politico also spoke with the man Rensko dated and confided in the years after the alleged incident and reviewed documents, including emails between Rensko and her therapist.
Oh, no. Oh, no. That's true, and in fairness, even here in the Axe Grandosphere, Platner has been cheered relentlessly by a large contingent of broy libs. I hope my instincts are wrong, but I think it will turn out to be embarrassing to have caped this hard for the American answer to Russell Brand. Conflating Graham Platner with known rapist Russell Brand is fucking insane. You are part of the problem, Natalie. Your instincts are non-existent. Well, it has turned out to be embarrassing.
Yikes. Get snark.
Ooh, boy. And messages between Rensko and an acquaintance, so it's corroborated then, whom she warned against getting involved with Platner years before he ran for office. Rensko said she had an on-and-off relationship with Platner, who is now the Democratic Senate nominee in Maine, for more than 2 years before he entered her rural Maine home uninvited one night in late 2021, deeply intoxicated, and forced himself on her while she repeatedly told him to stop. Jesus Christ. It's like textbook.
Yep.
She said she cut contact with him after telling him the encounter was not consensual. Grabbed my pelvis, being really forceful of me, she said. I remember the specific moment when I thought to myself, like, this is no longer my choice. Platner denied the allegations. These allegations are troubling, serious, and false. Any accusation of non-consensual behavior is categorically untrue. Well... Really? That's pretty bad. Who do we believe? The story's been corroborated. If there are messages from 5 years ago that Politico has access to with her and her partner and her and her therapist, like, it's not made up. Rensko said she was torn over coming forward, in part because she agrees with Platner politically. One of the reasons I didn't come forward sooner was the huge moral conflict that I had between supporting his politics and not supporting him as a person. I just want the truth out there. I just want people to have a whole scope of who he is as a person. Therapists aren't objective. Can you, guys, I understand the drive to treat this like team sports, but can we not, like, do the Me Too shit all over again? Can we not, like, treat rape victims' testimonies differently because we like the guy who's, like, you? This is what I mean. Like, it's like the inconsistency. It's like, well, I'm a warrior for women. I'm the world's greatest feminist. And then, like, your friend gets a rape accusation against him, and you're like, what?
Do you remember? Does anybody have a link to the fucking legendary Voosh video? Who's got it?
Well, that dumb bitch is lying, obviously. You know what I mean? Like, you can't... Stop.
Please.
Don't make me waste my time with this.
You either know immediately, or if you're thinking in your mind, if you're not sure what I'm talking about, you don't know. Don't, and then just wait for someone else to link it.
Out of the race. These allegations are very serious, and Brand vigorously denies them. They are also coached and coordinated by out-of-state establishment operatives. Ooh, that comes across really defensive. For a year, opponents of this campaign have thrown everything they can at Graham, calling him a Nazi, war criminal, and a communist. None of it has been true, and this is no different. It's not a coincidence the story comes a week before the ballot deadline. Just the previous false allegation came a week before the primary. Graham began this campaign to fight for a Maine where everyone's treated with dignity and where Mainers put first, and no amount of desperate smears will stop this moment from seeing that vision through. Ooh, that's a very defensive response. Rensko told Politico she connected with Platner on Bumble in 2019.
Red flag.
The feminist dating app. And had consensual relations with him prior to the night he allegedly assaulted her. That night in late 2021, she said she'd exchanged text messages with him and told him not to come over, saying she wasn't in the mood for company. Later that evening, she said she realized when she heard a sound on the stairs that he had let himself into her house, which was unlocked. Platner came up the stairs, Rensko said, where she was on a couch. He got on top of her and kept grabbing her, she said, while she repeatedly told him to stop and said she wasn't interested. Rensko said she smelled alcohol on his breath and believed he was, quote, almost blackout drunk because Platner ignored her protests and continued to grab her after knocking over an antique sewing kit. Spilling small needles everywhere. I had been telling him these words like, no, don't, she recalled. The look on his face, realizing what was happening, I just realized I'm in a situation where there's no consent here. Renscoat said she tried to separate herself from Platner by telling him she couldn't be in that room anymore, after which he followed her to her bedroom.
No.
Had sex with her against her will, ejaculated inside of her. Okay, so not sexual assault then, just like rape, you know. Look at Benjamin's. Credible source told me Graham's considered dropping out. It's over.
Yep.
I mean, justified. Like, if unless there's some like insane, like like a unbelievable haymaker from Graham Platner here, like just some insane like ukulele video, it's just something that completely annihilates these accusations. Like here's a video of you on the night you've accused me on a vacation in Hawaii, some shit like that. Unless we get something like that, it's over, yeah. Is the Senate out of the question now? If he drops, yes.
It's not true.
Really?
She went to clean herself up, she said. When he returned, Platner had fallen asleep.
Wow,
she
Kevin, you did
contemplated
$600.
waking him up to kick him out, but worried he could hurt someone driving in the state he was in. The following morning, she said Platner tried to put his arm...
Fuck. Does nobody have the... Is it this one? Oh, it was this one.
1 and 3 or 1 and 2. We just don't know because nobody fucking reports because reports aren't taken seriously. That's what Me Too is about.
You're like, I don't think things are on the same level, but things impact you in like bizarre ways. But yeah, like because the purpose.
Crying? Like, Me Too has gone too far. False allegations are ruining people's lives. Okay. Who among you have experienced sexual assault and like every woman in the room starts crying? Like, almost every female friend I have has been the recipient of sexual assault or violence or rape or whatever at some point in their lives. Seriously. It's such a common thing. I think 1 and 4 is probably understating it significantly. I wouldn't be surprised if the rate for sexual assault on women over one's lifetime was as high as 1 and 3 or 1 and 2. We just don't know because nobody fucking reports because reports aren't taken seriously. That's what Me Too is about.
You're like, I don't think things are on the same level, but things impact you in like bizarre ways. But yeah, like because the perpetrator wasn't white, and because he was like, you know, part of like a certain religion.
Wait, are we being real?
And the police were basically just like, we can't because of cultural differences, which I don't feel like is such a good.
What? Bullshit! Are you fucking kidding me? Did she turn her fucking rape confession onto how the rape refugees, fucking Ahmed Muhammad, raped her and the police were like, oh, we can't persecute brown people? Bullshit! Bullshit! In fucking Australia? Bullshit, dude. Is there anything on this? What's this bitch's name? Cultural differences? About 2.6% of the total Australian population. Yeah, you know how police are. They're just so reluctant to go after brown people. There was literally no.
Holy fucking yikes. That's one for the ages right here. Jesus. Grab him by the Platner.
Good one. Progressive victory.
Wait, what's the name of the one tweet where there's like a military guy or something, he's going here like, oomph. Oomph. GIF. What am I thinking of? What's it called? You guys like, ooh. What is it? Fuck, I can't find it. What's it called? Was it a football one? Soccer, oof. Oh, yeah. That's it. Fuck. Don't have a GIF. Wait. Is Lib Learn on?
Probably.
Basically, like tacitly
implied that he had sexually assaulted her.
It's gonna be a rough one.
Water jug.
Fucking guys hydrating
I
over
was
here,
the,
bro.
The gym rat. You're over here with a gallon jug.
I'd have pissed so many times, dude.
We did like an Airbnb in a yurt this weekend, so I needed to bring a.
Yo, how was that?
It's fucking beautiful and amazing, and I don't get out in nature enough, and I need to do it more.
That's good, bro.
What's this?
Good for you.
What did you guys do
Nature slop.
for the 4th? How did you celebrate your unbridled patriotism?
Closing the windows, like that meme.
Yeah,
Martins, whatever.
setting out the fireworks because I don't want to hear.
Did you see the like Trump came out in the rain, right? Or like he said don't go to the celebration or whatever. Or sorry, no, he said go no matter what. My apologies.
I didn't see that. No.
Oh, I did see like after they canceled it, he told people to stick around and don't listen to the
just
warnings or
let's
whatever.
stay anyway. Yeah. Well, I'm glad that like no one ended up hurt or anything because of that. But he was like, no matter what, I am going to give this speech, which
crazy.
Props.
Well, Soypill, you got to kick us off with your official
Yeah, I think we're
improvised intro.
Improvised intro. Welcome to Lib Learn, the only show where the soy pill is on the road and packs everything except the mic, including the cables, because it's a fucking idiot. So he's on his headphones.
What? So
You sound
mic-
great.
What mic are you using? It sounds like there's a mic. Oh, it's in the headphones. Gotcha. You might need to project a little bit when you speak.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So everyone in this fucking hotel who already hates me for taking up their little business room and stealing their Ethernet is also going to scream at me for yelling. I'm yelling about Platner.
You don't need to yell, but just make sure you project a bit.
Oh boy.
You guys are gonna get it's gonna be like Good Morning America. You're gonna see everyone walking back in the background. All the
I actually
pods.
think it's sick. Yeah, I think that's like it's giving West Wing. It's really nice. But
Fucking
not a lot of news
San
going on
Diego.
today.
No, you travel all over the place, man. Where are you? What are you doing?
You know about my side hustle, guy. I don't like telling people about it. It's not a
Oh,
public.
okay, you're doing
thing.
that? Okay,
Yeah.
I'm just curious.
It's gotta, sometimes you gotta spend money to make money. That's all I'll say.
Yeah. He's hawking Trump coin. All right, it's not in line with his values. But should we get into it, folks?
Into it.
Jesus fucking Christ.
All right. So big allegations against Graham Platner. It's not fair to say, I think, that there wasn't the same person who came out before. So this is a follow-on from the New York Times original story, I believe, and from the Politico reporting. But it is fair to say that there is now additional specification, clarification, and accusation of full-on rape, and that it's been substantiated with at least contemporaneous or pre-Platner political movement communications corroborating or attesting to this alleged break-in and rape. And the response has been quite,
Can we not say rape?
I would say, devastating in
serious?
terms of his
I don't
support,
know.
which has crumbled among Democratic loyalists. And additionally,
yes,
I think in terms of political commentators, pundits, the media class at a bare minimum, and I'll just end with this by saying that additionally, he has given what I think is coded language for, I'm not sure if this campaign is going to go on much further. It feels like a coded language to me, but you tell me what you think.
So just to clarify further, the allegations are not coming from Lindsay Feifeld, who was the main subject of the New York Times reporting. She was the one who alleged some physical abuse, I would call abuse, a lot of really problematic toxic behavior. These allegations are from a woman by the name of, oh man, what's her name, guys? She was also in the New York Times article, but they didn't get into these details. And in the article, she specifies that she didn't initially want to come forward with these rape allegations because she didn't want to be known as an SA victim. Like, I think were her own words. And it's really bad.
Jenny Rassiot.
Rassicot or something like that?
I don't know how to pronounce it, but she's a 41-year-old Maine resident. She spoke to the New York Times, but initially did not give further details. It was one of those, there was a line out of the New York Times reporting that said something like additional troubling or disturbing things, but that she didn't give additional specification. Additional tidbits to note here is she claims to be politically aligned with Platner, and that was part of her her difficulty in coming to the decision. There are receipts included in the article about her messaging other women who had at least some connection to Platner and warning them. And that, again, I think is from 2023, 2 years after the allegations of the break-in and rape, and years before Platner was, I guess, politically relevant. And by the way, I'm using the term grape not because I'm not willing to use the other term, but just for purposes related to following TOS, because I do know that they like flag and do stuff for that. So I'm just that's just been my experience. That I've had that happen, but I'm happy to use the term.
I think I made Wick say like rape, and it worked fine. So I think we're good.
Rape. Okay. So I'll use the term. It's alleged rape. I mean, even under like any definition of rape, it's an allegation of rape. That's what it is.
She alleges that he showed up at her home really late at night, very intoxicated, and forced himself on her despite her saying no. And she said that she thought about waking him up, and she decided against that because she didn't know. I don't remember exactly what her reasoning was, but she asked him in the morning, "Do you remember what happened last night?" He said no. She kicked him out of the home and said never contact her again. To what Pisco was saying, she messaged a friend warning her about him and basically like tacitly implied that he had sexually assaulted her. And that text message, I think, is from like a few years ago. The New York Times interviewed an ex-boyfriend of hers who she spoke about the incident to. So in order to believe that she's just like manufacturing these smears, you would have to believe that she was playing the long game for years. That, like planting the seeds of this lie in anticipation of him running for office. It's just like completely unbelievable that she would just make this up. It's just, yeah.
Okay, so
My
the reason
question-
I asked, just real quickly, the reason why I asked, are people abandoning her? Because I haven't been on X to see what's going on. I haven't seen the fallout. So who has come out
undefeated
that changed their mind or that has condemned him? Who's
Emma everyone is.
Oh,
Emma Vigland, yeah, like everyone's kind of dropping.
Yeah.
Okay, so forget Emma Vigland is a nobody. Couldn't care less. But Rokana, you said?
Base.
Yeah, Rokana, yeah.
The pod
Zion himself told him that's the biggest and most important of all, so he should drop out. So
what did Rokana say?
He said that grape was a red line for him, and that would be the end of his sport.
sexual violence against women is a red
quote,
line, I believe.
Yeah, I've been very clear that sexual assault or violence against women is a red line. These allegations are very serious and credible. Graham Platner should drop out from the race, and I am withdrawing my endorsement.
Wow. Okay, so
Ruben Gallego as well,
Hey,
rescinding
so-
endorsement.
who takes over? Are we back on Janet Mills' train or what?
So
Are we gonna
there's
revive the corpse?
as I'm understanding, there's processes in Maine state law that allow for replacement candidates from a party prior to a date certain if there's a withdrawal, and then there's an additional deadline on the party determination as to who should be beyond that. I think in late July, but the deadlines are coming up.
But whose names are being floated? Again, I haven't seen any of this.
So
yet.
one of the losing candidate in the governor's race, whose name now escapes me, but he is more like a progressive aligned candidate, and I think he lost in the governor's nomination contest. Right now, again, I'm totally losing track of whose name was, but Janet Mills is also being talked about. But there's a sense of, I think, chaos and uncertainty about next steps, and even what that process looks like. Troy,
My question is, what really fundamentally changed from this story, from the last one, from the wanting to go out and kill people, from the Nazi tattoo? Like, why is this the one where everyone's like, well, that just because it's more credible, like now I can't like defend it anymore? Because to me, this changes the calculus very little. Like I just assumed all the other stuff was true. So.
Jesus.
Here's how it changes the calculation. So first off, in terms of and why I think it's in line with at least we are the ones I think historically have had the most conversations about this notion of vote blue no matter who and the calculation and the hypotheticals about Jeffrey Epstein and all that stuff. For me, as I've always said in my commentary and talking about vote blue no matter who, it's important, number one, that any candidate you're choosing between, that there remains some viability in that candidate, number one. Number two, I think that additionally, there's a harm, like if you're not able to actually do harm reduction, then the kind of vote blue no matter who calculation, even though it's well-intentioned, I understand and believe that many people who supported Platner, including myself, and who endorsed Platner, including myself, wanted him to do good, wanted to stop the fascist encroachment by Trump, and I thought he was best positioned to do that. But given the where he is politically, he is going to not help that effort. He is going to hurt that effort. So both from an electoral perspective, from an outcomes perspective, and again, just in terms of the nature of the allegation, now there's credible contemporaneous documentation that at least would tend to indicate the reliability of it. And additionally, him coming out and saying something to the effect of, hey, we're going to consider the future in the campaign, indicates to me that there isn't a really good response to this, and there isn't any kind of way to detract from it. And additionally, that his own campaign wants to toss in the towel. So all of those factors mean it's not viable anymore, in my view. He wouldn't be able to achieve the results of harm reduction, and given the nature of the allegations, we don't have people to actually work with him. So all of those factors, including the inherent wickedness of the act, which now has more corroboration, more specificity, means that it's a changed circumstance, obviously.
Okay, well, but then my question for everyone is, just based on all of our conversations, is if this didn't affect his polling significantly and he's still out of campaign and it didn't drop, would that change anything?
You're saying assume that everyone is on board, assume that there is no second order effects?
Jump back in time 4 weeks to when this other story dropped about all these women accusing him of stuff, and just say that this is the story that dropped then, and then everything that happened afterwards was the same stuff, instead of him potentially dropping out.
I don't think he's understanding the difference here. Like I said before, when I'm being fair, the other allegations, it's not good when men are physical with women, of course, but we went from seemed like he was kind of bullying an ex, which he shouldn't have been physically, to full on hardcore common vag rape. This is significantly further than the last story.
But you're saying as though the second order effects of that.
The second order effects of the story didn't happen. It's the reaction was like the reaction from the first one, and he doesn't dropping out, right?
Yes.
No.
So my line on is always going to be.
Does Soypill just think it has to do with the reaction to the story? I don't think he knows. I'm not sure if I'm sorry. Hold on. Also, I misquoted. I'm sorry. I misstated what the story was. It was a breaking an entry into full-on come-in vagina rape. That's a pretty crazy. Ooh, that's a lot more.
The harm reduction overall. And so if you could tell me that this is not going to undermine Democrats writ large across the country, that it's not going to actually change the ability for him to reduce the harm to real people, to reduce the corruption that everyone is suffering through, to stop all the sort of policies that are coming across that every day are causing people to be, I think, more at risk and to be, if all that is held equal, then I think it's just an easy on-off switch for me. I'm a pragmatist before I'm an ideologue. I've always said that. But this changes obviously the calculation as to whether or not that can be achieved. And honestly, right, even just looking at the potential future for any kind of candidacy for Platner in the Senate, if you can't find people to work with you, how is it possible you're going to be able to achieve those ends in the first place? But always, I would think you'd be a moral monster not to put the interests of the many about the interests of the few. And that unfortunately means sometimes signing off to the lesser two evils. In this case, it's an easy decision for you because now everything has been equalized. We don't have to hold constant things that aren't constant, that he won't be able to achieve those aims. And so I'm rescinding my endorsement. I don't support him for the race anymore. It's an easy calculation.
It's pretty wild that this played out the way that it did, especially after like on this podcast, we've had serious long running debates about like how far would people be willing to go in terms of who they would vote for against a Republican. And I mean, I agree with P-Scale. Like if this played out and the reaction was there was no serious push to have him exit the race, then if I was a main voter, I would probably vote for Platner. But with every new scandal,
That's where I am.
Well, like, I love women, first of all. First of all, I'd like to say I love women, and also I would like to say L rape in the chat.
L.
Okay. I would still vote for Platner over fucking the Republican. I don't give a fuck. I would. That being said, the issue is, I feel like sometimes when people talk about this vote blue no matter who shit, there's this weird thing that's happening, especially where these like lefties or these lefty adjacent people, they're using like vote blue no matter who. I don't know who's noticed or not. They use vote blue no matter who to attack you when you attack them in the primaries. So like right now, if you're still in the primaries, then it's fine to attack, you know, even the presumptive, well, I don't say presumptive nominee, but the guy who seems like he's ahead. But once you're out of the primaries, then you vote blue no matter who. So like, I've noticed that a lot, that there's a lot of weird, like, they'll be like, oh, I thought it was vote blue no matter who. Why are you guys being so mean on Platner? Even though like he hadn't technically gotten out of the primaries yet. But yeah, I don't know. They've conflated it on this point a lot. But
so that's consistent. I appreciate that. Because I'm like, if we're doing the segregationist Andy Epstein thing, I'm like, this is not nearly as bad as either of those, right? And he's still better than Susan Collins. Sorry, guys. But, yeah, it looks like it's not viable. So
there's some caveats there. Like I've elected to just stop talking about the Platner situation. Like my concerns about Platner didn't go away, but as soon as I saw the Senate Democrats have a meeting with him and then seemingly all indicate that they weren't like going to make any serious push to like push him out of the race, at that point I calculated, okay, well there's not enough time to actually get this guy gone from the race. So, you know, he's the guy, and so I'll donate $50 to his campaign. I just won't talk about it. But yeah.
I mean, it really is for me. If you don't feel that the country's in danger right now from what's happening around you, and you think that we're in a moment when, in my view, we're like all on an airplane heading for a crash, that beggars can be choosers, in other words, I don't think that you realize or appreciate the same stakes that I do. And so that has always been my rationale in terms of supporting Platner was an instrument to an end, and that end is to buck the presidency, and that end is to stop the corruption, and that end is to help Americans. To the extent that that's no longer viable, to the extent that that's no longer useful, right? I've never trusted Platner, as we've talked about multiple times. I thought he was lying about his tattoo. I think that he is a liar in general. I think he's just feeding people what they want to hear. I brought up specific instances of what he said about impeaching judges, etc., etc. But yeah, once that loses any force of convincingness, then yeah, obviously you should drop it. And additionally, it is, I think, more the allegations, the specificity, and the contemporaneous communications absolutely changes the calculation in the minds of normal people, as it should, right? And they don't have the same kind of easy to put up rebuttals regarding the first woman that came forward and the nature of her allegations, which were not rape.
Read the whole article. Is it that he broke into her house? Are we sure that it wasn't like a self-defense, like she broke into his house?
No. Huh? He came over uninvited. Oh, she let him in.
Self-defense rape? Oh, okay.
Is that what you just... You don't remember? That was the first article they dropped. It was
trying to get kicked out of that.
Yeah, someone were to break into my house. You know what I'd do?
Yikes.
I see.
I think there's
a little soon, maybe,
like a larger conversation to be had right now in this moment, and I think it's one about like where the electorate is at and where the discourse is at. Because to me, this is really alarming. I've long maintained for months that this campaign should have been over as soon as the Oopsie Daisy Nazi tattoo came out. Just full stop. Like, and it's fucking absurd, ridiculous, and kind of hilarious when you remove yourself entirely from the situation.
And then just look at how things have played out
right then and there.
Yeah,
and
kind of.
I can appreciate that people have frustration with Democratic Party leadership. I can appreciate the fact that people are frustrated. I have a lot of frustrations with them as well, but the fact that people were willing to overlook so many red flags, like really prominent voices in online politics, were willing to just look past what to any reasonable adult were obvious red flags, and then double, triple, quadruple down with each new story, I think is really, really, really alarming.
Kind of.
I hope it's a learning moment.
No, it won't be, Hutch. That's what I was about to say. Those same people will say, well, the establishment shouldn't have put up such a shitty candidate that we were forced to defend this guy, and he was the best compared to the garbage that the centrists put up. I mean, they'll never take accountability for any of this shit.
Well, and I don't want people to... I don't want people to be too for normal people in the chat here who are like watching and like feeling bad about themselves or whatever. None of you thought that Graham Platner was a rapist. I didn't think and don't think that he was a Nazi, although time may tell. I now think that these allegations are credible.
Well, but that's not. Hold on. The issue is not whether or not he is a Nazi. I think he's not a Nazi, right? I don't think he's a Nazi now. I don't even know if anybody thinks he's a Nazi now. The issue is what Hutch said, is everything you guys were willing to look past that you certainly wouldn't have looked past if it was a moderate Dem candidate, right? The issue is like how many more skeletons could this guy have in his closet if he's willing to lie about something so obvious, right? That was always the issue, right?
More likely than not. And you are allowed to change your diagnosis as circumstances change. Everyone here, all four of us, I believe, supported Platner in the general election pre these allegations coming out.
Look, Pisco does this a lot. Actually, I think I kind of understand Soypill's perspective here, why Soypill is joking around a bit more. is because Soy Pill was on like when Soy Pill says vote blue no matter who. I think Soy Pill was like, you know, we're talking about the general election, but in the primaries we can fight. But Pisco is doing this like retarded thing where you're mixing up. We're not at the generals yet. And when people were talking about the Nazi tattoo, we definitely weren't at the generals. So I don't know why Pisco is talking about the generals here. It's not part of the analysis at all. The Nazi tattoo, whatever bullshit and him lying about that wasn't a general problem. That was a primary problem. But Pisco's like talking past the point because these guys just all auto assume that the fucking Slopulus is going to win or whatever.
I now think that these allegations are credible, more likely than not. And you are allowed to change your diagnosis as circumstances change. Everyone here, all four of us, I believe, supported Platner in the general election pre these allegations coming out. Find your favorite Democratic influencer and tell me that they didn't. And if you do, by the way, I think that I'll show you someone who wasn't making the correct moral calculus at the time with the information that existed then. And so, yeah.
Like, what do you mean?
There were a lot of really prominent voices that were insisting that he had to be the nominee during the primary.
During the primary. Yeah, we say he had to be the nominee.
It was the whole online left space, with very few exceptions, were insisting that he had to be the guy. A lot of these people were calling these centrist smears. A lot of these people were insisting that the last round of allegations should have been summarily dismissed because of the politics of the accuser. Like, it was fucking disgusting. And, you know, those people, I agree with you, Ira. It should be a learning moment. But what these people are going to do is they're going to try to find a way to spin the blame on the establishment or whatever for not putting up a candidate suitable enough to challenge him. And there is some truth to that, to be clear. I'm not even saying there's no truth to that. But the people that doubled down and insisted that every one of us that had serious concerns about his candidacy were just buying into smears. If they were reasonable people, they would do some reflecting after this.
Ooh. See, I was consistent, Hutch. I was like, hey, Kyle, I think you're doing the MAGA defense here, Mr. Kalinske, but you know what? We should still vote for him. So, you know, this changed not a lot for me.
What has Kyle Kalinske said? Anything, or has he gone radio silent?
Oh, man.
I'm not sure.
Because he was a big champion of Platner and the whole...
These are fundamentally different things, right? So on the one hand, there's an array of statements that one can make that are fucking not defensible. These are statements saying, offhandedly dismissing A, B, or C, saying that the Nazi tattoo had like a good response from Platner, saying that it has to be Platner over anyone else, as opposed to he's the least bad option. Those aren't the same thing as saying, in the context of a race, supporting a candidate, the best option is Platner in terms of electability, or in the general, saying the best option in terms of electability and in terms of harm reduction is Platner. I just want to be clear about something. I don't retract a single thing I said regarding what I thought was the correct moral choice in the given situation. And I would cause anyone who thinks that it was correct to sit out in the context of a general election with the information that we had now, or to, on the other hand, endorse Susan Collins. I think that is the wrong lesson to take from it. I think the right lesson to take from this is we need more competitive candidates and better vetted candidates.
Well, I wasn't saying that you were in the same category.
Oh, I'm not going at you, by the way. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to go at you. Hutch did, by the way. I remember distinctly when the New York Times story came out, Hutch was totally on the forefront saying, don't just dismiss them because one of them is related to the Heritage Foundation. Don't just dismiss the allegations because they're Republicans. Hutch has been, I think, calibrated with his critiques. And I don't think Hutch should get a hard time for donating to Platner either. Hutch was taking what I think, given the information that existed at the time, the right...
Who was giving Hutch a hard time? Why is Peter? I don't think he has to come out and defend Hutch here. Wait, what? What?
Moral choice, and so I don't think that is anything to be ashamed about, Hutch. And to be honest,
I'm not. To be clear, I would, yeah, go ahead.
Negative 50.
What is he doing?
Listen, it's not the first time I've
Pisco.
I don't know. He's acting like he's like stepping out to defend Hutch because Hutch donated publicly to Platner, showing he'd vote blue no matter who. But the person who would need the defense here is Pisco. Like, these guys went so hard into saying everything was ridiculous and there was no reason to doubt that, he could be the candidate and the Nazi tattoo wasn't a big deal and you have to support the people. And I mean, I quote tweeted it, Pisco had his little vote blue no matter who. Like, all these guys, to pretend like Hutch is the one who needs for the reputation defense here is hilarious.
I'll spend money on a losing candidate, but I don't.
Okay, Hutch, you and I bet both can own. How much did we dump into a Bernie campaign and he didn't win, right? It happens.
I give him $1,000. I give him like $1,000 or $2,000. I can't remember, but yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it was the right thing to do at the time.
I'm with Pisco on this is a candidate quality problem in general. I think that these people like Platner, and I'm going to say some of these DSA candidates in New York too, like some of these people have no business running for anything. And I think that the only reason they are is because there is a lack of good candidates. But I think Platner actually plays into that too, because imagine how many good quality people aren't running for office right now because they're like, I had a couple rough relationships 10 years ago and I don't want the New York Times interviewing my ex-boyfriend or whatever. I did some crazy shit, whatever. I don't know. I'm not trying to excuse his behavior, but there's a lesser degree of what he did, like the first round of accusations, the uncomfortableness and the roughness with women, that I'm willing to bet a lot of qualified people don't want anything to do with. And they're like, I'm not running for office. I don't care. So I think how we react to this Platner situation is important, keeping that in mind for future candidate recruitment as well.
Yeah, there are levels to this, and I think that there are degrees to which you should and should not have a given reaction. One thing to note is, number one, the moral difference, I think, between the Republicans and the Democrats overall. The less said about that, the better. You guys know what I was going to say there, so I'll just I'll move on from that in terms of what the Democrats are willing to hold their politicians to account for. But also, not everyone, I think, views candidates and politicians.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Fuck me, dude. Fuck. I'm so glad I'm not Jewish. I'm so glad I'm not Jewish. I'm so glad I'm not Jewish. This, patting themselves on the back after their candidate crushed the Dem to be like, we're such good people. We're such good people. We're such good people. The guy had a Nazi tattoo for 16 years and then fucking played you all for suckers lying about it. Like, I'm sorry, but you're not, like, that much better. Like, chill, okay? I understand that it's popular right now to hate Jewish people and all that, but, like, holy fuck. This, like, patting yourself on the back, like, well, yeah, man, we're such good people that we are able to, like, come out here and call him out on his bullshit. No, the rape thing is just it's a bridge too far for you. The raping is generally for most people, you know. Well, not for most people, I should say for half the people, because for conservatives in the country, they don't give a fuck. But for half this country, rape is a bridge too far, even for the moderate Dems, as much as you might malign them. But, like, you are willing to put so much, throw so much under the bridge, let so much go to the bridge. Come on, let's slow your roll here before you break your arm patting yourself on the back.
Like we do as like tools or means to an end. And I do believe that there are a lot of people who today are brokenhearted because they believed in Platner's message. They believed that he was a change in politics. They didn't think that he was a rapist. They didn't have a reason to think that he was, a bunch of the stuff maybe they were lied to, or maybe they believed the stories, but they didn't think that it was disqualifying or that he had changed or anything like that. And so to those people, I don't think that you need to hold your head in shame. I think that you guys cared about a lot of you. Not everyone, again. Everyone has their own different stories, different statements that aren't justified or whatever. But in general, I don't think that there's anything wrong with being involved and keeping an eye towards having a different kind of politics. And I don't think that you have anything to be ashamed about unless you have an individual statement or something that you believe to be unjustified.
Hey, real quick, guys, does this sound better?
Yes.
It actually does.
Okay, I'm just going to use my phone then. Let's do it.
No.
Okay. Are you seeing people like disillusioned, Pisco? Because this feels kind of like it sounds like you're describing a John Edwards moment here, where people put their heart and soul into this guy and he turned out to be a piece of shit. Is that what you're trying to offset here, or you're trying to speak to? Because I haven't seen that, but I'm curious if you have.
So I'm seeing people who are genuinely disappointed and crushed that someone that they thought was someone who didn't have this in their past, or maybe they did a couple bad things in the war, but in general, the allegations, maybe he was a little bit rough, or they don't believe the story because he's a Republican op or something, that when a story like this drops, where the political bias, as alleged, is on the other side, and when there's actually is good reason to believe in the specificity, in the detail, right? We're not going off like, it is specific, almost, it's graphic, right? It is graphic. And again, there's some corroboration for it, that was what they were not waiting for. That's what they were not expecting. And it feels like now they have to do this choice, either give up this brand of politics or something that they truly believed in or whatever, or give up their morals or something like that. And that's a tough choice for them. But for people who never trusted Platner, who didn't like him generally or whatever, or who just thought him as an instrument to an end, it's very easy to shift off of that. But what I'm trying to say is there's a group of people who are very excited by his candidacy and who today must be feeling very let down. And I don't think it's as easy to dismiss them as being like, well, they're all the Hasans of the world, they're all the propagandists of the world. I do think that there was something there for those people.
I don't have a problem with people.
Oh my God, bro. Are we serious right now? Holy shit.
Who believed in his message and his politics and his vision, that's fine. But if you gaslit other people about this guy's obvious problems and insisted that you were playing into smears by voicing very reasonable concerns, you should be ashamed. Yes, 100%. And you should reply.
If you're lying or saying things that are unjustified in virtue of the evidence, or saying something without evidence, I agree with that.
Well, not even lying, Pisco. I mean, we knew immediately once this Reddit stuff dropped and this guy was enthusiastic about going to war and killing people, this guy lied about his fucking Nazi tattoo. Like, past that, everyone was defending this over and over and over and telling us, no, smear, smear, smear. No, you're being, you're gaslighting. What happened to vote blue no matter who? When Mills was still a viable candidate. And I'm sorry, there are so many people right now that should eat their own fucking words and shit.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Soy Pill just doesn't understand the macro shit at all, which drives me crazy sometimes. But he's not a grifter. He's not like a secret tanky. I've said this over and over and over again. Okay. Soy Bill is 100% correct. The statements that he was making earlier for the vote blue no matter who, he does understand, right? Vote blue no matter who is the is the general election. It's the general election. It's not vote blue no matter who for the primary. And yeah, I think Soy Bill is running into issues here because Pisco is super duplicitous here, where he's playing this really, really snake fuck game where he's trying to be like invoking the vote blue no matter who thing. They did this during the primary for supporting Platner, and it's like, why? I don't know. It's driving me crazy. Whatever.
The vote blue no matter who, when Mills was still a viable candidate.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, there are so many people right now that should eat their own fucking words and shit for like telling us like, no, you were wrong to criticize him then. That's fucking bullshit.
Well,
and then I feel like I was sitting there, I'm like, well, he won. Huh?
Weren't you on the panel defending Platner? It's the same calculation for some people.
Yeah.
I'll just be honest with myself. I thought he was the best position candidate during the primary, pre-general, to beat Susan Collins. Now, that vision, I think, has crumbled and is not true. But at the time, I genuinely believed that. I mean,
I said if Platner wins the primary, we should go for him. But I'm sorry, like, this was one of those things where, like, from as soon as any of this dropped, I was one of the people that was like, this is not a person with good judgment. I mean, and don't get me wrong. I mean, like, Guy was someone who was able to pull me on that, what was the AG in Virginia, who was like, saying MAGA kids should die or whatever. I'm like, well, what is the other option, right? And that's where I still am. I'm like, hey, look, if this ruins his viability and he has no chance, okay, it doesn't really matter. But if he still has a chance, I'm still endorsing. I don't give a fuck. I don't want Susan Collins to win. So,
but if you think, as I did, by the way, in the context of Joe Biden, I'm not comparing the Joe Biden dropout in any other respect other than in the following respect. It's a comparison. The comparison is only if you think there's an opportunity for Joe Biden to step down in that context of 2024 and have a candidate who has a better chance. We're dealing in percentages and percentage chance. Then that is preferable. If we can convince Platner at this point to drop out, given the everything falling out from under him, there is an opportunity right now to do the smart tactical choice.
Yes.
That's in line with my harm reduction views. That's what I want to do, and that's why I'm calling on him to step down. But like we are in a fight for our country right now, and like anyone who thinks that we have this luxury, I just think you're not seeing the plot, and that's I think what you need to take into consideration first and foremost is stop.
Not seeing the plot, bro. These guys were fucking all in on Platner way before the primary was done. Way before the primary was done, these guys were all in on Platner.
Been this lawless alleged president.
Well, I just want to say I think two things can be true, that Platner can be a disaster, but also Mills ran a bad campaign. As much as I wanted her, and on paper she sounded great, again, I joke, at 78 years old, starting a new career, whatever, but she ran a bad campaign, and so maybe this gives an opportunity to some younger, more exciting person to pick up the pieces. And
you know what? Here's a macro play, too. When we keep doing this, they ran a bad campaign, campaign, okay? Like, imagine you're trying to win an office, and maybe she's too old, whatever, probably, everybody's too old, right? Imagine you're running for office, and in order to get to the position where you can run, you have to have had like a lifelong, time in public service and all this other stuff where you're going to acquire some battle scars, you're going to acquire some baggage or whatever. Just it happens as a result of living that long and doing that much public service where everybody's going at you all the time, right? You bring in these new untested people who have never been in public office before, whose lives have been complete mysteries, who are like, yeah, every single thing you guys are doing sucks fucking shit, and we're going to do everything way better because we know way more than you, even though we've got no history in governance, and you guys are retarded and everything. Like, maybe it's really not just that Platner was like a one-off, super, ultra unique, crazy situation. Maybe it is the idea that, yeah, as an outsider who's never won an office before, maybe it is really easy to be infinitely critical of the people that are actually in office trying to govern, and you've got a bunch of pie-in-the-sky ideas that you have no idea how you would even bring into effect if you were to actually win office. Maybe that is like part of that. Like it's a bigger part of the story than people want to admit. Maybe.
Hit the ground running. I mean, they still have time. I don't think it's the end of the world.
Real quick, Pisco, Wick is DMing me and asking you specifically, was the Wick class correct in their call?
With respect to what?
With their skepticism of Platner.
Now Pisco's going to keep saying that, like, no, people weren't correct before, but now the allegations have changed. But the problem before wasn't the allegations per se. It was that there were so many allegations, or not allegations, that there were so many issues that were popping up that just made him seem kind of unreliable. That was the issue. Not that there was going to be one particular one that would be too much, but that, like, damn, he's already got all this baggage and he's not even through the primaries yet. Like, oh, I don't know, maybe this is like too risky, and you guys are just a little bit too, I don't know, starry-eyed, rose-tinted glasses for your guy. He's about to do that.
Skepticism, yes, of course they were correct, and I always said so, and I was skeptical of Platner as well. So that we share. I was always skeptical of Platner. They were right to be skeptical of Platner. That doesn't change. What they're trying to bake in is with skepticism that it was the wrong call to endorse at X time. I don't.
And then
I don't
he's
going to
say, well, these allegations are new.
I don't remember Pisco like steadfastly, like what's the word?
I never said the allegations are false.
For Platner.
Yeah, and even when it came to
endorsing
the primary, the reason I endorsed the primary is because the writing was on the wall in Mills' campaign. Mills was losing. She was down 30, 40 points. And not only that, when you saw the polling that exists then, now
I feel I could be wrong, but didn't Pisco, was this the first like candidate that like Pisco had ever like endorsed on Twitter? Am I making that up? Where he like tweeted out like, I'm formally endorsing Platner or whatever. Like it was some huge fucking moment in his life or whatever. Oh my god, bro. Fuck this monster thing. He always does that? Is that a thing that he's always done? Okay, maybe that wasn't unique to him.
It's different, of course. Now it's different. As we got closer to the primary, in that context, the matchups were not good for Mills, and Platner was favored. And so all of that, to me, indicate, and the better contrast, intuitively, I thought the contrast between a younger candidate, a younger male candidate, and Collins would be beneficial to Platner. So all of that was running through my head in terms of what is the best electorally optimal outcome. And I will not apologize for that calculation in the moment. I think that they were right to be skeptical about Platner. I was skeptical about Platner, and there were tons of red flags. They're not wrong about that.
Yeah, I think Pisco and I both said, look, the guy's lying, but we accept it, compartmentalize it. And I figured he's lying for whatever, to save his marriage. He's embarrassed, whatever. Doesn't mean he's going to be a bad lawmaker and lie about stuff to the American people. Maybe, but I don't know. The people of Maine are the ones who decide. They chose him overwhelmingly. The most people since 1918 ever, since Maine started counting by popular vote for Senate statewide, came out and voted for this guy as the Democratic candidate. He had independents voting in the Democratic primary 3-1. So the people of Maine wanted him. And so what can we do as people who don't live in Maine but support their choice and wish him the best? So I don't think anyone's kicking themselves over supporting this guy. And now's not the time to be like, I told you so, and laughing at people. Now's the time to pick up the pieces and figure out where we go from here. But,
what are the viable options? I mean, like, let's say this obviously tanks his polling, right? Like, most people seem to drop supported this guy.
By the way, it is never the right time, ever. I'm banning everybody in chat who disagrees. It's never the right time to criticize people who are further left than us. It's always the wrong time. You can't do it in the primaries because the establishment can't do it after all the writing was on the wall and they pretended not to see it, and then everything else, okay? Don't ever. It's never, ever, 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 ever the right time, ever, to criticize the further left than us, ever. Everybody should know that. It's never the right time, okay? Never, ever. Never, never, ever, ever, ever. Never, ever.
Are we going to get Obama to move to Maine and run? Like, are we going to just say, fuck it, it's lost? Like, what's the actual viable option?
Again, there have been pollsters that were commissioned to run like Collins versus 8 other Democratic politicians that are known in the state of Maine. There was one name that I saw that was polling 2 points ahead of Collins. So like, it's not ideal in any sense. The fact that this came down to the 11th hour, similarly bad situation as to what happened with Biden. It's obviously not ideal, but
Well, someone to nominate for ballot.
What happens at this point? Does he anoint someone? I think the party pick someone is what I remember reading. If he drops out, then I'm pretty sure the Democratic Party in Maine just pick who the nominee is going to be.
Yeah, the party will pick a replacement. But I see all these people saying it's over, Susan Collins is going to win. Nothing has changed here about why people are voting. Like, the underlying reason to go out and vote in November is the economy, Trump hiding the...
I mean, it's not over. That is true. I mean, obviously, you don't want to give up or anything. But, like, it looks bad. Like, you're about to switch out your... This was like your hot shit fucking candidate that was like the new kid on the block and had the most votes ever and was like the guy. I'm not saying it's gonna like fucking sink all of our other races or anything like that. But I mean, like, it does look kind of bad. It looks a little bit bad, I think.
It's not good.
It's not good. It's not good.
This was Pisco's guy, right?
I mean, that's what I thought, but now he's saying...
Nah, this was his man. Okay, can we agree that the lefties don't know how to pick a candidate? Can we let the center Dems do it this time?
What about the DSA New York? You fucking idiot.
You're so
fucking
right.
Idiot.
You're so smart.
You're such a fucking idiot.
What about Mom Donnie?
Exactly.
Relevant tweet. Hold on, clicking.
I'm just not
Pisco says 95% of your vote for any given senator should be determined like you were selecting a button pressing machine. 5% for everything else. Keep the eye on the office that matters in current era, the presidency. Not a hard choice. The Platner hand wringing is silly.
There it is. Yep.
That's his man.
Easy.
That's his guy.
I told you. I knew it. So, yeah, of course. Like, this is all of them. And he's going to pretend that, like, oh, no. No, but they, dude. And that was on, what was the date on that? May 2nd.
Yeah, just a reminder, I said we should vote for Platner.
Oh, mate, that's 2 months ago. That's not even that's 2 months ago.
This was his boy.
Yeah.
Epstein files, the war in Iran, none of that changes because the Democratic candidate is changing or there was some chaos on our end. I don't think people give a shit who the Democrat is right now. They're voting for anybody with a D next to their name.
Yeah, but guy, you gotta understand, like, sure, politically informed people are just gonna say vote blue no matter who, even if they replace them with a completely unknown. But if people don't know who the replacement is, which is very likely,
If Obama
and actually this happened to me.
he would move to Maine.
True.
Just to touch on that idea, like we had Gonzalez on last week, and I did some phone banking. A lot of people just didn't know who she was. I mean, Hickenlooper just has so much, history there. If they don't know who they are, and she ran like a very short campaign comparatively, I think, to other people, and they're just not going to know.
The
who
margin got
to
real
vote for.
close to the end there. It was like 4, right, after the ballots came in.
But hold on, you're saying that name recognition was everything, but that was not D versus R. That was 2 Democrats.
The same people, by the way, the same country that complained somehow Palpatine returned was bad writing, are complaining somehow the guy with the Nazi tattoo who cheated on his wife was a bad dude.
True.
Unreal, dude.
So
Whatever.
I'm just saying, like, when it comes down to it, people are voting on the economy. They're voting on Trump. This is a referendum on Trump, not on the Democrats or who the Democrats put up. I don't think anybody gives a shit who the Democrats put up, which there seems to be a lot of evidence to support that. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think this changes much. Yes, it's drama. Yes, it's chaos. But our voters going to go, I can't vote for the Democrats. There's too much chaos over there. This guy dropped out. He did weird shit. Are they going to go, I got to vote for the person who's going to make life more affordable for me?
I mean, look at what happened when Kamala took over, right? So like they broke. It was 2 straight days of breaking fundraising records, and so hopefully the party makes a good decision. And I'd like really hope they don't pick Mills. I think that would be a disaster. But if they pick a younger face, then that person might be met with like a deluge of donations. So yeah, I would not say that this race is like unwinnable now at this point. A generic Democrat versus Collins right now, I still like those odds in the current climate. So I think Guy's right about that. I don't know if you're right about like they don't care who runs. I think a lot of people definitely
care. They care enough to not want to support this guy. But maybe we should do that thing they're doing where they just like throw in guys with like random, so it's Barack Obama, the second or whatever. We gotta name a guy, generic Democrat, and have him run.
John
But to your point-
Democrat, where is
to your
he?
point before Pisco was like, I don't know who said it. Was it Pisco or IRI that said now's the time to just like move on? No, I don't agree with you. Like if you're just one of these people that genuinely liked his message and you weren't like shit talking people, that's one thing. That's fine. Okay, but there are a lot of prominent voices that should be very much held to account over the next week. Pull up receipts, including the pod boys. Pull up receipts. Don't let them forget that they fucking gaslit people.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm
Or
not
what? I'm not making that.
I'm just not or what, Hutch, for what? Right? No, you can't do the Platner voice anymore. It's canceled. But for what? So who are the class of people? So for example, I'll just be upfront. I endorsed Platner before the primary was over. Who needs to oppose? No. I'm just asking. Who are the people?
Also, why? Isn't that like cringe or what? I don't know. Why like to make the like a tweet and everything?
Want your best candidate.
Yeah, I don't know. That was just weird. Like it was obviously a huge virtue signal, but whatever.
Let me just give you a little bit of opinion. For what? The question is for what? What is the thing that is a wrong flag?
For gaslighting us. They
Regarding
gaslit
what?
the fuck out of us. They told us that these things were like not that big of a deal.
The establishment is going after him. It's not nearly so serious.
Yeah, those people. The establishment people always. There's a standing cringe and standing criticism that establishment shit. And here I'm looking at the Cenk Uygurs of the world. Yes, the Hasan Pikers of the world. Those people always. Yeah, for sure, 100%.
I mean, to Hasan's credit though, he like tepidly endorsed Platner. Like to my knowledge, I don't think he was ever like fully in the tank. But the problem, like the amount of people in this space that ran the most insane defense for this guy and fucking gaslit the rest of us. They should take a hit in their credibility, in my opinion. They should be.
Did you apologize for endorsing Joe Biden?
No.
Oh
my God!
I agree. I agree. You should. No,
that's not the same thing. No. Wait.
Let me get to it.
Oh my God! Hutch is about to die. Oh, Pisco's on that rage bait life, and this is why I'll never hate Pisco, because I know my boy Pisco is not as fucking retarded as the words that come out of his mouth. So he's got to be trolling. I know he's trolling and rage baiting, and I respect the hustle. I respect this hustle right now, because I know Pisco's not this fucking retarded. He can't be, unless he got kicked in the head by a fucking horse recently. There's no way that it's not possible.
But with the equivalent be,
people. Let me get to it, please.
But real quick, the equivalent would be, Hutch, did you defend the dementia stuff? Where you're like, no, his brain's fine.
I still
no, I know that. Yes, no. Let me get to it. Soypill, let me get to it, please. Okay. I would, of course, never say that Hutch lied about cognitive decline about Joe Biden. I've never made that claim. Obviously, individuals, to the extent that they're saying things that are totally unjustifiable, who are smearing people without any good evidence. I saw Cenk Uygur. I just responded to this. Go after McMorrow, said that she dropped out because of APAC. All this shit is fucking disgusting. All right, so there's that class of thing. The people who are in that brain rot scenario who said those brain rot things. Here's what I don't abide, right? The people who, after Joe Biden dropped, for example, saying like, we're vindicated. We are vindicated because all you people, we stood out and did not endorse Joe Biden. And you guys did, now you guys fucked up and you guys suck. Now, here's the difference, right? Someone like Ezra Klein, who did endorse Joe Biden, but who called out all the bad stuff all along the way, I think made the right calculus, right? Because that is someone who is being honest, being more upfront about like the problems that Joe Biden was facing. Notwithstanding that, it was the correct decision. And it's the only way in which I'm comparing. I'm not comparing it in any other respect. I'm not saying that Joe Biden is like a rapist, all right? The way in which I'm comparing it is the moral conclusion on the endorsement, especially in the context of the general. To me, that's not a close call. And there is zero vindication for people who, in my view, like were about to stand out of the general election or to say, maybe Collins gets voted in. That I think.
I mean, like, if people were doing that, that's retarded. We agree. But again, he's doing this trick. He's talking so far ahead. He's talking so far ahead of the general. He's talking way far ahead to the general. This guy endorsed him 2 months ago, bro.
Unjustifiable.
Damn. Well, I want to push Hutch a little bit and say, what do we have time to hold these people accountable right now? Is now the time? Like, these people are dumbass dipshits, and it's just another mark on the board of dumbass did another dumb thing, right? Like,
there's always time. There's always time to hold people accountable.
But like, what's going to come out of that? Like, the Kyle Kalinskis of the world are just going to be like, APAC did this, or the establishment is the reason why we're here. Like, these people are brain broken, man.
Number one, it's good content. Number two,
he's always right.
It's generally
right
good to like hold people accountable for running insane defense for people. Like
that was so transparent. Number one, I want to milk this for money. Is that really like that's the guy's whole point? Is that really what you should be doing?
Hey, man, what are we all doing? Like, I'm sorry, am I the only one that's in this racket? I mean,
if I wanted to just make money, I'd be a right-wing grifter. We still have principles, right? Like, what are we spending our time? We have a zero-sum amount of time every day.
I said there was a number two, and the number two is it's always good to hold people accountable who ran fucking insane defense for this guy.
Yep.
Dude, I don't know. We should not let these people get off the hook, man. They went so hard. It would be one thing if they were like kind of lightly, but they went so fucking hard against anyone who voiced concerns about this guy.
Yep,
they were smearing the people that were voicing their concerns about this guy.
Yep.
They relentlessly gaslit us, and they did it to like the 10th degree. If you go back and watch Kalinski's videos talking about this, bro, he goes
my God,
so
dude,
hard.
Kalinski.
You mean on the original New York Times?
Every step of the way, bro. Every step of the way, he totally dismissed any concerns about this guy as being like a part of like centrist smears from the establishment.
Yeah.
Okay, but Hutch, let me give you an example. If someone comes up to you, Hutch, let's say this man's name, I don't know, let's put it out there, Wick TV, who, by the way, tomorrow, Wick TV, Democrats versus Republican debate that's happening. I'm going to be on there with Dev. So wait, Hutch, Wick comes up to you and says, you know what, Hutch, I don't trust Platner. He's not good for us. It's not okay for this to occur. And then he's like, and you know what, I'm not going to endorse Platner for the general. I'm just going to sit it out.
Nobody's going to catch this. Fuck. like the soy pill caught it like unintentionally without realizing that like Pisco's playing such a fucking sneak fuck game here. Nobody's gonna catch us. Pisco keeps talking about the general. I don't think even I'm sorry. No, I know that Hutch donated $50 to him. Every single person that I know of. I'm sure maybe there are some fucking wackos that were like, oh, I'm not even gonna support him in the general.
Wick was saying he wouldn't support him in the general. I'm like 90% sure I was on the panel.
Okay, that's wild in my opinion. But I think
Agreed.
most people, especially on this show, with Soy Pill obviously, and everybody else, Hutch and IRI definitely would have supported him in the general. So, but Pisco keeps talking past us like, "Oh, who's wouldn't support him in the general? You endorsed this motherfucker 2 months ago."
To criticize that, wouldn't you?
I'm not talking about.
No, I'm asking you the question directly.
I know you're not. You know where
I'm asking you to answer it, Hutch. So in that situation, it would be correct to criticize someone who's holding out endorsement in that context, correct?
In my opinion, yes. But you know my position. I'm like Max. I'm going to blue no matter who.
But that's why I was trying to clarify for the audience. We all agree with that fundamentals. And the people who you are saying are smearing, who are being incredibly overly harsh in ways that aren't justified, I'm 100% with you.
To Hutch's defense, that this is content, I don't have a problem with that at all. The whole point of what we do here is to make politics more accessible, and that includes highlighting drama and beefs and stuff. So I genuinely have no problem with that. I look forward to your week-long victory lap of gloating.
This is not great. This is not great for the Democratic Party. It's not great for our prospects in Maine. There was just such a better way to handle this. But my main issue, as it's always been, has been like at every step of the way, there were people like, and it's somebody in chat asked me to name names. It would be easier for me to name the names of people who didn't do this. Like, it was so prevalent in the space. Like these very vociferous kind of defenses of this guy.
True.
That it would just be easier for me to list who didn't do it. I mean, like almost all of them were just fully in the tank for this guy and accusing everybody of, being like shills that are just like, they just hate progressives and they don't want to see a progressive win.
Well, I mean, I also don't want it to get lost that people like you and I, who may not have been supportive of Platner, came around once he won the primary and said, okay, we led by example. This is how we're going to support the Democratic candidate and respect the nominee.
What was the day the other person announced they were suspending their campaign or whatever?
They'll learn their lesson, but I don't want that to get lost because we just pound on them for, you defended
for
this idiot, you defended this idiot. I'd rather the story be, hey, remember when we backed him up because he won the nomination, even though we were suspicious and concerned?
No, I respect that a lot, and I think that's all fine, well and good. And in the primary, that's all fine, well and good. I'm just saying, in the debate that Soy Pill, I forget what panel it was specifically. I think it was a specific Platner panel. I'd rather be on the Soy Pill part of that debate than on the Wick side of that debate. I think that Soy Pill was right in that debate over Wick. And so that's all I'm trying to say is that, yeah, 100% makes sense from a strategic, from a harm reduction perspective. Now, the call on Platner to resign, 100%. And nothing changes before. We are still faced with that threat, and it's time for us as a party to find someone who can beat Susan Collins. And that's the spirit, I think, in which IRI is saying, let's move on and get to it, because we want to win.
I would like to ask Pisco and Soy Pill, because you guys are in some more left circles, not accusing you of anything, just saying, Hutch and I can't seem to stand these people, but you guys are interacting with them. Do they feel like this hurts their chances of further left and more progressive candidates winning now? You said, Pisco, that they're kind of disillusioned, but do you think that they see this as, holy shit, our movement is screwed?
No, I don't think so. And I don't think it should, like, just like Swalwell's brand of politics shouldn't be corrupted because of his allegations or a particular, these kinds of allegations, to the extent that there's a disconnect and it's disjointed from ideologies, approaches, that kind of stuff, I don't think should in any way change what we should do as a party or as a country in that respect, other than, I guess, the meta conversation about how we have conversations, and to Hutch's point about the broader discourse and his critiques there, which is totally fine. What I'm seeing from people, again, just that I follow, is just people who are anguished.
Well, people are saying that she ended her campaign at the end of April. If that's so, then Pisco's endorsement tweet is not as bad. No.
A lot of people who are anguished. Some people who I think are being like, maybe a little bit, I don't know, a little bit, they are being more outraged or whatever, and perhaps hiding how vigorously they were against people who were against Platner back in the day. But in general, what I'm seeing is a lot of people who are disappointed. That's what I'm seeing.
So is there no blaming of APAC?
I'm not seeing that.
Okay, just curious.
Yeah, no, Jake, wait, no, sorry, I'm wrong. I did see that. So I saw Jake post something like, this kind of inquiry would never happen of a Susan Collins type. And so actually, I'm going to take that back. There are people who I think, including Cenk Uygur, who's one of the biggest left-wing commentators, who are continuing to say that, like, I don't know, APAC is somehow behind the double standard or something.
Cenk is like the last warrior standing. Like, basically every left-wing account that popped up on my feed tonight was, who had previously been supporting him, were saying, okay, this is the final straw. But Cenk is...
Oh, Jesus.
Buddy, I just wanted to jump... Hey everybody, I just wanted to jump on here to address the serious, credible allegations against Graham Platner. This story is devastating. I believe the victim here. I think that Graham should drop out of the race. He has betrayed many, many supporters by not being forthright about this. I would include myself in that. I believed his campaign when they said that there was nothing new coming out, and it looks like an awful, awful accusation, an incredible one has come out. Now, this movement has never been about one individual. Any candidate that takes up the mantle here should share Graham's belief, or the campaign's belief, in ending complicity in the genocide in Gaza, Medicare for all, taxing billionaires, and more. But obviously, this is a devastating development, and we'll be talking about it more on the Majority Report tomorrow. Hey, everybody, I just want to jump on here to address the serious...
Oh, somebody said he was. Want to debate endorsing Platner? This was May 27th. In the general, the official primary vote essentially formality. Platner's won. Did you support Mills before she dropped out, or were you always supporting Platner? I endorsed Platner for the primary as well, pre-dropout. Could debate that too. Well, okay, from you two, thank you for the $100. Even when Pisco was on the right, he was insufferable. Pisco can never admit defeat and will semantically twist conversation to a mutated, unrecognizable bastard's version of the actual topic. Damn. Hater alert.
Is this the one right here?
Still in the trenches. He's done like 10 tweets about this.
You know what's an enormous scandal in the main Senate race, guys? Susan Collins has taken $1.8 million from Israeli lobby to betray Americans and serve another country. But legacy media covers that kind of treachery and corruption, so they don't even cover it, or they love that kind of treachery. Excuse me. Yeah, it's despicable. Yeah, like I guess this is like deflection to AIPAC.
Yep, got to get Israel in there somehow, I guess.
The reason IRI that I don't think that like the people that you're talking about are going to feel deflated is because they had a really good night a week ago in was it Colorado?
Yeah, Colorado, Melak Heroes won. New York, obviously, a week before. Like, so there, this is an L.
You know what the real question is? Because Platner must have seen that woman's name in the first New York Times story. Did he just expect that nothing would come out, or that she wouldn't do anything else? I wonder if he tried to reach out and communicate with her at all, or.
But it's not like every single candidate was like, losing, and this is our last hope, guys, our last DSA. I don't think this is going to deflate them nearly so much as like it won't matter to them in 2 or 3 months. But and by the way, when I say like Hutch, you're turning this into content, I don't think you shouldn't talk about this. I just mean like how much time should you dedicate, and are you putting an inordinate amount of time? But absolutely, in the future, you should be able to hold this to them and be like, hey, remember when you fucking said like I was stupid for saying Platner was a bad choice? Yeah, hold that shit over their heads. Like,
yep,
I will be petty and vindictive about this.
You should be.
I will do it.
Yeah, obviously, by the way, I would grant that in retrospect, he was obviously the wrong choice in retrospect.
Oh
right?
my God.
Saying at the moment,
There's no way we could have known.
And you would be irrational to, I think, not consider updates on our priors as time went on. And let me give you the other alternative. Let's say that this story never comes out, and it really was the case that the only information we had regarding Platner was what was available before this dropped. In that case, I think you would look sideways at someone who chose to sit it out, who was relevant to endorse. And so, yeah, I think that all is that there's different layers to this, and different kinds of things can be criticized differently, like an endorsement in the primary, an endorsement in the general, deflections, obvious bad faith arguments, etc., etc.
Oh, man, I just think this is... We haven't seen this a lot, right? Like Biden dropping out, and now this, if he drops out, which sounds like he will. So it's kind of unusual, but I feel like, this is to be expected in today's crazy, fast-moving political environment. We should get used to more stuff like this happening. It shouldn't... Like, I guess I'm just not shocked at any of this. I'm like, whatever, man. Just this is the ride, we just roll with it. Thank God it happened now and not in 2 weeks when the deadline passed and they can't get a new person in there, So thank you, lady, for coming forward with your fucked up story. I'm sorry that happened to you, but at least the time...
Well, obviously the establishment told her to come forward in time for them to get a replacement guy, don't you know?
True. Well, here's the thing. Platner denies this. Does nobody believe him?
I don't believe
I'm just curious.
I do think that he is a liar, and I just think that he has. That's been true to me. I think he lied about the Nazi tattoo, about when he got the Nazi tattoo. I think he lied about the fact now clearly that there wasn't anything else dropping, right? Like leadership about that was all reported. So the guy's a liar. I don't believe him.
I do want to say one last thing on this, and that is, do not ever let a fuck-ass Trump supporter tell you that you supported a rapist, because they're all Trump voters, and they have no ground to stand on. I'm sorry.
Well, duh.
Yeah, I mean, Platner was always tough. We've got some rock stars like Talarico, Patola, Josh Turek, the Paralympian in Iowa. I mean, you name it. We've got some awesome candidates, and it was always kind of a bummer this guy was dragging them down. So I try to see the silver lining in all of it, and maybe we'll get some rock star on the other end of this that takes off like a rocket ship.
Yeah, ideally, this should be, I think, a learning experience in a different kind of way. I'm just going to be fully condescending tonight. I don't give a fuck. But, apropos of nothing, the entire Dune series from Frank Herbert is about avoiding the pitfalls of putting way too much faith and stock in charismatic leaders. And I hope that people can draw a lesson from this moment to not get too personally attached to someone because of ideology.
Wait,
if somebody,
Hutch, I'm actually you. Did the golden path not ultimately end up being the utilitarian best option for the universe, despite the 61 billion jihad genocide?
Okay, first of all, spoiler alert. But second of all, there's a lot of it's meant to be ambiguous. It's kind of confusing, to be honest with you. There's not really any clear moral lessons. But at least with the first book and especially the second book, it was for sure his intention to stress the idea of like not putting too much faith in charismatic leaders. Like, I don't think that you should get super attached to politicians just because they speak your language, because that gives such a wide open lane to con men and grifters. And I've felt for a long time at this point that Platner is just like an obvious con man. So,
well, I never saw people inspired by Platner, like his life story or who he is.
There were a lot that got really personally attached to him, for sure.
Okay.
But the first time I heard of Platner was Hutch saying, look how charismatic this guy is. Like, he's a good speaker. He's like a man of the people. He's got the grovelly voice. Like, it's gravelly voice.
I didn't see anybody comparing him to like Obama, like Talarico or anything like that. No, I'm not saying you're wrong, Hutch. I'm just saying I didn't really get that. What I got was the movement, the anti-establishment, and that's what people were getting behind. So I don't think it even mattered, the person. So they could just swap him out with someone else who's anti-establishment and be just as happy. So
yeah, who were the people that pushed for Platner to run again?
People were more more attached to the character.
They kept going to him over and over again and begging him to join the race. Who was that? Does anybody remember?
I did. They were. He was honestly, in terms of the Senate races, people were more fired up about like in.
Here we go again.
It's the DSA, by the way.
For their liking. So I say all of this to say it is getting weird, and online leftists like Kyle Kalinske continue to show why they are more MAGA adjacent than anybody.
Well, that was probably one of the most embarrassing videos I've ever seen in my life. So now, if you are willing to do anything and everything to defeat MAGA, you are MAGA. That's how that works. So by being the most against MAGA, you are now MAGA. Is that the argument? Let me understand that correctly. So the only way to defeat MAGA is to, when they go low, we go high, and lay in a chalk outline of ourselves. And every single dumbass smear story they come up with, you immediately have to cave to the bad faith attempt to destroy this man and give them exactly what they want. So in order to defeat MAGA, you need to give MAGA exactly what the fuck they want. Let me be clear, because perhaps I was unclear in my tweet saying he could sex my mom and I still support him. Graham Platner can fuck a toaster. Graham Platner can shove a pineapple up his ass. Graham Platner can shove a pineapple up his dick hole for all I care. Graham Platner can jack off to a cartoon of Scooby-Doo wearing Brian Noam's big ass titties. And I will crawl over fucking broken glass to support that man. Why? Because he actually wants to end the wars. Because he actually wants to stand up to the Israeli genocidal terror state currently doing multiple genocide. Because he actually wants to crack down the Epstein class and arrest the criminals and raise taxes on billionaires. And take that money and redistribute it and give people healthcare, give people education, give people higher wages, give people unions. Actually fucking fix this country. End the crime spree of MAGA and arrest the criminal terrorists inside the Trump regime. If you're willing to do those things, I don't give a fuck what happens in your sex life, bro. Let me say, I do not care at all. And anybody who does, I find you rather unserious. I find you unfit for this moment that we're living in, where fascism is actually taking over the country. It's actually happening. And instead of going after the fascists, you're going after the anti-fascists because of reasons and stuff and things. Well, forgive me, but I find that wholly unconvincing. And by the way, Graham Platner, go ahead and sex my mom. I don't give a fuck. You want to sex my sister? Go right ahead. You can sex her too. Genuinely don't care. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. And
at this point, you hadn't
Do you think he still
vetted
let him sex his mom and sister?
Maybe.
Graham Platner. You hadn't done a full scrub of who he is. How did you go about vetting him? And why did you?
We paid a nice firm a whole chunk of money and got some stuff back. Some of what you've seen on the news we got back. Other stuff we didn't.
Did the vetting process turn up the tattoo that became so controversial?
No.
The Reddit posts, did that turn up in the vetting process?
The firm sent us a thing, and it had some of the posts, but it didn't have all of them.
And what did you think about that? How did you think your way through the fact that he had posted these things on social media?
I said none of this will or should stop him from becoming a U.S. Senator.
And what was
Clearly
your
the
thinking
voters
there?
agree. I think if what the voters wanted were people who were grown in vats and had never done or said anything that they might regret their entire lives, we'd have a very different country. Part of our thesis here is that people do not want their candidates grown in vats. They want people who are real human beings, and they want people who do not look and sound like the vat-grown people who've been leading this country off a cliff for the last century. And that was Graham.
Just days after this interview, more details about Platner's past emerged.
Ooh, well, they didn't even know how bad it was going to be over here, huh? Jesus. This video is turning me into a burn it all down populist, ready to toss out the arrogant political elites. By the way, these are Ivy League ex-Bernie staffers who recruited Graham Platner.
In those spaces, kind of the anti-establishment left, were probably more fired up about him than any of the other candidates.
But like people are saying Hasan like tepidly endorsed him if he even did. He maybe tacitly even, with not even talking about it. So I just didn't really see the enthusiasm from those circles about him.
Oh, bro.
Did I miss it?
Yeah.
Maybe I missed it.
There was some pretty big enthusiasm, yeah. Well, speaking of APAC meddling, guys, McMorrow dropped out, and according to GIGA, this is an APAC directive to make sure that Stevens can beat El Said. So what do we think about that?
Can I just talk about that real quick? Because I did tweet at him, and it really is an unfalsifiable dogma, right? Because there are so many like problems with this story.
Really?
The first is, if you think that she got in the race to scuttle El Sayed, well, that's not true because she started the campaign first, right? Okay. Well, if you think that she was trying to like start out as a progressive and try to be in the progressive lane initially to crowd out any other progressive that was going to come in, then why, like, what is this plan, right? So it's to actually introduce another candidate to siphon away votes from the pro-Palestine vote, and then both of them lose. Like, it makes no sense, and there's no evidentiary basis to think that he would ever be convinced away from this position.
Somebody said Kalinske deleted all of his Platner tweets. Is that true?
What would it take for him to be convinced that this wasn't what caused her to drop out? She dropped out because she was failing in the polls. I'm sure that if you asked her, she wanted to genuinely be the senator. And then why put Stevens in, right? If you're
Uh-oh. Important to remember that Hasan Piker was working on Platner's campaign with Morris Katz and Fight Agency. He certainly knew about this before it broke. Hasan Piker discusses Morris Katz and Fight Agency after the Grand Platner allegations.
I tar Morris Katz and invalidate left-leaning political operatives. I mean, listen.
Mm-hmm.
I need you guys to understand something, okay?
What do we have to understand?
Morris Katz and the Fight Agency are a very good ad agency, but they are an ad agency, okay? They are not a political organization. Morris Katz worked with Micah Lasher, okay? Micah Lasher is a massive supporter of Israel. Morris Katz...
Wait, that's not the Micah that works with Adam Mockler, is it?
And the Fight Agency, while I like...
Who is this? Is this another person, or...?
The ads that they make... Their job is to make ads. They will sometimes work with wonderful
That's Micah Irfan. Okay.
candidates and boost them. Okay? And they will sometimes work with candidates that I don't agree with and I oppose. Okay? This is entirely separate from the Democratic Socialists of America. Okay? This is entirely separate from a political movement. They could potentially work with political movements that are aligned, even candidates that I like, even candidates that I work with. Okay? But at the end of the day, it's just an ad agency. And I have made that very clear from the start. It doesn't mean anything. If anything, the person who is a movement builder that will be harmed from this association will be Bernie Sanders.
Wait, what? I don't even know the connection. He might be right. I just don't know. Bro, this fucking fight, are we... Why does my dude keep dying? What am I supposed to do with him down there? Oh, and I took my revive material. Main dumb party's asking Platner to step down. Bro, Platner's gone. That didn't get canceled, right?
Tar Morris Katz and
whole goal is to try to get this, I don't know, Trojan horse of pro-Israel candidate in. Why throw Stevens in the mix to siphon away all the genuinely pro-Israel people, I guess, or the more centrist people,
was even
go after her?
Who was
I'm just trying to think of all the different formulations of how this APAC plot proceeds. But the truth is, we just failed the starting gate. There's no evidence whatsoever for it. And I think not even El Sayed goes that far, right? Like, El Sayed is saying, thank you to McMorrow. She ran like a good campaign. She's a decent hard worker, like all that stuff. And so there's no need for him to come out and do this shit. But I think for him, it is a dogma, and he will never, ever be convinced otherwise.
What did he say? I didn't see that.
He tweeted something about it. I mean, I can put it up.
He just said, like, this is APAC's doing? Or
the
like
APAC told her to do that now because
oh my god,
I think it's like because now they realize that she's siphoning votes away from just to help.
No
Stevens,
way.
Which I'm not even sure that there's an empirical basis to believe that would occur. There's some polls that show that McMorrow voters prefer Stevens, but there are other polls that show McMorrow voters or supporters prefer Sayed.
Today, the Israel lobby made me stop my campaign because they're panicking that El Sayed is going to win. So it's a good thing you caught onto me as APAC's Trojan horse.
Jesus
Otherwise, I would have done
Christ.
what they wanted anyway, as you can tell by what I'm doing today. Great commentary there, Cenk.
He's fucking gone, bro. Like, he's lost his mind. He's actually lost his mind.
Yeah, sick in the head, dude. Get help, man.
I saw Mike from PA tried to credit me with McMurrow's downfall. My modest.
I think that is a funny meme. I think Hutch, all the people that you and including us have interviewed have lost. So Gonzalez didn't win. McMorrow dropped out. Was there a third one? Did you talk to? I don't know.
No, no, I don't know. No,
okay, well, we should never have anyone on the show ever again, just in case, unless we don't like it.
Krishnamurti, he was running for Senate primary. He lost.
Oh, that's right. Yes,
we have not had a single successful candidate on our stream.
Guys, we need to have Trump on.
We have Rokana, but he's
we had Rokana.
That's true. Yeah.
Hutch wasn't there for the Mark Kelly conversation, but he's, presumably he's going to win in Arizona. Hopefully,
yeah,
I don't know.
Honestly, yeah, we're not batting at 0% here.
It's a funny meme. Have you seen the door version of it? There's like a door version of it where you're the Grim Reaper. That was pretty funny.
It's just amazing to me because these guys get like 7 of their preferred candidates across the country, and
I saw him say that. He replied to you, Hutch, because you were like, we actually have had some Democratic wins on the board. 2018, like you listed out a bunch of wins, and then Mike from PA was like, what does that accomplish, right? What really has that done? And like, you have done nothing, right? Like, what have the lefties done? Like, you're selling yourself short, right? Like, Bernie helped Biden's progressive domestic policy, and you're almost like cutting the legs out from underneath people who were, I think, instrumental in it, and I think what people acknowledge was a very pro-worker, a very good domestic agenda, and you have nothing to show for it either. And so, yeah, no, I thought that was like a shitty snipe at you as well. When you can't even acknowledge
I
those
blocked him. I can't see
win.
most of the stuff that he says.
Oh, you blocked him?
I blocked that guy years ago, man. He's one of the most unhinged. I didn't block Hasan. No, I blocked Mike.
Oh, Mike from PA. Okay.
Oh, was it Hasan that posted that or Mike?
No. Sorry, I was confusing my like who was snarking you.
No, well, Hajat Ali made some post. I can't remember what that guy, bro. That guy really bothers me. But he made some post where he was like, he said, Dem establishment have lost the House, Senate, and White House. They have failed for 10 years. The Democratic brand is the lowest it's been in 30 years. But listen to them and their strategy. This time, inshallah, this time it'll work. Like the whole, like, they've failed for 10 years. It's like, okay, sure, if you ignore all the winning cycles they had, then yes, they failed for the last 10 years. But if you're going to ask the question, like, what did you do with that power? It's like, well, what were your expectations going into the Biden presidency with the 50-50 Senate? These people don't construct realistic, like a realistic framework to begin with. And so their standard is always completely out of reach. You're never going to meet their standard. And so it didn't matter that Biden was the most progressive president maybe ever by far. I don't even know. Definitely the most pro-worker president in decades. Definitely the most progressive president in decades. None of that matters because to them, it's nothing. He did nothing. He literally
Which is why I like Julia Gonzalez's statement when we pressed her on the would she vote for public option, where she was like, yes, but with an eye towards making it more. Like, that to me is sufficient to know that you're living in reality. But anyone who says like no to that question, I feel like that's a strain of thought that, I don't know, perfectionism that clearly isn't evident, by the way, in the terms of the candidates. But yeah, no, I agree. I think that people who expect Biden to have accomplished that wonder with like Manchin as your deciding vote, I think we're not living in reality.
Dude, Gonzalez actually did way better than she should have. Like, there was no national attention on that race.
Oh, in the actual margin, yeah.
In the actual margin, she came within single digits of a sitting senator. That's kind of fucking crazy.
Not just a sitting senator, like an incumbent with decades of history in that state that like
brand recognition,
tons of support. Yeah, brand recognition. Yeah. And I'll say, guys, I called 20 to 30 people, and only half of them, if not more, hung up. So I take a little credit for that boost.
She was good. She was good. I liked her answers. She was pragmatic. That's all I care about. Literally all I care about. So
she'll be fine. She has a bright future. I'm sure it's not the last we've seen of her.
Yeah, I think there's another primary coming up, right? Is it next cycle in 2028? I don't know, but Michael Bennett, he lost the. Should we talk a little bit about the primaries that occurred in Colorado? So
yeah, go for it.
We had another DSA endorsed candidate be out a 30-year incumbent, and this is, I believe, in Denver. Yeah.
Yeah, Colorado's first congressional district. Yeah.
So her first name, is it Milat? I want to get the pronunciation right.
Oh. That's so. I feel the worst because I've met her in real life at that Choicot thing, and I don't know how to fucking pronounce her name.
I think it's Milat, but I don't know.
And by the way, I don't know if you were getting shit for this, Hutch, but when you said she sounds like she has a Star Wars name, I agree with that.
No, you know what?
That does
honestly,
it does sound like a Star Wars name.
Like
I'm sorry.
5 seconds after that clip, I was like, you know what? That was a little racist. I probably shouldn't do
that. Why is that racist? She was right. I said the same thing. It's a Star Warsy name. I'm sorry.
Listen, I mean, it literally was like people were replying saying
Maylot with an M-A-Y lot.
Okay, gotcha. But apparently Kyros is a planet in Star Wars, and so some people were replying to that thread by saying,
"Oh, so you were literally vindicated."
So yeah, you weren't just like correct. You were exactly correct.
Yeah, but he wasn't. Hutch wasn't referencing. Hutch wasn't referencing that planet when he said it was like a star because he didn't know about that planet until someone brought it to his attention. Fair.
Well, the optics were not racist. So I can see that.
No. All right.
Just go to your point.
Wait, guys. Brain blast from my chat. Guys, McMorrow dropped. What if she moves to Maine?
That's not gonna work. It's not gonna work.
Why not?
I don't.
He's already got the name recognition.
You got to live there for a while.
Oh.
You can just carpet bag there in 1 week and get the nomination.
All right.
It's not like the UK. You were gonna say something, guy.
I was gonna say Michael Bennett. His Senate term is up in 2028.
Yeah. So there would be an opportunity to contest 2028, and now that she's maybe like shown that she's willing to or able to contest in really where the odds stacked against her in terms of money, in terms of name ID, popularity, all that kind of stuff, maybe she'll get a boost.
Well, I would love for her to come back and say, what would you do differently? Seeing how you did well, would you not change anything? And it's just name recognition and more money. Like I would be very curious. She seemed like a brilliant person. She went to Yale. It's like I would love to hear her say, you know what, this is what worked, this is what didn't, and this is what I would change. I think that'd be interesting.
She was the state Senate whip like Gonzalez was too. The Maylot race, I'm pretty sure that the person that she primaried was like very, very progressive, right? Like I'm pretty sure the person she replaced supported Medicare for all, if I'm not mistaken.
That district is like D plus 32. It's very blue. So yeah, DeGette was considered quite progressive.
There was a clip today making the rounds from Hasan where he was like, we're finally challenging Republicans. Like we're no longer we're giving an affirmative vision for what our vision of America is, instead of just saying that we're not we're simply not Republicans. And I couldn't help but think, like, are they challenging a single like Republican seat in this cycle? I don't think so. I think the average like D+ makeup of all of their combined seats is like plus 30. I don't think they're targeting a single swing district as far as I understand.
No, in terms of accomplished primary wins or in terms of just place they're targeting?
Primary wins at the congressional level. I mean,
they're not even trying in swing districts.
No.
I mean, they're not taking it seriously. What was I going to say? I don't remember. I had something.
Mitch McConnell.
Oh.
Speaking of Senate races and senators,
Laura Loomer has it on good authority that he is brain dead, and I am choosing to believe her for the one time ever because it makes me feel good.
I want them to weekend at McConnell's for a couple of weeks at least, because supposedly if they can carry him through the beginning of August, then they won't have a special election. So I don't know if you guys know, but I looked it up. In Kentucky, they changed the rules in 2024 to spite Andy Beshear, the Republican state legislature, that if there is a vacancy, normally the governor gets to appoint the person. In Kentucky, the law says they have to have a special election within 150 days. If it's close to November, then they can have it in November. So I think if he can just stay hidden for a couple more weeks, then there'll be no senator until at least the election in November.
Oh, okay. See, I thought the opposite guy. I thought it was if he is gone and they're hiding it because they don't want to have a special election. They don't want like a Massey to run, for example. That was my understanding. But you're saying it would be better than for Democrats.
And when you say they don't want Massey to run, you of course mean
Republicans.
Well, I'm saying if Mitch McConnell is no longer walking this earth, then it's better that nobody finds out until the beginning of August, because I think that gives Beshear enough time to say, okay, November's too close. We're just going to leave it vacant until November, and then whoever wins will get into the Senate then. But anyways, the best case scenario is Mitch McConnell just stays home rehabilitating through the end of December, and the Republicans have one less vote in the Senate.
And we hope he recovers, right?
The one clip of him, do you remember the one clip of him where he just like fucking freezes in a press conference?
That's twice, Hutch.
Bro,
Twice.
He did it twice? I didn't see the second one. It's hard, man. It's hard watching that because like I loathe his politics, but it's hard watching the old person. Do you guys remember the McCain clip from the first Trump term when he fucking completely stroked out and when he was questioning James Comey? It was like a similar situation.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. There's a lot of this stuff going around. This like clinging on until you're literally on life support.
Yeah.
Can we watch that Mitch McConnell clip, guys, just for me?
Why?
Just so everyone knows what probably happened, right?
It's
fucking gnarly.
Rough.
Okay, we won't watch it. Fine. You guys seem too depressed by it.
So let me ask
Sorry, I feel good when bad things happen to people that I think have made this country demonstrably worse, but whatever,
Well, I just think of their families, and they didn't choose for their.
Hitler had a family guy, all right?
Hitler did have a family. That is true.
So let me just poll you guys. Do you think first that he's still alive? Because some people are saying he's not. What do you think?
I think he's alive.
That would be hard to hide a death, I think. Like, I mean, don't you have to like call the coroner? Isn't there some kind of public record of something like that?
What kind of death?
Hold on. Just had a Republican go to the hospital for 4 months and nobody knew what was going on and couldn't figure it out. The guy.
Has there ever been a case like that where someone's actually died and
Jordan Peterson
kept it secret?
I don't think you could keep that a secret.
The Ayatollah's son, perhaps, who's now the Ayatollah.
We don't know supposed to pray over his casket today or something. So.
He wasn't there apparently.
We didn't even talk about that Republican who came out and gave a speech on the floor talking about depression. He got hospitalized for depression. Have the right wingers even addressed that at all? I was just assuming that they would torch him and call him weak and whatever.
Yeah, Lauren Boebert made fun of him, said he was sad. That's no excuse to disappear just for being sad.
That's pretty wild.
How long was Feinstein hidden from us? Was it just a few days or was it a week? I don't remember that.
That was months. She was declining for, I think, many months.
Yeah, but they still wheeled her in for like a vote. She wasn't brain dead, right? Like she was technically alive.
She was pretty fucking brain dead at the end when they wheeled her in. Like her staffers had to lean in and basically tell her what to do.
She was recovering in California, and Mitch McConnell got all mad and was like, "She needs to come here, or we're going to remove her from committees." And so they basically killed her because she had to fly and speed up her rehabilitation, and probably prematurely died. Not that she had much longer, but still, it probably took a couple days off her life by forcing her to fly out to DC.
Well, there's historical precedent for this. I mean, they hid FDR's condition. They hid that Reagan was fucking dementiaing out. Like
that's not true. That's not true. He wasn't having dementia while he was in office. It was shortly.
Is that really not true? Well, at the very least, that his astrology-brained wife was telling him how to fucking make policy. That might as well be dementia, okay?
Yeah, true. True.
These are fascinating times, man. A lot going on. Isn't it crazy? It's like summer before the midterms. You wouldn't think there'd be this much going on, but it's a lot.
And I want to address the elephant in the room, guys.
Okay.
Why did we start our show at 6 o'clock? All right. Ooh. The reason we started our show at 6 o'clock is that there's the U.S. men's national team playing tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern. Now, it is relevant to bring this up, not just because of the connection to the start time of the show, but because the bastard himself, the alleged President Trump, involved himself in the decision to suspend the red card of Flo Balogun, our star striker, and to convince, allegedly, FIFA to do this suspension. Now, hold on, I thought the red card was bullshit. Go ahead.
Trump denied this.
Trump said he
didn't tell him what to do. He didn't tell him what to do.
Okay. Regardless of what you think he explicitly said or not, I am going to be 100% consistent with this. I think the red card is bullshit. I don't think it was a red card. I've had plenty of conversations online about it, and I'm someone who has watched soccer my entire life. It's one of my first foray into streaming was streaming FIFA. I was inspired by this little cringe, but I actually think it was good. KSI LGBT, his initial FIFA videos I thought were really funny. Now they kind of aged not great. because he makes a lot of uncouth jokes or whatever. But I've always been a huge soccer fan, and I know this was a travesty. I don't think it was a red card, and I thought that FIFA should reconsider the fact that he did it. Go ahead. Sorry.
I did not watch the game. I haven't watched any. I'd like to watch tonight if I can. But my understanding is we were up 2-0 in the game that he got the red card. Like, why would he do something so aggressive and so crazy on purpose? So I don't know. But hey, this is the first time Trump's corruption actually benefited us. So I guess silver lining.
Yeah, I listen. I don't want to support corruption, and so I won't. And when Trump calls the FIFA president, and given Trump's track record, and makes a demand, and now apparently with other reporting, I don't know if New York Times or elsewhere, that he's getting Lutnick involved in these conversations, I'm going to take a negative inference against what occurred, and I'm going to say unless FIFA can demonstrate conclusively, or at least with some degree of probability, that their decision was independent and they released their rationale for why they're suspending Phil Balogun's red card and giving just probation, I'm going to assume it was corrupt. And therefore, I think, unfortunately for the team, because Trump has involved himself, they now become a party to it. And I do think that Balogun, he probably won't do this. I'm fairly certain he won't. He should sit the entire game out. I think they should bench him. Because you don't want to have, not every team gets access to some lunatic, corrupt asshole to make these kinds of demands of FIFA, whether or not they were heated to or not.
FIFA, that's the whole point of hosting the game,
I don't want U.S. men's national team involved in that shit.
I don't know if the other two guys have anything they want to weigh in here, but I feel like, isn't it Belgium that we're playing, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think they would, but I think that their win would always have an asterisk on it if we didn't have our star striker in there. So I think just for the sake of the game and competition, they probably want that guy in there. I know that they've been crying about it, like that's not right, because they want to win. But I mean, just it's kind of like when you play League of Legends and you're raffle stomping the other team 20-1. It's like this is a joke. Like watching MSI. I don't know if any League fans, but there's like these great teams from Korea and China that are just
since when? What the fuck?
I got a queue with him.
I understand that, but I just don't want our team associated with that bullshit. I will still support the U.S. men's national team, okay? I will still support it. But I don't like this fucking corruption. It's like a mob boss, right? He needs to dirty you up. He needs to fucking get you involved in the corruption. And if you don't do anything, he will bring you into that kind of dirtied up state of mind. And like, I just hate that shit. And I just don't want the game to be ruined by that. Not to say that FIFA has a good track record either. They have to be clear, very poor track record. But I hate this shit. I don't want to benefit from corruption.
Real quick, Hutch, I don't know if you have anything to say on the red card real quick before I make a slightly adjacent point. So, I mean, you mentioned, Guy, this idea of like, big asterisks if they don't have their star striker. Do you guys know, like, have you read, like, what happens to the Iran team while they're here?
No,
so, like, apparently they're not allowed to, like, stay in the country. And
there's a country ban.
Yeah, there's a country ban. So they have to, like, stay in Tijuana and, like, drive over the border for, like, hours every day for each game. They don't have staff because they only have allowed, like, a limited amount of people. So they're, like, they have to fetch all their own water and all this stuff. Like, and so anytime they lose, I'm like, they're not playing to their prime. That's bullshit. I don't know. Like, I get why we're doing it, but I don't know. I think that kind of sucks.
To be fair, I mean, I don't think Iran was winning the tournament, but yeah.
We can never know. Who can know? Look, Paraguay beat Germany, right? Stranger things have happened.
It's an interesting situation for sure. It's fascinating. I don't know. I think the bigger story is just how people don't give a shit about the World Cup because Trump ruined it along with July 4th and the 250th anniversary, right?
I don't agree though because the World Cup has been awesome and I think America has done a really good job with it and like the games
has it risen above the politics?
I think it has. I don't like seeing Kash Patel at the fucking game when he should be doing his job. I don't like seeing these loser corrupt fuck at the games and shit. But the games have been good. I mean, the game today with Portugal and Spain was kind of a snoozer. The stars are all performing. You have Holland scoring. You have Mbappe scoring. Messi scoring. Ronaldo just got out. But he scored 3 goals and he's like 58 years old. So in general, it's been good. And I don't want for Trump to like ruin shit for the appearance for America. I don't want that.
No. Hutch, did you want me to show this on screen?
It's just a funny tweet. You don't have to.
I'll show it on screen. Now everyone's going to wonder what is Hutch gigging about in the corner. This is the digital ground game people coming to Kyle for his Platner tweet, making a Charlie Kirk reference thrown in there. How fun!
That was Tim Pool.
Tim Pool was the one that had some sources that said Charlie was stable, and my source against that was I watched the video of it happening, so I don't know what you're talking about, Tim.
Oh boy, I was looking at the trial or the preliminary hearing of the Tyler Robinson case with Tom Foolery this morning, random, but he wanted to do, and it was fun, whatever. And we were just seeing Platner's like there was no actual story yet. But all of a sudden, you saw Polymarket, the odds start increasing from like 20 to 30 till where it was like 44%. And then like, okay, some shit's about. Someone knows some shit.
Damn.
Is Candace Owens still adamant that it's a kangaroo court? It's all sham.
Yeah, she was like, it's a sham because in a preliminary hearing, they're not going to bring in Lance Twiggs, and Lance Twiggs is like his roommate or whatever or lover. I'm not sure.
His lover.
Yeah. Tom Fooler thought his name was Lance Buns. I don't know where that came from, but.
Speaking of, you briefly mentioned the 250 celebration, which was pretty depressing. I don't know if you saw any of the videos of this like completely sparse courtyard where just no one is showing up. But what did you guys think of? I know someone wanted to talk about Mom Donnie's speech, his 250th celebration speech.
It was great. That was a great speech. It really was. It was fantastic. I mean, I went into it with a certain kind of set of expectations because the reactions to it were so unhinged. But I was kind of internally kind of bracing for just like peak kind of cringe America bad based on like the responses that I saw. And it wasn't that at all. It was just a beautiful, moving speech. Listened to it with my fiance. She's not like as into politics as I am, but she was kind of moved to tears listening to it. And I haven't loved all of his decisions recently, but I mean, it was just a fantastic speech. I loved it.
Yeah, he's got the sauce. We should change the Constitution. I'll say it now. Let's let him run, boys.
Well, the Supreme Court cases.
Well, but I want to just to build on what you said. So, though, like he was asked Mamdani about that. Do you think the Constitution should be changed? He's like, I think no. I think it's fine. I don't like that. I'm a naturalized citizen. Why am I different? Why is my loyalty?
You're naturalized? I agree with that, by the way. Yeah, I totally agree.
Naturalized from where?
I thought that was really weird of him to say.
He's just like, I think he just doesn't want to cause a stir. He has no benefit to saying like, I have ambitions for president. He doesn't want to feed into the anti-American bullshit narrative, and I appreciate that. I think
but I think it does feed into the anti-American sentiment because it creates two classes of citizens.
I agree. The Constitution does. It's supposed to be equal citizenship, but in one respect, they're not equal, and that is for people who are natural-born citizens. They have the right to be president, and none don't. And I think that's fucked up. I don't agree.
But Guy, you're naturalized, you said?
Yeah, I was brought here when I was a baby. Like literally.
From where?
Oh, you don't want me to say.
It's Israel, isn't it, Guy? Oh my God, we've been APAC infiltrated. Live and learn APAC infiltration.
Was one of your? You don't have to reveal this if you don't want to.
My APAC handlers have cautioned me not to say too much.
You don't have to answer this, by the way, but was one of your parents American citizens? You don't have to answer this.
Yes. Yeah, my dad is a full-blown Yankee.
Was he when you were born?
Yes.
Oh, then you might be a natural-born citizen.
No, I dual citizenship.
No, you have
still
dual
have
citizenship.
dual
You might be a
citizenship.
natural-born citizen.
Oh, I think
Notwithstanding
he
the fact
is,
you were born in a different country, you were at the time that you came into nature. You were a citizen. You were born a citizen.
IRS position changes immediately now.
Except to indicate that you're.
Oh, actually, fuck
that
this.
there's a blood connection, but you were a citizen at the time of your birth. I think you were.
There's only one way to find out, and that's for Guy to run for president.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you might be. I'm literally. I think I'm correct. I think that you are a natural-born citizen if at the time you were born you were a U.S. citizen. I think you were.
I don't know what that entails. I guess that's a conversation maybe for another day. But
yeah, you're not gonna have it won't be that much money for me to determine that for you. You can, a couple $1,000 and we can call it.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate the discount. But I really take offense to that. And it's not even for on my behalf really. It's like, why are we drawing a line here? And why is Mamdani playing into that? Because it's not just a technicality. Like, oh no, it makes sense if you're born here. It's like, no, we're sending a clear message that you cannot be trusted with the the controls of this country if you were not born here. As if my loyalty or patriotism is being challenged. I find that ridiculous.
He probably knows how that would be interpreted, and he seems like a smart guy. So,
look at some of the attacks on him right now. It's like photos of 9/11. Like, we let a Muslim run this city after 9/11 happened. This guy's anti-American because he said that America has done bad things before. He's hanging out with the America Bad Hasan Piker guy, and if he goes out and says, I think that I should run the country, yeah, he's going to get so much of that flack directed straight at him, and there's no benefit. He's not running for president next year or next session, probably not 2 sessions. If he ever did, it would be far in the future. There's no benefit to him saying, yeah, we should change the Constitution so I can run. Absolutely none.
Yeah, but he could have spoken about it more eloquently than be like, no, I don't think we should change it.
Okay, here, this is the definitive explanation.
Uh-oh.
You were born outside the geographical limits of the United States. One of your parents is a U.S. citizen. Prior to the birth of you, was your dad physically present in the United States for a period or periods totaling not less than 5 years?
That I actually don't know the answer to.
All right, that's what you got to find out. And 2 of which were after he was 14. So if he spent 5 years in America and 2 of years were after he was 14, then I think you are a natural-born citizen by 8 U.S.C. 1401.
Look, as far as I'm concerned, Guy, you shot a gun. You're a fucking American now, and that's what matters.
True.
Yeah. I'm as American as anybody, man. I don't give a shit what it says in the Constitution.
Hell yeah. That's what this country's about.
Speaking of birthright citizenship, we just had major Supreme Court cases and a big win. But is it that much of a big win? Because we were just reaffirming prior precedent with the birthright citizenship decision. And wait, did we ever talk about this? This happened.
I think we did. Yeah, we talked about it last week.
No, we fucking
didn't.
You
we didn't talk about birthright. Birthright happened on Tuesday. We talked about it coming
That's
up.
Right.
No, everyone suspected this wouldn't happen, but yeah, it feels like we did, Hutch, because we've talked about this for a while, and then you get the discourse online for a whole week.
I won't spend another sentence on it other than to say, well, I'll do one more sentence.
No, we should talk about it. I think it's crazy.
We still need to expand the court. Obviously, this is the most clear originalist case that there's ever been. The arguments on this side are so bad. And the fact that on the constitutional issue, it was 5-4. That is horrible. That is insane, given the arguments. Now, it was 6-3 on the judgment. But that's only because Kavanaugh said that the statute needs to be interpreted to keep up with the incorrect assessment of the Constitution, given that the statute was passed in light of an incorrect decision on his own view. But we were just 2 Trump-appointed justices away from getting rid of birthright citizenship totally, and 1 away from getting rid of the constitutional protection. That's insane.
Yeah, that was super scary, especially because, the way that the right reacted to this was like, oh my God, our country's done now. It's like, well, this is what it's been. What do you mean? Nothing changed. This ruling was, let's keep doing what we're doing.
And it was reaffirming Wong Kim Ark, prior precedent of the court, and the way things have been done for 100+ years.
Right, and then we just barely scraped by to not let the most crazy fucking thing ever happen, which is we just start denaturalizing people. Like, what do we do with Guy? Is he going to be naturalized? Like, yeah, it's like there's going to be all these crazy things that would happen if they overturned that. And the fact that it was that close honestly scared the fuck out of me. Like, I thought it was going to be like, when I heard the arguments like a month or 2 ago, I thought it was going to be 8-0, like 8-1, 7-2, not 5-4 on the constitutional basis. Like, I'm genuinely fucking scared that this is like all right, maybe not this time, but next round, like after the midterms or something. I don't know.
Yeah, JD Vance is correct. They have every reason to believe that if they fuck with the court enough, that they could within our lifetime get rid of it. JD Vance is right about that.
Well, the silver lining, I think, is the stock for advocates for packing the court, I think, go up every time something like this happens. So
the Alito misannouncement was interesting too. That kind of got buried, right? So NPR comes out with this. Alito's retired. Not even retiring. No. Retired. Gone.
Yeah. Was that a preemptive thing, you think? Like he told them and he's like, they accidentally announced it earlier?
It might have been like a stock draft or something. I don't know. That's bizarre.
It's a stock draft. I don't know.
Yeah. Something. Well, but they said then there was a rumor that he was going to announce on Friday, so they retracted. But then he didn't say anything on Friday, so very, very interesting situation. But I still think he's going to bail eventually.
Do you guys think we should, speaking of Mitch McConnell, block that fucking pick for 2 years until the American people can decide who they want to be in the Supreme Court?
Absolutely.
Well,
Absolutely.
These rat fucks are they're gonna have Thomas and Alito drop out in November after they lose the midterms, so they have that lame duck period of a month and a half and get it done then. So that's why I'm praying Mitch McConnell just rehabilitates as a vegetable through the end of Congress's term. You know what I mean? Please get better, Mitch. Take your time, rest, stay home,
drink water.
Yeah, get better. Please eat plenty of leafy greens.
That is an interesting question. If you have a power of attorney, could you resign for a senator who was like a vegetable?
I would assume so, right?
Yeah, I mean, imagine it's like quitting a job, right?
Yeah. I just wonder if there's got to be like a constitutional issue there of some kind. No, but you're right. We should block those. If there's any vacancies, they should all be blocked. Just like fuck 'em.
When it comes to these Supreme Court rulings, I can't help but wonder if all the problems not being solved. You know, whenever I see this and like Trump taking birthright citizenship all the way to the Supreme Court for an obvious L, it's like, dude, what a fucking epic waste of time with all the problems in America and things we could use the courts to deal with. That always just breaks my heart. And I knew this was going to happen in November. Pisco, when we were sitting there on election night, I wasn't crying, you were crying, and I think we both knew we're just going to tread water for the next 4 years and dick around with Trump's dumb
I was
ideas.
devastated though. I'll never forget because we were both at the same.
Imagine wasting the times of the court so much.
At Destiny's election thing. And I remember walking out feeling so fucking empty. And there was a woman who was there, and she waved at me, and she's like, I asked, like, how are you doing? She's like, I'm not okay. I'm like, me too. It was just like a horrible, horrible time. So yeah, I wasn't like crying, but it was rough. This was so bad, and like our country has suffered so much because of its stupid fucking choice.
Pretty not cash money.
Yeah, like somebody said in my chat, the opportunity cost. And it really is. It's like, what are we doing here? You know, like, good God, is this really what the Supreme Court should be focused on? What a waste, man.
Also, Flo Balogun is literally our star striker who, according to Trump, he gave a good word to the FIFA president personally. He was born as a quote-unquote, I don't want to say it's birth tours. It wasn't birth tours. Like, apparently she wasn't let on the plane to go back, but his parents were like from different countries. I think one was from UK. I forget. But anyway, he got citizenship only because he was here as his parents were temporary sojourners, and they had to give birth in the country while she was pregnant. And that's the only reason he has U.S. citizenship. And so I love that everyone in MAGA world is standing Flo Balogun, and he is the same people that they would like not welcome into this country. It reminds me, by the way, similar of other European countries, that when it comes to like pursuits in which you see a lot of success from immigrants or immigrant families or people with immigrant connections, then they're happy to celebrate them as part of the fabric of their nation. But only then. But when it comes to bad apples or people who are doing bad things, now they're all negative, and it bears on all of them. You know, so it's there's no parity, there is no equality, and so I
that's my experience.
I love Balogun.
I don't know if you guys have maybe Guy, you can speak to this. Like when you talk to Trump supporters, but every single time I was going to these Trump rallies, I was asking about mass deportations. I was like, what about a guy who comes here, he's been here 20 years, he works and he pays his taxes, he just wants to make a good life. Every single time they're like, well, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's okay.
As soon as you can humanize it, as soon as you can put like a little anecdote on it, it's like, oh, suddenly it's okay. It's so ridiculous.
They just don't like skipping the line. I think that most of Americans' frustrations with a bunch of shit is this intuitive notion of fairness and like skipping lines, skipping queues, not putting away your grocery cart at the those are the kinds of things that matter to Americans for some reason. No, I mean logically, but
they don't have all the facts either. Like they're just sneaking in. They don't get any background checks. Nothing. These people are smuggling children with them. But speaking of Pisco, another Supreme Court ruling was the TPS ruling. So
yeah,
I think Trump has created a problem now because
yeah.
If he starts kicking out these Haitians, hundreds of thousands of Haitians and Venezuelans, people are going to be like, yo, wait a second. These guys are part of the community. Wait a second. Where are my employees at? So especially in a place like Ohio, which is becoming a swing state this election cycle, I think he created a huge problem. I always tell people, when Trump proudly says, I closed the border, I stopped illegal immigration, who needs an open border when you can just cancel 1 million people's legal immigration status and create illegal immigrants from within? Because they're not going anywhere. They're going into the shadows.
Yeah, it comes down to this notion of illegal immigrant, which is nowhere defined in the actual statute. This is a terminology that people now associate with here without status. But everyone here on TPS was lawfully allowed to be here under the provisions of TPS. And that is supposed to maintain itself so long as the conditions requiring TPS maintain themselves. And one of the reasons why I think the administration was loath to actually go through the procedural steps that the statute required, which apparently it's totally unreviewable. If I guess the next Democratic president could say the entire world has TPS, open borders, and we're going to reauthorize it every day so that it reassesses every day, and the courts wouldn't be able to review that. So, I guess you can just openly violate the law, whatever. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is the administration doesn't want to put on paper that the conditions in Haiti are such that we no longer need TPS, because of course they're not. Because of course the conditions in Haiti are still atrocious. We don't, like, the State Department has the highest level, alert for Haiti. And so it's laughable to think that it's still, the truth is, in the estimation of the State Department, it's not safe for Americans, right? And it's definitely not, like, good for Americans to go there. But if hundreds of thousands of Haitians die, so be it.
Well, they're from there. They know how to navigate it. We would not know what we're doing there. So yeah, but I agree. Like that, but I think it's gonna hurt them to start removing these people. They're so happy, like, we won. We can finally kick them out of here.
My fucking
God. Wait a second now. Even Governor DeWine, the Republican governor in Ohio, was like, this is a bad ruling. These people are our community. These are our workers. What is going on here?
Guys, breaking
Someone
news.
just super chatted me that Platner dropped out.
Looks like Graham Platner's dropping out. All right. So we got 2 weeks. 2 weeks to find someone better. Let's do it, guys.
It's 1 week.
We got 1 week.
Okay, so let me have more.
The 13th at 5 p.m.
That's when he has to withdraw, I think, right? I think we have more time to.
I think it has to be. Well, I could be wrong about that. I thought it had to be my next week.
What if it's Janet Mills? Will Pisco? Will you?
I will
get
endorse
excited
100%.
for that
100%.
living corpse. Okay,
Not even a question. Yes.
Why wouldn't we?
not endorse. I'm talking enthusiasm.
Enthusiastically, yes, 100%.
I think that
like
would be...
you need to be. We have to. No, Hutch is saying we shouldn't do that, but it's right. If it's the case that she's, of course, enthusiastically, I'll stand by her. I'll go fucking go door to door with her to do it.
Why are people saying cooked? Do you really think that she can, like, be endorsed after, or that after she lost? That just seems crazy. I think. I don't know.
We need to stop this fascist
would think
threat.
that they need to
and
go
if
with a
that's
different
Platner,
candidate.
it's Platner.
But then who? Somebody that nobody voted on at
I don't
all?
know
Like,
yet.
you're in such a
Yeah.
fucked spot. Like,
it's Mills.
I
It's
know.
Mills.
I'm just teasing you. I know you will,
No,
but
my bad,
it's
sorry.
just. But what a circle, man! Like if it comes back to Mills, wow, incredible. I'm
played the
actually
long
pretty
game.
pissed. She played the long game. I'm pretty pissed at Platner because he told our senators, Charles Schumer,
He lied to
Gillibrand,
Chuck.
all the leadership. He said right to their
That
face,
was the worst
Bernie
of it.
Sanders, there ain't nothing else. I'm clean as a whistle. That's it. You're not going to hear from one more heartbroken ex that I did something to. And here, lo and behold,
It was 2 hours after that meeting that the New York Times story came out. So
Well, that's what's so shitty about this. It's like, look, if you're going to run for Senate, you've got skeletons in your closet. This fucking many, you need to realize, like, you are hurting everyone around you when you do this. Like, you were talking about, like, oh, hey, is this going to drag down the Democratic Party after the New York Times story played out? This is absolutely, like, every single person who campaigned with him, now that he's like, okay, actually, I did do this and I got to drop out or whatever. Yeah, absolutely. And, like, are you going to run knowing, like, they're going to scrape every single text message, every single everything, and find every single little thing about you? Don't fucking run for office if you're a fucking rapist, tattoo, Nazi having, war criminal ass endorsing, like, maybe just don't run,
I mean,
buddy.
who pushed him so hard to run, right?
then we'd have nobody.
No, what?
The Janet Mills story is about to drop.
There's a few people that don't know that.
Janet
Come
Mills is a
on.
rapist. Is that what you're saying, Ira?
Just allegations against her too. Okay, I'm sure.
No. You know what Soypo's talking about, and I think we need to, because I think Ira is correct that we need to have some amount of tolerance above no tolerance. I mean, that was basically the argument for voting for an imperfect candidate in any election. But also, I do agree with Soypil that the more vetted you are, I think, like, we shouldn't just have these idiots or whoever the people who did the vetting or Grand Platner are in charge of it, or whoever. Like, we need some real.
Oh, we need like the establishment, like people that have like had experience running races and
allegations. Like,
sorry, who
what
did
are
the
you
video
doing,
again?
dude? At least fight that for a couple
It was
days.
some little
like, you're just
progressive
like,
group of
I'm
weirdos,
dropping
I think.
out. Yep, I raped. Like, dude,
Well, look at the reaction, guys. Schumer's calling, Rose calling, like, you know, everyone's just like, this is, he lost everyone with this one, so I don't think he had a choice.
He just got Eric Swalwell, you know, like he's a fucking monster now. He's gonna have an HBO series about him soon, you know, like, damn, bro. Good luck with your life, but shouldn't have done that shitty stuff. You know?
I have to ask you guys, if there was one public persona who would still defend him through this, who would it be?
Jank or Kyle?
It would be like some kind of author, some kind of like horror author.
You want Stephen King?
You're close. Think who's an Epstein ride or dyer?
Michael Tracy.
Michael Tracy.
No, but I'm also right about
Michael Tracy is still defending.
But I'm also right about Stephen King.
Are we reading the same political article on Platner?
Stephen King is right, by the way. I would still vote for Platner over Collins if I was up there.
Where she explicitly describes his conduct as consensual. Hello? I think Michael Tracy
careless
is a Platner dead ender.
What a mess. Now, look, I will say this. This is drama, and it'll get a lot more people paying attention, and I'm sure the eventual nominee will hopefully benefit from all these eyes. And I don't know,
the
man.
optimist.
You know me.
Ever the optimist, IRI.
Wait, can I ask Hutch about that, though, IRI? Because Hutch just said, when we talked about Mills, and you were kind of joking around, Hutch, like, physically cringed and was like, this would be a bad idea. So I want to know more about Hutch's thinking on the way forward.
I can't think of... There's a universe in which you can replace this guy with a candidate that has like a lot of natural charisma, maybe is well respected in the state, and is a lot younger and can generate enthusiasm. It just seems like tactically pretty dumb to replace him with a candidate that he just like absolutely stomped because her campaign couldn't generate any excitement.
Yeah.
You know, that being said, if they did pick her and I was a voter in Maine, I would obviously vote for Mills, but I think there has to be better options.
You would hope so, huh?
Well, there was another guy, Costello. He came in third place in that. Wasn't he like kind of progressive? I remember some people saying good things about him. Maybe he's the guy.
Well, I don't know. You guys are saying, like, we can't put in Mills, like the Maine voters rejected her. Look how bad she pulled. I'm sorry, who did we appoint? After Biden dropped out, we appointed 2% primary vote winner Kamala Harris. You know, like she did pretty damn fucking good.
The vice president
the only
too, though.
person with worse approval ratings than Joe Biden. We put her as the nominee.
Oh god,
it'll be fine, guys. Come on, this is politics. This will be a layup.
I think Collins still has it. I think her concernometer is at 0 right now.
Nah, I in all seriousness, I think it comes down to the economy and all the problems before this are still there, and that's what's going to get. Think about like what gets people to go out and vote. It's a lot. Voting is kind of annoying. Like there's all these different races. You got to go fill out a ballot. You got to go drop it in the mail, whatever. So you got to be really motivated, and I just don't think any of this stuff is like gonna like trump the economy and how pissed people are about how expensive life is.
We'll see. I hope that you're right about your estimation, IRI. You're always the eternal optimist, and I appreciate that. Folks, I gotta get going pretty soon because I gotta support my boys, even if they're being a little corrupt. Not really them, more Trump.
Can you even celebrate it fully, Pisco, knowing that corruption and cheating are at play here?
Hey, if you're not cheating, you're not trying, guys.
The reason I can still support the U.S. men's national team is I don't think that they were the prime actors in the corruption. I just think that at most of the uninvolved acceptors of corruption. And that's bad, but for me, it's not enough to be like, I'm not supporting them this go around. So I still think it's okay for me to support the team generally. The sweetener to that is I do think the red card was unjust. And so fuck Belgium, America all the way. We're going to win this fucking shit. And if we don't, I'm just going to die a little bit inside. But
well, speaking of dual loyalty, the only team I ever really care about in soccer ever is Germany, and they're already out. So whatever, USA. I only want them to win.
Why do you support fucking Germany?
I don't know. I just like watching them play, and I'm German, and that's really. I guess USA. You know what? I want them to win the whole thing, so we can say it's called soccer now. All right, no more football. It's called soccer now.
Football.
Wow.
All right. Well, that's a good place to wrap it. That very timely story dropped right at the end there. Guy, what do you got going on this week?
Nothing exciting. I got some new lighting here. I got a new camera and stuff. Not installed, but I'm redesigning my whole site here. So hopefully I'll have.
Yes, I saw some people in my chat asking about it. It's definitely noticeable.
Yeah,
He took down the Platner sign.
Oh, well, I never had
that's
one.
A
You
jo-
never
that's
had
a
one.
joke. I know.
No, but hopefully I'll have a big reveal here, and I'm excited. I think that's the step up, so it's gonna be fun.
Right on. Hutch, what are you doing this week?
Just regular streams. We'll obviously be diving more into the Platner stuff tomorrow. So we're going to start like around 7 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Eastern. And that's
Wow,
about
you've
it.
been going early.
That's awesome.
I'm trying to get, I've been late last couple
Crazy.
days.
All right, Pisco, what's going on?
Speaking of the WIC class, WIC TV tomorrow. Oh, I don't have the time. I'll retweet it. I'll retweet
It's
the
got to be
time.
3, it's
so
got to
check
be
my...
3 p.m. Pacific Standard. That's when he always starts.
Okay, so it'll be 6
6
p.m. Eastern,
Eastern.
it seems?
Yeah.
Yeah, so around that time.
Okay. Is there like a big America soccer game in like 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Damn. Who are we playing against?
Paraguay.
Wow. That's...
I lied. Belgium. I fucking lied to you.
Are you fucking serious, bro? Are you even trying?
Yeah, they were showing highlights of Paraguay, sorry. Oh, bomb.
Good one.
You?
True.
Now what?
I just want to beat this fucking boss. Do you know why soccer balls are white and black? I don't know, ask your mom. She would definitely know. Really?
It's funny.
Agreed. Fuck. Never mind, we're good. No. Yes. Bruh. Are you seriously, bruh?
Bruh.
Bruh.
Are you gonna live?
It's just he should have been fucking staggered. Oh my bruh god.
You can stagger him now.
No, it's... He shouldn't have gotten to summon this thing.
Oh, he summoned a thing.
Yeah, he summoned a fucking thing, bruh. Are we serious right now? Yep.
My Monstera got a new leaf.
Your what?
That's pretty... My Monstera, my plant.
Got a new leaf? What, like they come in like one at a time or what?
Yeah. It was pretty pog.
eat one of these. It's okay. Race him. Don't die.
And it uncurled? Yeah, it's uncurled. It's looking good.
She can run over the right, please. Oh, just scale up. Are we serious right now? Oh, thank you.
Oh my god, bro. Dude, this guy owns you. He's your dad. He's just jealous you're plant mugging him. I got a ton of plants right now.
Yeah, right. Do limit breaks carry over to the next fight? They don't, right? You must start everyone at... Oh, really?
Why does Cha-Cha have the new tag next to his name?
I don't know. I feel like that guy's had the new tag next to him for like weeks now.
I know. We gotta get rid of that new tag thing. That's attention-seeking behavior for real, for real.
For real, for real. Well, it also tells you when you can ignore somebody.
It just allows people to bully new people. It's stupid.
Well, maybe new people need to be bullied.
No, then they just leave.
Good. We don't need new blood. Okay.
Yeah, new. It's really just fucking alts who've been banned called Fernanda now.
Probably true. Oh, cool. Yes!
True, Bijal.
Fuck me.
We're working on it, okay?
I just need to put the... I should have the lightning elemental armor. Now I'm stunned. Stun me, please.
It's over.
Oh my god. Alright. I'll be back tomorrow. Have fun. Be careful.
Bye.
Shut up. Oh wait, let me do my connections. My 4 buys. Chip, Joey, Cub, toast, pressed, roast, boil, tot, fry. These is like kid animal things. And then fry, roast, Joey, Cub, and tot. Wait. To boil, to roast, and to fry. Boil, roast, fry. And then to roast, toast, and press. Oh, what? A Cub, a Joey, and a fry? Is that a little guy? Baby animals? I don't know what the fuck a fry is. Whatever, bro. Fry, a chip, and a tot. Fry pressed toast. Oh my god. Okay. Be careful, don't die.